Councilman Burnett is either running late or will be excused, and we will see from the remaining members. Representing the Office of the President, I have Preston, and representing the Mayor's Office, I have Natasha Mihu. Oh, got Adam. Thank you, Adam. This afternoon, the committee will have a work session for Bill LO 21-0006, Quarterly Crime Stats and Violence Prevention Plan, for the purpose of the committee holding a hearing quarterly to review crime statistics for the police department and to monitor the progress of the biennial violence prevention plan, although today we'll be using this LO to discuss the squeegee issue. This bill was introduced on March 8, 2021, and it was sponsored by myself, Councilman Conway. I want to thank the representatives from our city agencies for convening today to provide a public update on their efforts regarding the squeegee issue in Baltimore, both in providing support and social services and on the legal enforcement side. As I've told dozens of people who've reached out to my office over the past few weeks, I think the council and the public deserve a full and honest accounting of what's working, what's not working, and how we intend to adjust our current approach to get to the bottom of this issue. To that effect, today, we have invited the Baltimore City Police Department, the Mayor's Office of African American Male Engagement, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, the Sheriff's Department, and the State's Attorney's Office. It's clear that we're not going to solve this issue and its underlying challenges without everyone at the table. Young adults looking to earn money should have the opportunity to find and maintain a safe and sustainable job. Right now, we have a great deal of city agencies looking to fill vacancies for jobs that don't require significant experience and offer career pathways and attractive benefits. We also have businesses across the city eager to fill similar entry-level positions. I hope that we have a chance to dive into how we're connecting those dots and providing support to some of these young adults who need to keep a steady job. When it comes to enforcement, it's clear just from my inbox that there are many differences of opinion on these approaches. Of course, throwing squeegee workers into jail under the terms of a statute with debatable legality may temporarily clear the corner, but it still falls short of resolving the underlying issues that drive our young people to these intersections in the first place. At the same time, we've seen cases where squeegee workers commit more serious crimes that compromise the safety of our drivers and the workers themselves. Those crimes must have consequences. This is a charged and sensitive issue for many, so I want to thank everyone in advance for keeping your comments and questions respectful. We are here to have an honest and civil discussion, and we gain nothing by throwing around harmful stereotypes and crude language that may only inflame tensions. We will be allowing public testimony a little later on, both at the podium here and via WebEx. And with that, we'll start with agency reports and any presentations that they wish to provide. With that, I will turn it over to Deputy Mayor Leach.
Thank you, Chairman Conway and members of the Public Safety Committee. My name is Faith Leach, and I serve as the Deputy Mayor of Equity, Health, and Human Services. I'm joined today by Dr. Andre Bunley from the Mayor's Office of African American Male Engagement, Deputy Solicitor Ebony Thompson, Shantae Jackson of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, and Police Commissioner Michael Harrison. I am approaching today's hearing from a place of thankfulness. I am thankful for employer partners like Dante and Jason at Revival Hotel. They are more than employers, they are mentors and purpose partners for our young people. I'm also thankful for Joe Jones, the founder of the Center for Urban Families, and John Brothers, the head of the T. Rowe Price Foundation, for their servant leadership of the Squeegee Collaborative. I am also thankful for the incredible work of the Mayor's Office of African American Male Engagement and staff like Tracy Estep, and Monty staff like Rick Leandri. They are the unsung heroes of this work. When the cameras and the journalists and the think pieces disappear, they don't. Instead, they continue to do what they have always done. They show up for our young people in the hard times. They celebrate their successes in the good times, and in between, they love our young people who squeegee fiercely. Now, I'll be honest, this work is hard, and it can be so tempting, so very tempting, to take the easy road out when it comes to young people who squeegee. But I can't, and I won't. Easy isn't what I was called to do. So when I'm tempted with taking the easy road, I think about staff like Tracy and Rick and Vernon, or young people like Davion and Saeed. I know that they don't need me to be right. Instead, they need me, and as a matter of fact, they need all of you, council members, and you, media, and every Baltimorean that is watching to do, let me repeat that, they need us to do what is right for Baltimore's young people. Doing what is right requires that we recognize the needs of our young people above the needs of our own. Doing what is right requires that we listen and that we learn and we find the best solution. Not my solution, not your solution, not the easy solution, but the best solution. It also requires time, patience, effort, real investment, and consistency. More than 2 weeks ago, Mayor Scott called on youth and community, business, nonprofit, and philanthropic leaders to come together under the umbrella of the Squeegee Collaborative. These leaders have committed to rolling up their sleeves over the next few weeks to do the hard work of examining the root causes that drive our youth to squeegee and developing strategies in community with squeegee workers. The Squeegee Collaborative will build off of the work that MOAIM has already been doing. Just in the past 6 months, MOAIM has connected 42 youth to subsidized employment in partnership with MOED. They also piloted a same-day work program in partnership with the Downtown Partnership of Baltimore, where they employed 24 young people to supplement the Downtown Partnership's Clean Corps during the CIAA tournament. They also have made 19 additional employment offers for jobs at government agencies during an event that was held on July 7th at the Reginald F. Lewis Museum. MOAIM has also engaged 30 youth, half of which are youth at Squeegee, in a summer rites of passage program at Coppin State University. And today, right now, as we speak, on President and Lombard Streets, we are continuing our efforts to connect young people that squeegee with resources right on the corners where they squeegee. Through our Resources to the Corner events, we provide employment, housing, education, mental health, and other resources to our youth. If there are community members or council members, businesses or nonprofits that want to join one of our outreach events and connect directly with youth that squeegee, you can email Tracy Estep, tracy.estep@baltimorecity.gov. We will hold Resources to the Corner events every Wednesday over the next month, rotating between President and Lombard and North Avenue and Mount Royal. I want to be clear, this is only a snapshot of the work that is happening at MOAIM. And we acknowledge that there is more work that we need to do to tackle this work, to really scale our approach and deepen our impact and provide alternative pathways for young people that squeegee. And we're committed to doing just that. So in closing, I want to acknowledge a very hard truth. Squeegee workers are the byproduct of decades of disinvestment, racial inequality, and poverty in our city. It is no accident that our city has grappled with squeegeeing for more than 40 years. These young men and women that squeegee are a part of more than 18,000 disconnected young people in our city. But now we have an opportunity. We have a moral obligation to finally do what is right for our city's young people. Many of you have heard me say that this work will require that we hold up a mirror to ourselves and to our city, and I firmly believe that. It will also require that we take stock of how we contributed to the broken systems and the failed policies that have led our young children, our young people, to stand on corners and hustle to make money for food, for shelter, and other basic needs. But there's opportunity in every challenge. Baltimore, we have the opportunity to serve as a national model of how to support Black boys. We just have to meet this moment with the nuance and the care and the compassion that for far too long have been elusive for our squeegee workers. They're people just like you and me. They aren't a problem to be solved or a nuance that requires clearing. They are Davion. They are Saeed. They are Jerry. They are the sons of Baltimore, and they deserve our very best. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Leach. I want to acknowledge Councilman Glover of the 13th District, who's joined us virtually, and Councilwoman Ramos of the 14th District, who has also joined us virtually.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next up, do we have Adam? Do we have young people that? Yes. Oh.
No, again, I just would like to
Can you state your name and your affiliation, please?
Thank you. Yes. My name is Andre Bunley, Director of the Mayor's Office of African American Male Engagement, and I am thankful for this hearing. I like to echo, but I won't, some of the things that the Deputy Mayor has already stated. I'm excited that we're well on the way to getting this issue addressed, because we are collaboratively coming together with strategies that make the difference. We have a culture, this is a cultural issue, and we need to change the culture, but it's all of the culture is not bad. And so when we look at an evidence-based practice of culture, it requires three things. It requires intervention, which is fraught with opportunity. It requires education, and it requires legislation/rules. Not rules, punitive rules, but go-to rules that are legitimate and that we can educate individuals around. This process has worked. I've done it for 15 years, particularly when I was a principal in the school system as the intervention manager, sent out to the schools that were having difficulty, and I had to step in mid-year and begin to do culture change. And culture change is a process, right? But we have to have the opportunities. Deputy Mayor Leach just read from the slide that produced to her from our office about the things that are already happening. We just have to get to directly on the corner where they are. There are 25 corners in Baltimore. We know that there are 25 because we've taken good care to identify them. And we've met Lance, we've met Davion and the other individuals that the Deputy Mayor named on those corners. But there has to be direct action of individuals who are willing to go to the corner because of all of the stereotypes and perceptions around black boys and young black men. And so we're gonna get there. I'm excited about the meeting we had yesterday. And I know we're gonna get there because I'm charged as one of the directors where basically the essence of the work with all of the support of my colleagues, right? It's gonna get done. I'm clear it's gonna get done, just as we intervened in those schools to begin to do what we needed to do for those children in those schools. We're gonna intervene in these spaces, but we're gonna do it collaboratively, and historically that hasn't been done. So we're at the fulcrum point or an inflection point in our city government where we can begin to do good things and do right by our children. I'm excited about that. I'm confident that it's gonna happen. And so I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Bunley. Appreciate you. And I understand we have young people, 2 young people that wanted to testify. Please step up to the podium. State your name for the record.
My name is Davion Hodges, 22 years old, male from Baltimore, here basically. And I don't really like what am I basically supposed to speak on?
To the mic. Into the mic.
Okay, so y'all want me to, I'll just tell my story. All right, so when I first got into the Office of Male Engagement and everything, I was going through a lot of stuff. I just lost my mother whole bunch of stuff, and like everything else was going on. I ain't really like used to squeegee or nothing, but I was just being humble with a lot of stuff. So carrying a lot of stuff and like with somebody to guide you and how to guide that stuff that you carrying, that's like what people really need instead of carrying that stuff and taking it the wrong way. So like what Dr. Bunley said, like when I met him, he told me I reminded him a lot of himself basically, because when his mother passed away, it taught him to keep going instead of giving up. So I learned how to make that just keep me going. And that's all he been teaching me, like just to never give up, keep going. And like, it'll just save you in the long run. So like, whenever I'm doing something good, just always look out for the next person. So like, anybody that's look like me or act like me any type of way, or I feel as though that they got some resemblance to me, I always look out for them. Always. So that's all I really gotta say right now.
Thank you.
All right, no problem.
Good evening. My name is Lance.
You can, if you feel free to take down your mask.
Okay. So I was collaborated with the squeegee program since maybe like early 2019. Before then, like my best friend died maybe a year before that. It put me in a tough situation. Like I like dropped out of school and it was hard to find a job, so I turned to squeegeeing, you feel me? So, and like after a couple months, I just felt like that wasn't enough, you know? Like it was something, it just felt like it was something missing. So I met Miss Tracy, Dr. Bunley, and others, and they just offered growth, opportunity, and knowledge. Like, and to this day, I'm still learning from them. Like, I'm in a way better situation than I was like a few years ago. Like, it wasn't even just about them like paying us to be in a program, you feel me? Like, I really grew as a person, like going through that process. And like, yeah, I'm just grateful for the opportunity. That's it.
Thank you. All right, next we will go on to the police department.
I don't have any opening remarks other than thank you for the hearing. We're happy to be here, and my team and I, along with other members of the mayor's team, we're all prepared to answer questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Harrison. And next up, I have the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement.
Thank you, Chair Conway and members of the committee. The Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement stands behind the administration's holistic approach and multifaceted approach led by Deputy Mayor Leach and by MOAM to address the concerns associated with our young people who wash vehicle windows as a source of income. We are one of the agencies participating in the squeegee collaborative meetings that were kicked off by the mayor earlier this month. At a high level, the work that involves our young people intersects with MONSE's youth justice related work that's outlined in the Comprehensive Violence Prevention Plan. And we all know, as you mentioned in your opening remarks, that there are historical and systemic reasons that contribute to why our young people feel as though they have no other option associated with income. We also know that equitable access to human services, quality education, healthy environmental and infrastructure systems are inextricably tied to those healthy alternatives for our young people so that they don't feel like they have to resort to the corner. Under the mayor's leadership, Monty stands proud to coordinate any efforts associated with addressing these factors on the front end, on the preventative end associated with the violence prevention plan, and we look forward to continuing to partner with the deputy mayor and the director.
Excellent, thank you. Next up, we've got the State's Attorney's Office.
Thank you. And I can just tell you, as a former teacher, a defense attorney, and as a deputy, that everything that has already been said is our mindset. And we thank the committee for being invited, and we are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Now we'll open up the floor to questions from the committee. I'll start with a few of my own. My first question is, how aggressively, this is for Mayor's Office, Deputy Mayor Leach, how aggressively are your teams engaging the squeegee workers when offering services? What does engagement look like? How often? What time of day? Give me some insight on that.
Absolutely. I'll start off, and then I will turn it over to Dr. Bundley to talk through kind of the nuances of our approach. But this work is day in and day out. It's 24 hours a day. There isn't a clock in and a clock out when it comes to supporting our young people in the city. I know I answer the call in the middle of the night, as well as Tracy, Dr. Bundley, and so many others. But as it relates to that direct outreach, our staff are out on those corners 7 days a week. We have rotating shifts where we send our outreach workers out, but they are divided amongst 25 high traffic intersections. So Dr. Bundley will talk through some of the stats around squeegeeing, just to kind of set lay the ground. But we know that there are at least 160 or more young people who participate in squeegee activity. Some of them are consistent and they're there, day in and day out. Others, they pop in and they pop out whenever there's a need. We also have identified at least 25 intersections, but that changes daily and weekly as new young people or new squeegee workers decide to identify new intersections. And so, when you talk about the work that happens in Moame, it's a very small staff, and yet they're having to kind of monitor and connect with young people across all of those major intersections throughout the city. I'll turn it over to Dr. Bundley. He can talk a little bit more about our outreach workers, the kind of time that they're out there, but as they are out there, they're engaging with young people. As we have available opportunities, they're aggressively connecting them with opportunities. We decided to launch Resources to the Corners because it's not just about the outreach workers being on those corners. It's about, ensuring that our young people are connected with those basic needs like mental health support and housing. Because oftentimes the outreach workers identify the need, but our young people need resources immediately. And so that's why we launched Resources to the Corner, so that we could bring all of our partners out with us on those corners to directly engage and support young people in the moment. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Bundley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Mr. Chair. I have a renewed sense of urgency, given the things that happened to citizens, both our youth and the adults in our city. My renewed sense of urgency is, and excitement comes from the meeting we had yesterday with our collaborative partners. And in our group yesterday, one of the things that I emphasized with our group, and I know it will emerge, this notion of soliciting the support of more direct action partners. Direct action partners who will help us on the 25 corners, not just the targeted corners, but all 25 corners, ideally, to ask the question that we ask all of our young people. What do you need? What do you need? And we get these redundant answers around the question, and they're redundant. Man, I need to get back in school. Man, I need to eat. I'm hungry. I need housing. As Davon just said, because we share that in common, my mother just died. And I need somebody to talk to. So we need collaborative partners, because whenever I talk about my mother, whom I lost at 13, it's wired into my brain. So we need more collaborative partners who are willing to be in the space of our young people, right? And we need resources that are real and ready. Everybody was concerned about the CIAA. Even our mayor wanted to make certain that we wanted to show up good because we wanted to have the CIAA again. And they were concerned about our youth at squeegee. But we use one of our evidence-based practice of 1 day's work for 1 day's pay. We leveraged our relationships, those of us who are not scared of our children, and say, come with me. We're not squeegeeing today. What you're gonna make today, we're gonna give you after you clean up in the city under our supervision. So we swap the venue. We call it swappable income. We swap the venue from squeegeeing on the corner to cleaning downtown under supervision. There were no individuals on the corner. Those are real ready resources. But we need resources in our pocket the same way for housing, the same way for food insecurity, the same way for getting them clothes if they don't have the appropriate clothes for the job interview. This stuff has to be real and ready. Again, that's why I'm saying historically. So when you look at it, we have 117 active youth. We have 5 credible mentors. When they talk about 24-hour call, our credible mentors are on 24-hour call. So again, basically, we have the infrastructure. We're poised for success. We want the other resources. We will build the army of individuals who love our children and are not afraid of our children. Will we build the resources? Everybody says that Baltimore City is this, Baltimore City is that, and they point to Mayor Brandon Scott. Mayor Brandon Scott is not Baltimore City. He's the lead executive of Baltimore City. We're Baltimore City. So will all of Baltimore step up? That's my question. Did they step up for me? Of course. I'm here today after having lived in 5 foster homes, mother died at 13, and graduated from one of the 5th most prestigious universities in the world with a doctorate degree. Somebody stepped up. It wasn't lip service that I got. I got real service. So I'm just saying, we're poised for success. We have everybody that cares. We have our young people who are listening. We have individuals that are not afraid to engage them. Will Baltimore step up? That's my question.
I want to. I really appreciate the work you guys are doing, and I think the crux of my question is based on the fact that we're still falling short. And the question was, how aggressively or are we engaging squeegee workers? I guess I could ask a number of things here. How many people do we have on this? How often are they out there? What time of day are they out there? What time of day is working well, and what other times of day are not working well, given, you know, maybe they're there during rush hour or not?
Yep.
What do we know about our, I understand and agree with our approach, especially on the social services side, but it hasn't yielded the outcomes we want to see yet, and why not? I'd love to get a little more insight on that.
Yep. So I think there are lots to unpack there. I think that, you know, for those young people, those 42 young people that were connected to employment, I think it's yielded great outcomes for them. So I do want to be very careful about how we talk about this issue and how we talk about our young people. Those young people are a success, right? And just because there are still additional young people on that corner, that doesn't mean that there is not work that's happening and that there is not success stories, right? The thing about our young people that present with the types of challenges that many of our young people that squeegee present with is that they are navigating some trauma that many of us cannot imagine. And so there is no silver bullet, right? There may be a young person that we are able to connect to today, something traumatic happens, and then they're back out there on that corner, right? They get frustrated at work and they decide to give up. And so we can't and we don't give up on our young people. But to get into the specifics of what the outreach looks like. So Dr. Bunley talked about our 5 credible messengers. They are not city employees. They are supposed to be part-time workers, but they work around the clock, and that is through a partnership with New Visions, and this is work that is that we partner with the Family League of Baltimore on. They have over 50 young people on their caseload. Dr. Bunley talked about the numbers of young people that are still actively engaged in our system. So at one point, we've touched over 160 young people in this city, but many of them disengage, meaning that our outreach workers reach out, they haven't spoken to them for 30 days, for 60 days, right? And so they do the hard work of trying to figure out and find our young people and reconnect them. So again, I want to be very clear about the individualized work that is happening on the ground. We actually spend time when we connect with young people and we ask them, what their interests are, right? We develop what we call an individual development plan with every young person that we see. So right now on those corners at President and Lombard, we are going out into medians, and we are connecting with those young people and getting them to sit down with us and engage with us and tell us what their interests are, what their challenges are. And we have to be ready to respond with those resources that Dr. Bunley talks about. Again, I talked about those 25 corners, and I talked about our limited staffing capacity. So our outreach workers are out on those corners. They're oftentimes rotating. So you may not see outreach workers for 5 hours at President Street, right? You may see them at President and Lombard. We get a citizen call or something comes in from 311, and then they're over at Mount Royal and I-83, right? So they are transversing our city and engaging with our young people. There are a couple of things that we've worked on around engagement. So our young people, our outreach workers are now wearing MoAIM shirts. So you should see them. They're in bright yellow whenever you see our outreach staff out. Oftentimes, they may be engaging young people that squeegee. There are also other young people in the vicinity that they're engaging with as well, right? So outreach it's gonna look different depending on the scenario, but generally, our outreach workers are rotating between the hours of 9 and 6. We generally have outreach workers out 12 noon is kind of a peak time where we start to see a lot more young people that squeegee. In the morning, we see, a couple of young people that, get out early to hustle, but we see larger numbers starting in the early afternoon, and by the time it's rush hour in the evening. And so, that's when we are trying to strategically deploy our outreach workers, but of course they can't be across the entire city. The other thing that I want to put on the table here is equity, right? I mentioned 25 corners. Those 25 corners are not all in downtown. And so we approach this work from an equity lens. So that means that when there are calls that are coming in from Hilton or elsewhere in the city, we're also being responsive to those calls as well and not just focusing on downtown.
May I add to that one of the things we talked about in our subcommittee yesterday was changing the language. We have 21 youngsters that are thriving, that were on the corner. They're no longer on the corner. Someone else has taken their place. So this definition of what success is in the mind of Baltimore is that they would just disappear from the corner. But all of us, that's an emotional request. That's not a realistic one, because they just can't disappear when you look at comprehensively supporting them. 42 of them are thriving. They're in jobs. The 21 that I talked about, we don't even have they say, I got this now. I feel good. They're in a place. So again, we're going to get there. We have the model. How do we expand it? That's my thinking. The deputy mayor's thinking, who is so very hands-on. I've never seen a deputy mayor's hands-on this herself. But that's our thinking, that we expand and accelerate, not them being off the corner, but them substantively grasping what it is that they need to be Ebony. I worked with her mom. She's an attorney now. We want them to grasp as Ebony grasped what it was in her vision, her positive and constructive pathway forward through her personal growth plan, which we have for every young person we touch. What is it that you want to become? And so that's a process. and it's not going to be magic. It's going to be all hands on deck, and we can train people to get out there so we can have the numbers to direct action in an equitable way, as the deputy mayor said, wherever our young people are.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to one of my colleagues. And for those in the back, we have testimony at the end of this portion, so just hold up. I'm going to turn it over to Councilwoman Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did you say Glover?
I'm sorry, I said Porter.
I'm sorry.
I'll get to you after we get to the folks here, all right?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And so I just want to congratulate all of you all for really a successful program. However, I have serious concerns about the operationalizing of this particular program. So most of my questions are going to be focused on how we're operationalizing this program, what interagency agreements are in place with regard to not only DOT, BPD, but also some of the other agencies that are kind of really in the thick of this. And then lastly, I'm going to be asking about how is this going to be sustainable moving forward post FY23? So I'm going to ask two of my questions. I have to leave for full disclosure for the public. I have to leave for an appointment at 2 o'clock. So my additional questions will be answered by my colleague, Councilwoman Odette Ramos. So my first question actually has to do with Dr. Bunley, you mentioned this program starting in 2019. Can you share, from my knowledge, has there been any program related to squeegeeing previous to this administration, and how have those outcomes been used as a lessons learned for this administration?
Thank you. I have not, the squeegee alternative plan came into the Mayor's Office of African American Male Engagement. I always try to do history.
Sure.
And so I haven't seen any history where the youngsters who started squeegeeing back in 1970,
Yes.
up to this point, I've seen no history of pulling together and codifying the work like we have done in the last 2 years.
Okay, and so correct me if I'm wrong, under former Mayor Catherine Pugh, there was a initiative similar to
Starting,
this.
that's when it started.
How is that different from the initiative that we're doing now?
Well, the former mayor looked at certain places to kind of off-ramp. She looked at it from an entrepreneurial sense, and we are looking at that even still.
Okay.
But for example, I'll give you an example. There's a gas station at the corner of McCullough and North Avenue, a little bit outside your district, right? And that gas station, she was looking to get that gas station to off-ramp youngsters who squeegee, get them to buy into it, to own it, have individuals help them own it, for them to be able to work it, buy stock in it, the whole nine. She looked at it from a more entrepreneurial, wide, visionary sense. What we know is the immediacy of what's happening, so we started dealing with it in clusters of youngsters, but then individualizing the support for them by way of corners, and then trying to get them to the place that they need to go. So that's the difference in the past and what we're doing presently.
Okay, and so more specifically, if you can kind of like, if you can share some performance measures, some outcomes like that kind of distinguish the two, I think that would be really, really helpful for me. Because, you know, Deputy Mayor Leach, I know we have spoken on a number of occasions. I also want to share, you are one of the hardest working deputy mayors in the city, so I'm so grateful for you. But as you know, when we have conversations, I want to see, you know, performance metrics, because when we as a council have to account for those tax dollars back to the taxpayer, we want to make sure that we are providing metrics of success and quality, so that people are increasing their quality of life, not only for our taxpayers, but also for the young people that we are serving as well. I want to make sure that they are getting a quality program. I'm sorry, sir. Oh, I want to make sure that they're getting a quality program, one that is measured, and one that is kind of like really looking for sustainable metrics 10, 15 years down the line. My second question, you mentioned 25 neighborhoods, but in your opening remarks, you only mentioned 3 intersections. Can you share those 25 did I miss something?
25 intersections.
25 intersections. Can you share those 25 intersections and kind of their spread across the city?
I don't have the list, but because we do the work.
Yes, sir.
So let's start on the further outreaches. We talk about Sinclair Lane and Moravia. We come back into Echodale and in another place. We can go to Hilton and where? We can go to Hilton, thank you. We can go to Hilton and Gwynn Falls. We can go to North Avenue and Hilton. We could go to St. Paul and North Avenue. We can go to President Street with all of the corners from Lombard to Baltimore, et cetera, that corridor. We could go to Conway and Light. So I have all of them.
Yeah, for
right?
sure.
But I haven't
Can you
committed all of them to
provide that
memory.
to the committee?
We have them, and I have Tracy to send it. She probably has it right now. She's that efficient. But so Tracy, please send that to the chair, please.
No worries. Thank you so much, Dr. Bunley.
You're welcome.
And lastly, Mr. Chair, if you can indulge me for 2 minutes. So young people that testified today, I just want to let you know, I was in that position, working, in high school as a janitor to support my tuition, working 4 jobs in college, and now I'm a scientist from one of the leading institutions in the nation. And so when I tell you that Baltimore grit that you're experiencing, that Baltimore resiliency, that's going to take you all throughout your life. And I want to encourage you to keep that in your heart and keep that moving forward, because there are already people that are counting you out. Real talk. There are already people that are counting you out. And you want to make sure that you use that as a driver. You use that as a driver towards your vision and your dreams to make your life and your family's lives better for overall Baltimore. People don't care about, sad to say, people don't care about, what you're going through or what you're, supposedly going through. And that's a real harm in our society. But I want to let you know that people on this council care. We are really focused on operationalizing this program to maximize success so that you have the greatest potential in order for you to achieve any and everything that you want in your life. So I just want to commend you for coming to City Hall, for testifying today. There are not many people that know where City Hall is. There are not many people that have ever testified at City Hall. There are not many people that know who their local representatives are at City Hall. So I commend you for coming here today and showing your face and showing that this program and this type of systemic issue has a name, it has a face, and it has a family behind it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Porter. To that effect,
I'm sorry. Can I take a moment just to respond to the piece about the performance metrics, which I'll be very quick on. So we actually use a case management database called CAP 60, and so that's where we have all young people that we encounter are actually in that database, and that's where we enter information about our encounters with those young people, and we're able to track kind of where they are, if they're employed, if they've disconnected. In addition, we do have performance measures. And so we're looking at things like how many young people are we connecting to employment, and not just how many young people are connected to employment, because we have to have a very real conversation about connection to employment. It's really about how many of those young people are persisting, how many of those young people are continuing in employment 6 months into a job, or a year into a job. And we're also reconnecting our young people back to school. The thing that we should be very clear about today, we have seen young people in the city as young as 7 to 10 years old out on corners with a squeegee. I can't give those kids a job, right? I may can help them start a business, but that's not sustainable, right? And so there is no silver bullet, right? And so while we are tracking things like employment, and we are doing that work like employment, there's some deeper family work that needs to happen so that we are preventing young people as young as 10 years old to be out on those corners with squeegees.
No, I appreciate that, Deputy Mayor Leach, and I just want to clarify, when I'm thinking about performance metrics, I know we had talked about this before, I'm not looking for a quantity, I'm looking for quality-based performance metrics that, tie into an interagency approach, intergenerational approach, and also a approach that not only includes the person, but also the family as well.
I appreciate that.
thank you. I want to touch on two things. So first, Councilman Porter, you addressed the 2 young men, and I'm curious, both those young men, you both are older than 21 at the moment, right? 20. two young men who are old enough to work for the city. Have we offered these two young men jobs at the city?
They work at Revival Hotel.
Excellent. I think once again, time and time again, as we're identifying those that are eligible to work for the city, we have a number of vacancies, and these aren't just jobs. These are careers, and there's upward trajectory for these jobs. And so I want to make sure that every opportunity we have, if these young men are interested in working, and not just working, but getting into a career, that's what we're here for.
And Mr. Chair, one of the things that, and I want to just share this, when they're at Revival Hotel, we're subsidizing their wages, but we're also guiding their heads and their hearts. Because where they start out, they need more than just a job, right? They need comprehensive support, right? So we can't just because we've gotten a lot of individuals jobs, but we get a call to say, Dr. Bunley, man, I'm done, man. I said, what's wrong? This guy keep telling me what to do. I'm like, well, who was the guy? And then I find out the guy's the supervisor. So I hadn't done my job well. I said, well, that's what supervisors do. Faith Leach tells me what to do. So, I mean, there's some work that goes with that. I just want you to know.
I appreciate that.
Yep. And on the government jobs piece, I think that is an important point and an important question that you raised. So just on July 7th, we had an event. We had DOT, DPW, Rec and Parks, and a couple of other city agencies at the Reginald F. Lewis Museum, and they made on-the-spot job offers, and we were able to make offers to 19 young people on that day. And so that was our first time doing that particular effort, but we've been working very closely with the mayor's office on employment development to be able to identify those city jobs that we can prepare our young people who squeegee for. And so most of the jobs, as Dr. Bunley mentioned, are subsidized by the city, whether they are private employers or, of course, whether they work for a city government agency. It is a part of the Higher Up program that MOED manages. We just kind of carve out specific spots for young people that squeegee.
Yeah, I appreciate all that, and I think, Dr. Bunley, to your point earlier about meeting the other supports, so before I came on the council, I ran a workforce development program, and we were able to find people jobs, but it was the same problem that I think you guys are experiencing where not all the time are those folks ready for those jobs. Not all the time do those folks have housing. They may be dealing with a number of other issues, addiction, issues with their family and otherwise, and they need help in those areas. And it sort of begs the question, what are we providing there? And could we be partnering, if not we provide it, our partners across the city? There are a number of nonprofits that do exactly this kind of work. And I don't want to talk too much. I know I have some colleagues virtually that have questions. So I'm going to hand off to Councilman Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the agency reps, Deputy Mayor Leach. And I do want to shout out Dr. Bunley and his team who are completely heart-led and who are out there. Deputy Mayor Leach, on July 13th, I wrote you a letter asking for an all-in strategy to address squeegee workers. I asked that we bring all parties to the table, including children that squeegee, nonprofits, electeds, government agencies, the business community, and others to create a plan that represents the entire city, not just the mayor. I believe that in the past, we've had multiple mayors that each come with their own plan, and invariably it fails underneath their own weight. And I do want to say, I appreciate that you did that. It's been an honor to participate with my colleague, Councilman Burnett, in the first two squeegee collaborative meetings. Thank you for that. I also agree with you that this is a gut check moment for Baltimore. Can we solve serious issues? And can we take care of our children? I also suggested that we need everyone stepping up to support the folks that participate in this work. Every city agency, build with our business community, having nonprofits that shoulder the work, and center it on the voices of young people and adults that squeegee. I also suggested enforcement led by Dr. Bunley, his team, Safe Streets, the Peace team, and others. I believe this activity is unsafe, unhealthy, and beneath the greatness and dignity of our young people. So here's my question. We know that many of the young people that squeegee have needs that are simply not being met. Many of the young people have issues, as has been stated, with housing stability, health, mental health, academics, and more. My question is, would this not be a great test case for universal basic income? If our kids need money to survive, should we not give it to them? Pay them to participate in trade school or apprenticeship or work, but pay them, and pay them on a daily basis, and make it clear that they can't continue to squeegee, but that we are going to support them on whatever path they want to get to.
So thank you for that question. I actually think that the question around UBI is an interesting one. I think it's an interesting approach. As I think everyone knows, the mayor launched the Baltimore Young Family Success Fund, which is a universal basic income pilot here in the city of Baltimore focused on young families. And many of our young people that squeegee do have families of their own. So they are fathers and they are mothers. And so I do think that the UBI process and just UBI in and of itself does give the young people agency to make some decisions about what they need and what they want to do with their lives. I think there are a couple of things that we have to work through and that we have to consider. As I've mentioned just a few moments ago, we have young people that are under the age of 18 that squeegee. We have young people who are 10 years old or less that squeegee, right? And so there would be challenges applying UBI to those young people, although we have seen UBI be successful through the child tax credit as far as supporting families. So I think that there are some nuances, but I love the idea of UBI and figuring out a way that it could potentially support this population. But as you mentioned, we're going through a process as a city. Right? This isn't for the mayor to decide alone, right? We are doing this in collaboration and in partnership with community members, young people that squeegee, business leaders. And so I think UBI is an approach that will be put on the table as a part of the Squeegee Collaborative for us to discuss the merits of UBI as it relates to supporting squeegee workers.
No, I appreciate that, and I do recognize the complexity of it and the reality that we are already doing this with one population. I'll just state sort of in conclusion that, I know from the work that Councilmember Ramos and I are doing on trauma that when your basic needs are not being met and you are constantly in fight or flight mode, that you can't do much. You can't function academically. To Dr. Bunley's point, you can't hold down a job. You can't, in many cases, even get to the job. Many of our children, as you've stated, have experienced an enormous amount of trauma, which is why they are out on corners running in and out of traffic. I do believe that meeting their basic needs is critical and that UBI should be, at the very least, a part of that foundation. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again for the work, Deputy Mayor and everybody else.
Thank you, Councilman Cohen. I'll turn it over to Councilwoman Ramos, and then Councilman Glover, I've got you right after.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues. I want to apologize to everybody who made the time to come to City Hall. I would normally be there with you. I enjoy being in City Hall. I'm getting over COVID and I'm feeling much better. Thank you to everybody who's reached out. And I want to particularly thank our young people that are here and lifting their voices. I wanted to make sure that we hear from our young people because my colleague said it best. I won't repeat her powerful words, but it's so important to lift your voices, and I really appreciate that you're here. So my question is going back to what my colleague talked about around meeting basic needs. It has been, as many of you have already heard me say a million times, my contention that many of the challenges that we're facing have a lot to do with unstable housing, living in neighborhoods that it feels like, the city doesn't care. So, why should we, why should the community? And so I wanted to hear from Dr. Bunley, maybe, what tell me a little bit more about the housing need. Is it 100% of your young people that you're working with that need? Is it, 10%? I'd be very interested to know that. And let me just back up and say that I think that, we continue to work hard to address the, past racist policies that got us here, and yet we still have a long way to go. So this is part of the work. Dr. Bunley?
Yes, Councilwoman Ramos, thank you for the question. I would say, and again, I'm going to go back and now and drill down and look at a little more data in terms of when we have a intimate conversation with a youngster around their personal growth plan and the housing issue comes up. I know it comes up, it's 100%, that person needs that house or that housing situation remedied 100%. But in terms of the actual number of all of the youngsters that we touch, I don't have it to give you an exact number, but I will say it is a redundant theme, along with the issue of us being able to see that a youngster needs some counseling because they're traumatized because of some events that they articulate. So housing comes up, drug treatment comes up, and jobs obviously come up. So those things, but I can't give you an actual number when we look at the aggregate number of individuals that we touch and how many times, how many needed the housing request versus not needing the housing request. But that gives me thought about how we can begin to capture that data as well. But I know it's a redundant theme, and we know we need to have access, a real ready access to housing when it comes up. But we'll work on that.
Yeah, that could be part of the data that you're going to be collecting, and part of, I think, the outcomes that the councilwoman talked about is, if they're coming to us and telling us they have this needs, then we need to make sure that those needs are met.
Right.
And we need to document all of that.
Right.
And so if we can make sure that that's part of the data, that's super important. And we'd like to hear a report, maybe quarterly or something, how that is going. Because the other thing is that I want to be able to figure out what's the best way to help. Do we need more rental assistance? Do we need to address the poor quality housing that might be in their home with their families? Do we need, all of that is going to be extremely helpful. I think all of the above answer is yes.
Yes.
But it's always helpful to be able to have the data, and I appreciate that.
We'll be able to get that because we do have an aggregate number in terms of active youth. So we can go back through our active youth and see how many housing requests were made, but that aggregate number changes. So we'll be doing a percentage, sure, but it's always from the active youth. But we can access
right. And
that.
It could be, and it could be that the young people might need to get out of a situation.
Right.
Right. It could be that their family's not living in good conditions. It could be that they're about to be evicted. I mean, there's a number of them.
Yes.
So it would be great to get some information about that. And this leads me to my second question. I've been super clear, I started this last year, but I haven't finished it, about making sure that there's data sharing among the agencies, and that there's, let's say that there's a young person, whether they're on the corner or not, who wants to be able to have some services, that they should be able to get them in whatever entry point is out there. So I guess my initial question is, you talked about the CAP 60 database. I want to make sure that all of the entities that are working on this have access to that and are sharing data so that everybody understands what's happening. Because also the young person, if you say, okay, call this, that, the other, that young person may not do that. And so there has to be the integration of the systems to make sure that the young person is connected in a way that is proactive, and that is so that it also takes the case management, as you said. I think we're going to need more case managers. 5 of them is not going to be enough, and let's figure out how to make that happen, to make that work.
Yes.
Yep.
So I thank you for the question on data sharing. As you know, Councilwoman Ramos, we worked very closely with the school system and Baltimore's promise to pass legislation around the Baltimore Youth Data Hub, which would allow us to actually share data between the school system and soon, hopefully, nonprofit partners. And so I think, you know, the work that we're doing around Squeegee Youth is a perfect test case, if you will, for the Baltimore Youth Data Hub. I think this idea of no wrong door is absolutely right. But we are not sending our young people to knock on the doors, right? We are doing that work with them. So that is what their credible mentors and the other staff within MOAIM are doing. They are working with those young people and, you know, ensuring that they get to, you know, that meeting with housing or that they're getting to that job interview, right? And so we're providing them resources like, you know, bus cards or bus passes, right? We're paying for them to be able to get to those job interviews. We call them before they go. Sometimes we pick them up, right? Like we did today. So our team is deeply, deeply engaged. And so we're not just, you know, sending young people out to go figure out how to get an ID. We're giving them some agency and we're helping them navigate, but also allowing them to, you know, make some of these decisions on their own, but we're with them every step of the way. But you're right, data sharing is of the utmost importance here.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Mr. Chair, I have Councilwoman Porter's questions, but I can wait till my other colleagues go ahead.
Okay, I'll keep moving on, and we'll come back around to you. My next question is, of course, back to the sort of carrot side of things. When a worker gets a job through our program, are we keeping tabs on those workers and providing any support possible to make sure that they continue to hold a job, or that if they do separate from that job, we can help them move on to the next opportunity?
Absolutely. So that's one of the performance metrics that I mentioned earlier, is that we are tracking youth and how long they are employed at various employers. And if these employers are, you know, getting their wages subsidized by the city, then those young people have credible mentors that are checking in with them. We're also checking in with their managers, right? Tracy's very good about calling Dante and Jason at Revival or the folks at Canopy to check in and see how our young people are doing, especially if we see them out on the corner squeegeeing when they should be at work. So we are absolutely tracking young people who are able to sustain employment. Now, again, we're gonna be very real here about the challenges that our young people face. And so not all of them keep jobs for 6 months or a year. And so there are some young people that this may be the third time that they've come back into our program and we've gotten them another job, right? And so I think that is where the job readiness work that you mentioned earlier comes into play. And so I do want to spend a moment talking about that. So the Mayor's Office of Employment Development, they do job readiness, right? They do a week-long job readiness program in support of our young people. Oftentimes, MOAIM will supplement that. So when we launched the 90-day squeegee action plan, I talked about like this employer collaborative or employer coalition. And so we actually spent a month with our young people before we ever sent them to Canopy Hotel or Revival Hotel, right? We did very intensive case management with them. We did some scenario planning. We spent, you know, a good amount of time with them before sending them off to these corporate settings. I think anybody that has worked in corporate or government or nonprofit, there are challenges with those environments. So imagine sending a young person as their first real job, you know, into this brand new setting directly off of a corner, right? And so we work to ensure that those young people, you know, had that job readiness coaching. We ensure that they had the proper attire, right? Like that, these are the types of things that go into a program like this. We are oftentimes, you know, buying the appropriate attire, making sure that folks get haircuts, just to ensure that they're ready to go to work. And so that's the intentionality that we have in a program like this, which is also some challenges around scaling, right? Because it has to be so individualized in order, you know, for us to see the type of long-term success that we want to see with our young people.
And Deputy Mayor, I want to add, we have to subsidize them being with us and not on the corner squeegeeing, because if it's a hunger need, a food insecurity need, it's still there. So we have to subsidize the income that they would get by squeegeeing while they're with us for an entire month.
Got it.
Just want to add that.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to questions from Councilman Glover, and then I see Councilman Burnett has also got a question. Councilman Glover? Councilman Glover, we can't hear you if you're talking. All right, we'll come back to Councilman Glover and move on to Councilman Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank hold on one second. Can you come back to me, Mr. Chair? Sorry, 1 second.
Sure.
I'm having some technical problems here. I'll raise my hand again, 1 second.
Okay, no, not a problem at all. We'll come back to you. Councilman Glover, one more time before we move on. All right, well, I'll ask another question before coming back to Councilman Burnett. This question is actually for BPD. Realizing that we still have instances that are problematic in interactions at our intersections. I'll give you a scenario, and I want you to help me think about how we currently resolve this, and talk me through why we came to that. So if a person is in a car stopped at an intersection and someone bangs on the window and dumps Windex on their car, what should the driver do? And if there's an officer at the intersection observing that action, how would they be told to react?
Thank you for that. If Windex, as in this scenario, is dumped on the car, that's unwanted criminal behavior. That constitutes what we would say is damage to the vehicle. That's enforceable. The person as the complainant would call the police. We would come out to the location, take a report, or they can go somewhere where we can meet them. Then it becomes a matter of looking for the person who did that. We would have to find the person who did it, so we'd need a description from the complainant. So if they damaged the car in any way, or if they poured this liquid, which we would not know if it's Windex, it could be something else that could take the paint off the car or cause some other kind of damage. And so we wouldn't know until we actually came out. It would require the person to call the police and file a complaint, but it would require us to meet with them, speak with them in some fashion, to take that information, get a description, and try to ascertain who the person is so that we can go out and enforce it against that individual or that group of individuals.
I see. So if there's an incident where someone crosses that line, we are enforcing.
We are, and we have been. And there are cases where damage to cars has been done by a person. People have called. We have met with them either in person or they went to a police station. We had some kind of identification through them or another witness, and we've gone to the location. We found people who committed the damage. We've enforced it against those people through arrests or through other means. There have been times where we have not been able to identify. There have been times it has happened, people called the police, but we haven't been able to identify the perpetrator. Or the person called the police but did not want to follow through with filing criminal charges. All of those have happened, but when that happens, we absolutely enforce. We have done it. We will continue to do it.
Do you know how many summons or fines have been issued at intersections connected to squeegee workers this calendar year? How many arrests? And what are those charges generally from, if we have that information?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. In reference to fines, no, we don't have the information. We'll try to pull that right now. In reference to arrests year to date, we know of 2 incidents that we have made arrest on. As the police commissioner said, when we do identify these individuals, it is up to the complainant. A lot of times what we are seeing is complainants, for one reason or another, cannot make a positive ID once we do find an individual matching that description, or because of their own sympathy for the situation, no longer want to make a judgment in reference to following up with the charges. We just have the individual identified. But as far as any additional the charges and the arrests, the obstacle with that is we don't really label it always as a squeegee incident. It is a crime, so it will go off of the crime. So we may have arrests that were related to or possibly the derivative of a squeegee incident, but it's going to be an arrest for destruction of property, and we would have to go into the database to find out in the body of the narrative that it was squeegee related. And that's how we're having a systems issue with that has been corrected with our new Axon system.
Okay, and then right before I go back to Burnett, to bring this all full circle, when these complaints, especially arrests, happen, does this come back to the Mayor's Office of Children and Family Success? Do we get involved in any of those instances, and what's usually our action after that?
So this, I want to be clear here. So there's actually a new director of the Mayor's Office of Children's and Family Success, and I am not in that role any longer. And MOAIM actually manages the program fully, and I support in my capacity as deputy mayor. But we actually meet with BPD at least once a week, and we receive a report from BPD and also from 311 of all of the all of the complaints that come in. And so we are there oftentimes co-responding, responding ahead or behind BPD. So there is a very much collaborative partnership and relationship with BPD and the Mayor's Office of African American Male Engagement.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to turn it back over to Councilman Burnett. Are you ready?
I think I'm good now. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you just fine.
Okay. And again, my apologies for not being there in person, Mr. Chair and colleagues. So one, I just want to thank Dr. Bunley, Deputy Mayor Leach, and their teams for their approach to this in a more holistic way and trying to address a lot of the root causes that are leading to people engaging in squeegeeing. As I've stated before, that I view this as a failure on city government to address many of the challenges that our young people, young adults, because not all kids out there are facing. And that holistic approach to trying to really reach them where they are, I think is critically important. And do want to thank the convening as well of a sort of multifaceted group of business owners, community leaders, squeegee workers, public officials, agency folks to put our heads together and try to once and for all really get to the bottom of why this is occurring and to try and prevent it moving forward. So I'm just thankful for that work. I do want to ask, one of the conversation I've had with two service providers yesterday that run mentorship programs, and this is for Deputy Mayor Leach and whoever wants to jump in, but one of the issues that was raised in conversation with them was sort of concerns around the expediency of trying to get services for young people and their families. Has there been conversation about creating, fast tracks or lanes for services for young people who are identified, whether that's, rapid rehousing or food service? The folks that are on the ground working with young people day to day are like, when they need things, they need them pretty quickly if we're going to show them that there's going to be a viable alternative. Has there been conversations, interagency conversations around trying to fast track responses for services for young folks that are identified in the network of the African American Male Engagements work or other outside partners?
Yep. So thank you for that question. I think we've all seen challenges in navigating government. And so, that is why we are there helping our young people navigate government, and we're doing that work alongside our young people. We have identified core partners at some of the key agencies where we know our young people need support, right? So we have the Re-Engagement Center that we're working with directly at the school system level. We also have direct relationships with principals and other school leaders whenever we need to connect a young person back to school, so we can pretty much do that work very seamlessly. We've also developed some strong relationships, I would say, with the Office of Vital Records. And so oftentimes we're not even thinking about them as like a mainstay partner, but our young people don't have IDs. And they need those IDs in order to fill out that W-9 in order to start work. And so, Tracy and Dr. Bunley have been able to cut through that red tape in order to expedite helping to get our young people IDs. Now, again, we talked about being very transparent today, and so there are major challenges with our procurement system, for example, which we are holistically addressing as a city. But we're talking about having to send agreements through the Board of Estimates, right? Which will delay young people being able to start at a work site, because every single work site needs an agreement that has to go through the Board of Estimates, for example. And so I think that there are some internal government processes that we should and can streamline in support of our young people. So, I don't want to make it seem as though that we've cut through all the red tape and we've done the impossible, because we have not. Every day we are getting better. Every day we are working harder. And every week we're presented with a new challenge that we have to figure out, right? Last week, it was a challenge around our young people not receiving their paychecks, because oftentimes they are transient. And so the paychecks were being mailed to their homes, and, they weren't receiving those paychecks, or those paychecks were lost because of the postal system. Our young people oftentimes, many of them don't have bank accounts, right? And so we're working with them to get bank accounts. So there are lots of challenges and nuances and a lot of red tape that we are cutting through, but we have absolutely identified core agency partners that we're able to work with through some of these issues. On the housing side, it's a bit more complicated. I've talked about the ages of our young people, right? And so a young person may come and they're 17 or 18 years old and they're like, yeah, I need I need housing. And so we have to do the hard work of digging deeper to figure out what that situation is. Is it that this young person is experiencing homelessness, or are they having some issues, with their parent, right? And that's the hard work that our staff does, where they engage directly with parents, especially for those young people who are under 18. If young people are under 18, we have to get consent forms signed in order for those young people to engage with us. That means we're going to houses and meeting their parents and connecting directly with parents and working with parents as some of these housing and other issues arise. So, again, we are doing the work of cutting through the red tape, but I think, it's nuanced, and we have to approach it with a nuanced approach. And I think there's a lot more work that we can do with our agency partners to expedite the support that we provide young people.
Thank you for that. And that was in speaking to staff in Monzi and African American male engagement about some of the young people, just trying to get anecdotes about what they were hearing. That was literally, the response I got was a lot of young people require they don't have a license. They may not know where their social security card is or birth certificate, and just may not have somebody in their lives that can walk through a lot of the things that it takes to get a job, and that's assuming that they're of age to work. Obviously, some of these young people that I've even encountered as young as 8 years old are not getting a job is not an option for them. They need other support, other services. And so I just want to thank you all for approaching it in this way, because I do not believe we can solve this challenge without looking at this from a holistic approach, and also looking, on a better understanding of the complex nature of the challenges and the trauma that our young people are experiencing, our young adults are experiencing in the city of Baltimore every day that lead to what we're seeing on the streets. And so I just want to thank you all for that and for your work. And this, I know that if there are issues with red tape, I would hope that, if there's actions that the council can take to expedite or alleviate some of those pressure points, we would absolutely like to be a part of that conversation moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Burnett. I am going to come back around to Councilwoman Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask a couple of Councilwoman Porter's questions, if that's all right with you. She's asking, what are the mental health connections, partnerships that are in need for these young people? We want to ensure that they have added connections for these young people and their families. Have there been any connections through community health worker navigators to ensure that mental health services are provided?
Sure, thank you for that question. So one of our main partners is a mental health provider, Keys Development. And so we work very closely with Keys Development as we, kind of implement some of our programs. And so Keys, the beautiful thing about the work that they do is it's culturally relevant, right? These are, these are leaders in our city who are from our city and who can connect with our young people in a very real way about mental health, as we all understand and know about the stigma in Black communities in particular around mental health. And so, again, just want to acknowledge that there is a lot of work that is happening in that space, and yet and still it's not enough. Even through your work, around trauma-informed care, our young people are grappling with and dealing with so much trauma. And so a big part of the process is getting them to open up and really talk about and then start to deal with some of the trauma that they experience. So mental health supports are absolutely a part of our process. The other real challenge that we're seeing is we're seeing a number of young people present with substance use disorder. And oftentimes they're presenting with substance use disorder very young. And so, we are doing some work to connect those young people when they are ready to partners that can support them around substance use disorder.
Thank you. Those connections are really critical. And I think that we both, the Councilwoman and I, acknowledge and have started to, or will be starting to work on the vast substance abuse crisis we have in our city, that in addition to many other things that we are dealing with. Her second question was about an intervention manager. I think you mentioned this before with the crisis teams. What are some of the outcomes that the intervention manager and the methodology that can be shared with other agencies and community-based organizations like We Are Us? So I guess what she's talking about here is, given all of the work that you're doing in terms of intervention, can that be something that can be, we've talked about what those are, but can that also be replicated in other situations like gun violence and like going in with organizations such as We Are Us, in addition to the work that's being done?
Yes, we have to have individuals on the ground who understand the environmental spaces that they're going to on the ground. So, yeah, we are in the process of looking at, my colleague and I work with agencies such as We Are Us, because they do a good job of intervening on the ground. But even with them, we still have to have lead individuals to be able to engage individuals in particular. So we're gonna have to do that carefully, but we do have the individuals who are willing to do that, and we'll be able to eventually do that in a scalable way. So, but again, we have to be thoughtful in terms of the individuals that we choose that, again, can go into the spaces where individuals are in any group. Here we're talking about going to a squeegee corner, but there are other instances, and Director Jackson can attest, where individuals are on the corners that we're trying to engage, and their hustle is totally different. It could be pharmaceutical sales, and you have to have the right people who can go to that space and intervene. And those individuals need all of the services about which we've spoken here during this meeting. So we have to do that carefully and thoughtfully.
And I think what the Councilwoman is saying here is that no matter what environment, let's just take those two because you mentioned it, that the systems should be set up in the same way in terms of the intervening, in terms of the referrals, in terms of the case management. And so I think we just want to hear that that's, it may not be exactly the same because, there's other data sharing and privacy issues and all of that, but that if we are intervening in young people's lives in a certain way, shouldn't we be consistent in doing that, even in whatever environment we approach them and meet them where they are?
Yep, and I think we've heard we've heard Director Jackson and her team talk about the services and supports that they are providing. And so, when they are working to reform systems so that we can quickly move, individuals into housing or what have you, that also benefits us. Right. And so I want to be clear that the model that we have around our credible mentors and around our outreach workers that intervene on corners where young people squeegee is very similar to the work that's happening at Safe Streets and the work that's happening on the ground in other communities. And so this is that holistic approach that she mentioned in her opening remarks. It's not just that we're doing it around violence, we're also doing this work around squeegee, right? And so, I just wanted to acknowledge that there are lots of similarities in the approach and in the work, and to underscore that whenever we're able to change a system, we've changed a system. That means all, individuals that are participating in that system are able to benefit from that system. So if we streamline housing, then that means Dr. Bunley and I can streamline housing for a squeegee worker. And so that is the important work of systems change that we are doing in this administration.
Thank you. That's extremely important, and I appreciate that. And I'm happy to help on, obviously, the housing front, since I know it best, but however else I can be helpful. I think that's it. She's got one more question, but I can ask that on the next round, and I have one more of my own.
Sure. Thank you, Councilwoman. And I don't see anyone with their hands up. Councilman Cohen. Councilman Burnett. All right, we'll move on, and I've got a couple more questions. I want to direct this one to the State's Attorney's Office. Once again, to better understand for the carrot and the stick of this, the stick and how we've been thinking about it. When charges are brought, when charges are brought forward, how is the State's Attorney's Office generally proceeding with these cases?
Well, I don't mean to get in the weeds, but what charges? I mean, are you talking specifically about solicitation, aggressive solicitation? Are you talking about a crime that occurred because of the solicitation?
I guess you can probably answer all of those things. I think first, what is actually coming down by way of charges? Are we seeing solicitation charges? Probably not, I'm guessing. And
that would be correct.
And then to that effect, for the example that I gave to the commissioner earlier, by which someone pours a bottle of water or Windex or whatever on someone's car or hits a windshield, in those cases, as they come down, how are we dealing with those?
So the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office prosecutes all victim crimes, including malicious destruction of property, as well as an assault against somebody, which would be a victim crime. So if a charge were to come down concerning a victim crime, which I guess it has, I mean, I don't want to talk about any cases, but we would prosecute that. In terms of solicitation or aggressive solicitation under the Baltimore City Code, we have not received any charges concerning those that I am aware of to date. Now, they may be in conjunction with another case, but not standalone.
I see. And maybe I won't get into the weeds on that. I understand there's some questions about what we can even do there constitutionally. So I'll stay out of that in the meantime. I had another question for Deputy Mayor Leach and to Dr. Bunley. Either of you can answer this question, but Dr. Bunley, you gave an example earlier by which we'd been helping a number of young people, and those people were then replaced by new people. I was curious to that effect, given these are networks, these are people that often know each other, they're coming from similar or the same neighborhoods, or they'd been on these intersections or corners with each other before. Are we leveraging those networks to provide support services beyond the immediate people that we've helped? and how are we doing that?
Absolutely. Our work considers the peer-to-peer relationships. We are able to get individuals to certain spaces because of the influence of peers on peers, right? So yes, we're leveraging those relationships essentially.
And I guess it's sort of a piggyback to that question. We talked a little bit about, Deputy Mayor Leach talked a little bit about younger kids, 7, 10, who are not eligible to work in the city. These kids should be in school.
Take it.
What kind of work are we doing with our schools? One, to help these young people, because they're not showing up to school, so I would imagine that's some sort of early indicator.
Yes.
Are we getting ahead of those things? How so? What services are we offering, and how are we working with our schools?
So one of the things that we've had to codify, that's the term we use in our office, the work, when we see our youngsters, they fall out and break out into 2 categories. They are the school age youth, which we call SAY, and the non-school age youth, which we call our NSAY. With our NSAYs, those are individuals who are basically have in their mind they've quit school, right? But they still want to do something. They're out there squeegeeing, but they've quit school in their mind. And so again, if they're school age, we always want it as the first priority, we want to use our re-engagement relationship back to school. But we stay with them. We ride them out to wherever they are. But then we have our school age youth, and if we meet them on the corner, and I have to be careful with this because I don't want I don't want there to be a mad rush to the corner for the purpose of what we do for them. But we have a process, once we get them, as Deputy Mayor stated, there's a FERPA form that you have to get permission to engage with underage young people, and particularly around school. But once we do that and we find them on the corner and we get the permission from the parent, when we talk to the parent, then we put some of those youngsters in what we call our ABC process. And we have an ABC process for non-school age youth. But the ABC process, that if you attend school, you're not a boarding school anymore. In other words, I don't see you doing school hours. You're not on the corner. You're in school. You have a form similar to when many of us were in public schools, we had the conduct slips. You didn't have that, Director Jackson, because you were such a great student. But we have these conduct slips, and it looks at our attendance, their behavior, and their course performance. And they're in school, and they're attending what we have available after school, because our goal is to get them off the corner. We use that selectively with young people, because again, the resources which we call for our own children, we call it allowance. Ebony, you might have had allowance, that if you're doing well and doing what you're supposed to do, your parents put a little money in your pocket, or somebody, if you didn't have to work. Well, we do the same thing with a select group of our youngsters as we look at the personal growth plans for them.
To that effect, do we have tracking mechanisms for where each person is engaging in these various systems? So for instance, I guess I haven't asked this question, but how many young people are we estimating are on these at these intersections?
Where?
How many young people do we estimate are at these intersections? Is it 100? Is it 200?
We've touched, right now, actively, we have 117.
Okay.
We know that are active, that we're touching right now.
Got it. And out of those, I guess 117 is the closest possible to the universe.
67 of them are school-age young people.
School-age young people.
Right? And 50 of them are NSAY. And the NSAY are the individuals in their mind who have decided they've quit school. So those are the individuals who would come through this process that the Deputy Mayor talked about, where we're finding out what it is that they want. First of all, encouraging them to finish school, but if in fact they've made up their mind, and they want to work, so we find a way to assist them in that once they go through our process.
Got it. And then for the various needs for these young people, we talked about school, we talked about food, we talked about housing, we talked about mental health, and in some cases clothing. Do we know of those 117, how many we've offered these services? How do we keep track of that kind of stuff?
Yeah, we're getting ready to be more granular in terms of tracking those, but yes, we do that work because we do personal growth plans with all of them. And in the personal growth plan process, they articulate what their need is. But again, Tracy had to leave, but we're now going to look at, because that's the same question that your colleague asked.
Got it.
We have to deal with.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Councilman Cohen. I see he's got his hand up.
Mr. Chair, Glover needs to be elevated.
Thank you.
And I can defer to Councilmember Glover. I don't know that he's had a chance to speak yet.
I'd say go ahead for now. We're still trying to find him, and we'll just keep it moving.
Okay, this is going to piggyback off of sort of the thread of, or your previous thread. I really think our school system needs to be at the table, both in acknowledging that these are all of our kids and we all have a shared responsibility for them. And to your point, that many of the young people have dropped out of school. And so I could be wrong. There's a lot of people that have shown up, but Deputy Mayor Leach, is the school system participating in our Squeegee Collaborative? I don't think I've seen them there. And I think this is an issue where they need to be part of not just the conversation, but the solution.
Yep, so that's a really good question, and actually someone raised that with me after yesterday's meeting. So Dr. Deborah Brooks, the new executive director of the Mayor's Office of Children and Family Success, just retired from Baltimore City Public Schools after serving for more than 25 years. So she just retired, I think, maybe a month ago. And so she does bring that important school system perspective. But we will ensure that we have someone who is currently working in the school system at the table as a part of those conversations.
No, I appreciate that. Thrilled to have Dr. Brooks on the team. I think she's phenomenal. She has a storied history in city schools. I think she's a great addition to the administration. And I think that it's critical that we have, both North Ave, administration, and, I know there are many teachers, coaches, and other folks who should be part of this conversation as well, because they have direct contact with kids every day, and especially for the children that Dr. Bunley mentioned that have not dropped out yet, that school staff can be a phenomenal mentor or a way to keep kids engaged.
Yep, we're aligned on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. We're going to turn it over to Councilman Glover.
Cool. Can you guys hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, thanks. So I had some troubles with my phone, and I apologize to my colleagues and also to the agencies for not being able to be there in person. I have more of a statement, and I have more of a encouragement to you guys as opposed to a bunch of questions. And the reason why I say this is because, I was once one of those squeegee kids 40-something years ago. And I think that what I see is the media create a narrative as if these individuals are all bad people, and that's not the case. One of the reasons why I'm here today on this council, and it kind of touched my heart early on when I heard that kid spoke, is because that very same guy that's in front of you today, Dr. Andre Bunley, is like 80% of the reason why I'm here on the city council today, because of an opportunity that was given to me through him. And I think what we see more than anything is that many of our kids are dealing with housing issues, and we're not getting to the ground root of the causes that make many of these individuals go out and squeegee in the first place. mental health is the biggest portion for the reason why these young folks are on the corners. Some of them are trying to survive because of the fact that, you know, many of their parents aren't here, some are incarcerated, some are dead, and they're trying to provide food for their younger siblings at home. Makes me about at home, some of them don't have a home. Some of them are today living on the street. And at times, I ride all through downtown Baltimore, and you see a lot of these young people that are still homeless, laying on the streets of Baltimore City, and it's troubling to me. I am grateful to have a mayor, city council president, and some of my colleagues that are on the city council that are born and raised here that understand what has really been going on in Baltimore City majority of all our lives. We got to get to the ground root of this. It's going to take all of us to be able to change the trajectory in which these young people are living in today. I think that the mayor, and I give kudos to the mayor, for his deputy mayor, for his staff, like Andre Bowen, and those individuals that understand, because we could talk all day long and answer the easiest question of what we're going to do. But the hardest question is how you're going to do it. And what I'm saying is that give this agency an opportunity to change what has been going on in Baltimore for over 40 plus years. It's not going to happen overnight. It's been 2 years that they've been in place to help these squeegee kids. And you got to remember, some of these squeegee kids just don't want the help. And it's hard, it's tough. But in order for us to really focus and change and create the narrative of change, is that we got to not allow the media to dictate to us what is wrong with our children or how we should address the issue. We all know, those of us that are from Baltimore, and many on the council that are here, that have been in the neighborhood, they understand as well. We've got to come together and make sure that we are where the rubber meets the road, meaning a collaborative effort, and we all together with these agencies make sure that our young people are protected. This is the only way it's going to happen. We can't just rely on a deputy mayor. We can't rely on just Marcy, the mayor. We can't rely on just Dr. Bonley. We all have to do our part. Again, I want to say to you guys, continue to keep doing the work that you're doing. I'm here 100%. I don't know if your colleagues are help. Again, it's about me with
Councilman, you're breaking up.
I'll hear.
Councilman, we can't hear you. You're breaking up.
I'll end there. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councilman Glover. We appreciate you. I am going to turn it back to Councilwoman Ramos. I understand you had another question from Councilwoman Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of them was already answered about the role of the school system. So I appreciate that. I know my other colleagues had the same question. The other is around Deputy Mayor. The performance measures that were outlined in the 2023 budget for MOCFS, I believe, I don't have it in front of me, unfortunately, that there were performance measures for the Mayor's Office of African American Male Engagement, and wondered if those metrics also correspond with the ones that you all are using now for performance evaluation, or if you're going to change those metrics in the new budget.
Thank you for that question, Councilwoman Ramos. So I want to be clear about one thing in particular. So the Mayor's Office of African American Male Engagement is under the mayoralty. They are not under MOCFS. So in this year's budget, those two agencies were separated. So the performance indicators for MOAIM should not have appeared under MOCFS. And I am not sure, but I do not believe that they are broken out in the budget book specifically for MOAIM in this fiscal year, but that is something that we can work on for the upcoming fiscal year.
Yeah, I will look at the budget and have a better question for you there, so that we can get that later. And then I had a question so I have always had positive experiences with the young man on the corner cleaning the windshields. As a matter of fact, one time I did not have cash, and a young person handed me a business card with a QR code that I could use to be able to do my Cash App for him, so I did not have to hand him my phone. And that was pretty amazing, right? There's some innovation there that I think we're not appreciating. And I just wanted to give a shout out to that young person. I thought that was amazing. I think I probably still have it in my bag. And it's that kind of spirit that I think is there. But I also acknowledge, right, that there are people that have had negative experiences. And we touched on it a little bit, but I'm particularly concerned. Obviously we've heard about the Cash Apps, that people have gotten, large amounts taken out of Cash App. And to those people who hand people their phones, don't do that, right? Like, don't hand somebody your phone. The second, thing is, that once a young person is rejected, it's not personal, it's just they don't have the money. And, there could be some frustration there. But then we've also heard of some other really, bad situations. And of course, the young person with a gun. And we need to acknowledge that. I believe strongly, and I've talked with the commissioner about this, and I've said it publicly, that there are lots of guns on the street. And our young people are feeling unprotected by us, so they probably are carrying a gun to protect themselves, right? And that's crazy. And so I need to understand a little bit more about how we are making sure that our young people, whether they're on the corners or not, are not getting those guns, and that they're feeling that they can get the protection that they need, because it's not good out there for our young people at all, whether it's economic, whether it's housing, and whether they're just fear for their safety. So if someone could talk a little bit about that. I know that there are people that are coming up to the corners and wondering if the young people have a gun, and that is concerning.
Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you, Councilperson. We've given our officers very specific instructions to make sure that when they are out there, and we have directed them to be out there, to do hourly checks at each one of the locations that we've spoken about. And while some may stay longer at locations than others, the directive is to do hourly checks. They are out there, number one, to make sure that we deter criminal activity in furtherance of the squeegeeing. And when they do commit criminal acts in furtherance, like criminal damage to property or assaults, we are enforcing that. We are giving guidance to make arrests on those cases. We have done that. Also, to be looking for individuals illegally carrying firearms. We have made arrests doing that as well. We made one on the very morning of the shooting incident at Light and Conway. We did it at President in 83. We have done that multiple times. We continue to look for people carrying guns. We want to discourage them from carrying guns Because the very individuals who are carrying guns are the very individuals who will use those guns and have those guns used on them. And that's part of the demographic. This is why MONSE is so important, because we want to make sure we can get them on a pathway away from that lifestyle and that bad decision of carrying those guns. So the officers have instructions to look for that. Yes, we want to protect them as well as protect the motorists that are going through those intersections. But we want to discourage them from carrying guns, and we want to enforce against them when we find that they do.
Now, I did want to address the portion of your question that was about the rise in payment app issues. So I think that's a really important question, and I think we need to spend a moment on that. So over the past several weeks, the mayor's office, MOAIM, the law department, and the state's attorney's office, we've been meeting to address this rise in payment app fraud cases. Our deputy solicitor, Ebony Thompson, has spoken directly with Block, who they are the company that owns Cash App, and they are in support of our efforts to be able to reverse transactions, to be able to pull data and close the accounts of individuals that are involved in Cash App theft. So we are working very diligently and working directly with Block on that particular issue. Ebony spoke directly to their counsel. Now, I do want to take a minute and a point of privilege here, just to really encourage our residents to stay vigilant when it comes to these payment apps. And I'm not just talking about with squeegee workers, I'm talking about with anyone, because there are challenges around protections with those apps. And so as a best practice, we are asking folks not to hand your phones to someone that you do not know. Additionally, we're also encouraging people to lock your phones and specifically lock your payment apps with either a PIN or facial recognition technology. Too often these apps are not locked. And so, you know, if we are able to prevent someone from getting into them, then you're able to kind of stop this issue in its tracks. So we know that this is very much a preventable issue, but we are already coordinating between the law department, MOAIM, as well as the state's attorney's office and BPD to ensure that we get a handle on the issues around payment apps and Cash App in particular.
Thank you. I appreciate the question, Councilwoman Ramos. I also appreciate the answer, and it begs another question for me.
Oh, Mr. Chair, may I just say one thing on that issue? Ebony Thompson, Deputy Solicitor. Again, Councilwoman Ramos, to further that piggyback on what Deputy Mayor Leach was saying, working directly with Block, they are also issuing a warning in addition to the City of Baltimore, how we're issuing a warning to our residents. They want to issue a warning to all of their users that we feel they would be more comprehensive on the same things of instituting a two-step verification process. So if someone is either taking your phone if you roll the window down too far, or if you hand them your phone, just different measures to take to protect yourself. So thank you.
Along that line of questioning, for Commissioner Harrison, knowing that we now have this relationship, do we pursue folks who have conducted Cash App theft, dare we call it that?
Absolutely. When those complaints are filed and reports are taken, working in consultation with the deputy mayor, those are active investigations. And when we identify the perpetrator who likely has a bank account and who does that, we are absolutely pursuing criminal charges against those individuals.
Thank you. Councilman Ramos?
Yeah, can I ask a follow-up to my question? And I appreciate the dialogue on the Cash App. Commissioner, we have talked about this before, but I'm wondering, and I saw you were before Congress the other day asking for more help for tracing guns into the city. Again, on the gun issue, you know, I'm particularly disturbed that there's guns out there. So even if we're trying to encourage them not to use them, they are there. And so we need to figure out a way not only to make sure that they're not there, but that they're not giving them to somebody else to use. And more importantly, that we're not getting more guns into the city. And so I wonder if you can talk a little bit about some of the work you're doing to try to bring in more partners to help us with this issue, and how to make sure that we're not getting more young people with illegal guns.
Well, thank you. And yes, we did make a strong argument about guns coming into the city. There are no gun stores in Baltimore. We know half or more come from outside the city, but within the state. The other half come from the other 49 states into our city. We want to make sure that, number one, we have to deter young men from carrying guns, but there's so many guns out there. We actually have more guns than people in the United States. So there's estimated 400 million plus guns, and those are the ones we know of. And they're less than, only about 300 million people. So we have partners, in federal partners that are working on this problem daily. Straw purchases where people purchase guns on behalf of other people who cannot because they're either underage or they're prohibited either in the state system or the federal system. We have many of our members from BPD working at ATF and have federal credentials to do that work so that they can actually go across city and state lines to investigate and arrest people who do it. We have members from our police department working at the U.S. Attorney's Office and our firearms intelligence unit who are doing that work to assist in federal cases. And we're trying to not just track the guns in the hands of the shooter to hold the shooter accountable, but where those guns came from so we can hold others accountable who produced that gun and saw to it that it wound up in the hands of the shooter. All that work is being done by both BPD members who are in state government and federal partners, and we meet and go over that work every single month in my conference room, led by the U.S. Attorney.
Yeah, thank you. I think holding the manufacturers accountable is important. I know that there's a few lawsuits here and there. I know the city just filed a lawsuit on the ghost gun issue. And then, you know, it's just so critical to make sure that we're not getting those guns back in. So I appreciate the detail. Thank you.
And one more thing.
Sure.
We did talk about not just the insurgents, but the growing demand for the ghost guns or privately made firearms, which have increased exponentially more than the traditional guns that you can buy from a store. So we're seeing more and more of those ghost guns hit the streets of Baltimore. They've been in the hands of people as young as 13 years old. Purchase them with a credit card, they can be delivered anywhere and they cannot be traced. It's an increasing problem for us, making the crime fight harder, but it's happening everywhere, but it's exponentially high here, and it's something we're focused on as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ramos. I actually, my next question is more of an opportunity I want to extend to Ebony Thompson to talk a little bit about the city code and legally the ups and downs of where we interact with the city code on this issue. Can you give us some insight, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Ebony Thompson, Deputy Solicitor. The Law Department has been reviewing the relevant case law, and we believe that panhandling and solicitation are First Amendment protected activities. And what that means is that any limitations on that activity is going to be subject to judicial scrutiny. And what that looks like is any enforcement strategy that we implement with the city, it has to strike a balance between the legitimate governmental interests and public safety with the constitutional rights of the workers. So when we take the legalese out of that and we look at it, we are acknowledging public safety is a very important concern. It is a very important interest. However, the First Amendment rights are very important as well, and you can only infringe on those rights to the level and the limit that is required to secure and prevail and uphold the public interest and safety. Now, I want to highlight that the mayor's strategy and what this administration is implementing by using the collaborative effort is meeting that test. That's what's allowing us to meet that test and why it's so critical and it's so important, and why the Law Department has been at both of the first meetings for that. Because what it is allowing people to do is bring the business downtown community in the room, bring the community at large, bring the nonprofits, bring the squeegee workers themselves in the room. And not only are we talking about intervention, but we're talking about enforcement. So if we are narrowly tailoring our solution and our strategy to that legitimate public interest and safety, we will meet that test and we will uphold any scrutiny or any constitutional challenge and be able to defeat that, because we believe that's important for the city as protecting the city with the law department. So that's where we stand on that, sir.
Excellent, thank you. That helps a ton, I think, to, at least for me, because I didn't know any of that, to sort of set the stage for what we are able to do. And yeah, I just really appreciate that. Thank you. I have a number. I could go on for days with questions, and I'll spare you that. There are maybe two more things I want to ask. One is going to be a request from the committee, and that would be to provide an aggregated report of all the metrics that you guys are tracking. This is for our interactions with squeegee kids and so on and so forth. I think it's been really helpful for me to understand that this is a universe of roughly 117 young people. We know what that universe is. It changes, but I'm sure it's not going to be 200 people tomorrow. And understanding where they interact with us and where we fail to meet their needs to get them off of these intersections is going to be really helpful for, I think, us as the council to figure out what we can do, if there's anything we can do. So that would be really helpful. My last question is, and I think we kind of danced around this, we talked about schools and how we work with and engage with schools. Being that these are young people who are typically still in our school system, also these are people, all of them have families. And I'm really curious at what point, of course we're engaging with parents, but then extended family as well, to figure out where there are gaps in what they're able to provide them, and how we can leverage those family relationships to meet those needs. But if there's any insight on that, that would be helpful as well. The crux of the question is, how are we engaging families? Essentially, these young people's supposed support services that should exist, but maybe aren't meeting their needs in the moment.
We get to families through young people, and we get to young people through our quality connected relationships. When we get through those quality connected relationships, that is the discourse between the young person and the staff, you get that there is no family, or there's no perceived support from family, right? But whenever there is, or there is they articulate that family exists, but there is no real connection. So any guidance that we give it always in some wholesome way, unless we hear real rejection of that idea through the young person. So we have a lot of disconnection. We have a lot of trauma in our city. And so that's why it's important that we talk about language of what success is, all of those things, because family becomes sometimes the individuals who are just working, that events care, right? From the perspective of the youngsters with whom you're dealing. So we get to family when the family is involved. We have 30 youngsters up at Coppin, and the ones whose families are involved, you see it. I mean, they're dropping them off in the morning and picking them up if that is the case, and in there are other instances where individuals are catching the bus, et cetera. So it varies, but we get basically to family through our young people. And the only way you can do that is to build the relationship, and then they'll begin to tell you all of the things that they're going through. I mean, Davion just didn't tell me those things until we had a quality connection, and I was able to center with him about my circumstances, and then he began to share it, because he was just angry. He was a youngster that was on the verge of graduating, could graduate, but was totally way off the path for graduation. We brought him back to the path. He graduated Maryville High School, right, and was working, but he was way off because he had entanglements with the law. And we're still working with him through that right now. So in his mind, just that commitment is that we're family. So it varies, but we always do family through young people for the most part, because we meet most of our young people on the corners. And then through our relationship, we're able to kind of see what kind of support they have.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. And I think, as we think about, we talk about the deep-seated issues that lead folks to end up on these corners. A lot of it, young people coming from broken or damaged homes. And sometimes those homes aren't irreparable, but sometimes it's a matter of figuring out what those homes need as well. Sometimes it's housing, sometimes it's a little money, sometimes it's food, but oftentimes it leads to our young people out here squeegeeing. And so I don't think I have any other questions. Any additional questions from the committee? Councilwoman Ramos, Burnett, Cohen, Costello. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. We're going to open up for public testimony. For those that are going to be in person, we're going to have you line up to the podium. For those that are online, please use the raise hand function and we'll acknowledge you. We'll start first with the folks who are here in person and can testify personally. As you walk up to the podium, please make sure to introduce yourself, your name for the record. Speak clearly into the microphone, and you can feel free to take down your mask in order to talk.
How are you all?
Can you speak into the microphone just so we can get you?
I came today to help out.
And quickly, I just want to note, there's a 2-minute time limit. I'll begin timing once you've introduced yourself. Please, go ahead.
I know that everybody here has a solution to the problem, and so do I. I have been at the Baltimore Inner Harbor for almost 30 years as a shop owner. I came there when Rouse owned it. GGP took over, and then now we have Akshiani from New York. He put everybody out, okay? He put 5 guys that was making $50,000 a year. He put out heads at the Belfry. He put out everybody, and he wouldn't accept my rent. He said he was going to renovate the Inner Harbor and make it beautiful, and everybody would come back in time for baseball season. But it's been 3 years, and nobody has come back. He took the money from the city and skipped town, okay? I would like all of us to go to the gallery today and have lunch and go shopping and just have a good time. But we don't have a gallery because the 10-year-old kids, 15-year-old kids close it down. The management, our security, and our police department didn't work together to save the gallery. We don't have it anymore. We're not having Harbor Place no more. I'm going to ask the commissioner and the police department. We're on the red brick. I'm still there. I've been voted into an outdoor entertainer for many years. I'm going to ask the police department, please, the red brick that is behind the Inner Harbor, the Cheesecake Factory, they are riding bicycles. They put the bicycles way up, and they hit the tourists in the head, and they send them to the hospital.
Ma'am, can you conclude soon? You've gone over your 2 minutes.
I have a little hearing impaired.
Okay.
I'm a senior citizen, and I apologize for that. I don't hear you.
You've surpassed the 2 minutes. If you could work toward your conclusion of your testimony.
I don't hear you, sir.
Time.
Oh. 2 minutes. Okay. And we have a bicycle lane in front of the harbor that the mayor put there. It's great. But they have made the red brick behind the Cheesecake Factory a bicycle lane. There's no bicycle riding after 10 a.m. They're hitting our tourists, our baby strollers, everybody, and they mean to hit them. I'm going to ask the police department to enforce it. No bicycle riding on the red brick behind the Cheesecake Factory all the way down to the Rusty Scupper. They're putting everybody in the hospital. They're knocking them down. And the police department told me that. I have witnessed all of the crime, okay? And I do have a crystal ball because I have hindsight. We could stop the crime today. Are they going to storm this building? Yes, they are, like they did in Washington. We need to bring in the Coast Guard. We need to bring in the National Guard like they did the last time, and they came to the harbor and they protected us for over a week. Nothing happened because we had Big Brother. We need Big Brother, the National Guard, the FBI, Coast Guard. The mayor needs a backup. Protection for him not to be hurt and for us not to be hurt here in our beautiful city. We need backup. I go through this when I go down the Harbor East. I go try to buy my food at Whole Foods. I can't. They hit my car. They want to break my windshield. They do everything to me. I go to Johns Hopkins 3 times a week to dialysis. I can't cross the bridge, okay? They sprayed the chemicals in my eye. I can't see. I got police report. We all suffering, okay? It's elderly abuse. It's bad, but we're all going through it, okay? We can't walk, we can't drive, okay? If you'll have a committee, I like to volunteer, I like to help, I'm powerful, okay? I want to help. We got a bad problem. They're shooting people in front of our eyes. We need a Big Brother. We need something. We need to protect this building so it doesn't get stormed. We need our city not to be broken up, okay? But everything we got, we're losing it.
Yeah.
There's people that are buying $3 million condos here on King Highway.
Ma'am, if you could work towards concluding your testimony, we'd really appreciate it so that everyone else can testify as well. If you could just begin to close, that'd be really appreciated.
I volunteer. I'll help with anything.
Okay.
We're in a crisis.
Ma'am, it's time. It's time. And
thank you.
Thank you. And
I hope
we'll make sure to get your information if there's.
Could get the bikes off the red brick. It's one crime that we could solve today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Always a pleasure, Council, here and there and afar. I'm going to speak as a community leader, an activist, and an advocate, all of the above. And one thing that you said, Dr. Butley, that make a lot of sense, you know, this is our city, not just the mayor's. And we should be very proactive in our partners. I'm really concerned when we say housing partners, who are these partners? Because I know of a lot of homeless youth that's laying around downtown. When I do outreach, I know they're there. I know a lot of their locations, even in vacant and abandoned houses. And I'm really concerned to know housing partners and how we are engaging our homeless youth. When it comes to the corners, you know, everybody have different experiences. I always feel like, look, I'm proactive. I pull my money out before I get there. you know, because I don't even want the problem. But it's good to engage, but being able to engage and collectively allow partners to work together with all the resources. The funding is very important because, like you say, you have to subsidize situations. Well, we house a lot of individuals a lot, and subsidy is a big word for us. I know the partnership that we have with ROCA. ROCA deals with a lot of youth, a lot of homeless youth running into problems. I haven't heard their name mentioned today, but I will shout them out because they stay on my phone and some of my other partners. So I think when we're looking at partners, let's say effective partners and the type of partners that want to end not only what's happening with our children, but with our homeless youth as well. And I think that's real important that we have an open discussion about that. And Commissioner Harrison, we need the hot team back. We need to have individuals to engage individuals with certain specific needs. And you know, I love your officers, I love all of them. But let's put the resources in place like a buffer to protect some of us out here on the street all the time, okay? I love you guys. Be blessed.
Thank you so much. Please proceed. State your name for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My first name is Lukman. My second name is Abdullah, and my surname is Thornton. Today, humbly, I first want to thank everybody for all the efforts that they've made. What I'd like to do at this time is broaden out some of the other spokes that are in this larger wheel that need perhaps to be taken into consideration so that we can make further headway on getting to the bottom of the problem and actually solving the entirety of the problem. So first, there are already some laws that are in existence when enforced could assist with the problem. The problem that, or the climatic event that brought this particular event in this building was a father and a husband had his life taken away as the result of a firearm being discharged. So firearms, in terms of somewhere between the trickle-down practicality of how they're being discharged and how young people are getting access to them, are being taken to entirely new levels. Levels beyond simply being shipped in from out-of-state lines and being constructed privately. And I hope that those levels are being brought further to the forefront and for discovery. Okay. I think that it would probably be best for the sake of time just to simply leave off theories and conspiracy theories about, you know, I was watching the video with the lawyer representing the young man, and you know, when I hear the undertones of, you know, the revolution will not be televised and those sorts of things, we want to leave those off. This isn't a racial situation, okay? This is all people. The way the city of Baltimore, and this is key, the way the city of Baltimore is situated, it's one of the largest cities next to Washington, D.C. It has multiple entry points. People come to Baltimore for a number of reasons, and they have to use those major arteries. And within the past several years, when those major arteries are utilized, one of the first interfaces that people of all walks of life come to have to confront are individuals walking around. They could be homeless, they could be squeegee carriers. So it's not just about race, and it's not just about squeegees, and it's not just about the small firearms, because all of those things at some point are probably just going to become obsolescent. And the construct of Baltimore City changes.
Thank you,
the
sir. If you could
demographics.
conclude, that would be helpful.
Okay, so one last solution that I have written down, and I'm sure that there are many, is that the idea of just having the individuals that do the squeegees, if they're not private solicitors, have a lanyard of some kind of check-in process. Maybe like if you go into an event like here, or if you're checking into a fair, you get some kind of band with your name written on it. Okay, and that way there's a system of reporting, and there's a system of keeping accountability of who individuals are. We shouldn't have to hunt for individuals if something goes awry. So I believe that's enough. As a matter of fact, if any of you gentlemen want to see the rest of what's on this paper, I'm available to you. Thank you.
Thank you. And before you begin, I just want to know for folks that are joining us virtually, if you'd like to testify, please use the raise hand function and we'll acknowledge you after this last piece of testimony. And for those that are joining us by phone and can't raise their hand, we'll go number by number to check to see if you are here to testify. With that out, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Dolores Wright, and I'd like to start by just thanking you all. Just to hear the advocacy is just so important. Thank you so very much. I'd say, but for the grace of God, there go I. You know, our children are in just a terrible state. I'm with the company, and I'm gonna just put this plug out because I think the company is just perfect for what's happening now with youth who are 18 and over. And many of you have heard of prepaid legal, you've heard of Legal Shield. The name has changed to Prepaid Legal Services Incorporated. And they're looking for entrepreneurs. They're looking for young folk. They don't ask you for a resume. If you're 18 and over and you're a good person and you want to earn some money, this is the company that you want to be affiliated with. The services, we have lawyers throughout the country, let me say quickly. It's throughout the United States and Canada. Families purchase a legal plan and their children are covered up to age 26 if they're living at home or away at college. While my grandchildren were in other states in college, my daughter had the service. One grandson got into an issue. They called the attorney that was in Massachusetts because, again, it's throughout the country and in Canada. I'm going to leave some information. I want you to think about entrepreneurship in just at another level, where these young guys could move from squeegeeing, if that's such a word, to true entrepreneurship. It's, the company's been around for 50 years, and I love it. I love it. I've been doing it since I retired, and I'm going to leave some information with you. Kids, our children need help, so hopefully this will help.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
All right, and we're going to move on to testimony from folks that have their hands raised on the WebEx, starting with Jay.
You hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. You have 2 minutes.
So I appreciate all the work everyone's been doing. My question is really simple. What's being done to restore law and order on the corners immediately? You know, being a victim of a squeegee incident myself that was, was on Conway and Light Street about a year ago, I contacted the police who did nothing. I had a conversation personally with the councilman, Eric, and the police commissioner. And, we kind of came to an agreement that, there were programs that were ongoing and they were working. And I had two options at the time. I said to him, what would you have me do? I can report this as a crime. I can go down to the, town hall or whatever it is and report it as a crime. And you know, the perpetrators would have my personal information. And I have, you know, a family to think about. And so it didn't really leave me any option but to agree with them and say, okay, let's see how the next year goes. And unfortunately, a year's gone by and things haven't improved. You know, as a local business owner and, you know, someone that frequents the city, it doesn't make me want, it's not something that makes me want to come into the city on a regular basis. I like other motorists will tell you, they avoid certain corners deliberately so that they don't have a possible altercation. So to wrap it up, I really just want to know what's being done immediately to protect the motorists. I see, you know, I hear about a lot of things about the squeegee kids and underprivileged, and I definitely respect that, but the motorists are the ones who are suffering. The business owners are the ones who are suffering on a daily basis.
Thank you, Jay. Unfortunately, we don't, this is a time to testify, and so we don't field questions. But I think your point is well noted and something that the department is very aware of so far as meeting those needs. I'm gonna go to you right now. We have one other person in person before we go back to the folks who are joining us virtually. Ms. Trueheart, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Trueheart. I live in the 8th District. I'm glad to see all of you here. Unfortunately, I didn't hear anything new from the administration. And this is a subject that is near and dear to me. I ran a program for the squeegee kids several years ago. I had varying outcomes because their needs are so specific that you can't do a program on the cheap, and that's what the city does. It treats our children as though they're an afterthought, and that's not good. And I'm here to say that we need stronger programs that support the children. It starts in the home. They're not in the homes. They're basically living on the community. You can call it living on the streets, but it's the community. Surf couching. Housing is a big issue of young people. I've heard nothing about the Department of Housing. Why aren't they here? They need to be here. They need to identify a certain number of vouchers that we can get these young people. And whatever the rules are, I think you said earlier that the rules go out the window when we're trying to do this. So I'm gonna hold you to that, in that we need exceptional leadership on this matter. We have a large police presence here today. That scares me. I don't know why, because most squeegee folks are not breaking the law, and you can say that there's a law not to be in the intersections. Yeah, I get that. But these kids are trying to make a living, and we need to make exceptions for them. There was a young man here earlier, well, he's not that young, but he's an ex-NFL football player. And he proposed to me today an idea. And he says he wants to do everything he can to legitimize what they do. He says give them licenses, set goals, set a bar for them to obtain a license. That's a good idea. Now, what we have to do to make it a legitimate business, I don't think nobody is addressing it. I think we've looked everywhere but. And sure, it's difficult to take a 13-year-old, a 12-year-old, a 10-year-old and put them up as a legitimate business owner, but we may have to do that. So I think it's worth considering. In my program, what I found was these kids were so needy. It started with basic official documents, identification cards, birth certificates. That takes a lot of effort. Even today, one of the squeegee, we took him to GI Medical. Today, they still call me to set up his appointments. It's really criminal when you think about it. This child is on the street. Where the parents are, I don't know. But, you know, why is a 65-year-old woman having to be responsible for a 13-year-old? Not good. We need to help these kids in a very different way. And everybody talked about doing traditional things. They do need traditional help, but a lot of it is out of the box, out of the ordinary, and you cannot solve those problems with traditional means. I'm sorry, but I get emotional about this, and it's hard for me to talk anyway. And my stroke has affected me, but my point is, let's really, truly think out of the box to solve some of these problems, because you can't lock your way out of the problem arresting people. It's not gonna work, because these kids are too young to be in jail. They need to be given a chance to live. And whatever we have to do, we need to do it. And the first thing is, what is the budget set aside to help squeegee kids? I haven't heard that addressed. Did it get talked about? I want the local control bill signing, because that's important to me too. You know, we're gonna abolish the police department. Did I say that? Yeah, abolish the police department and take their money and put it to the squeegee kids. But that's another subject.
I gave you more than 2 minutes.
Yes, you did. I always get more than 2 minutes.
I appreciate
Ms.
you.
Leach, I was told to introduce myself to you. Here's my card. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, but we need to talk.
Thank you, Ms. Trueheart. Appreciate you. We're going to go back to folks joining us virtually in WebEx. Next, we have up Kim Lane. We have ML.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Conway, Mr. Chairman. I live in Charles Village on St. Paul, so I regularly come in contact with the squeegee workers at St. Paul and North. And let me just also say, I'm a transplant to Baltimore. I moved here 2 years ago. I didn't know what a squeegee worker was until I moved here, and I've had dozens upon dozens of interactions with squeegee workers. I try to keep singles in the car because I know I'm going to be encountering them when I'm driving. And overwhelmingly, they have all been where it was. I'm sorry?
We lost you for a second. Can you repeat yourself? You said overwhelmingly
Okay,
they have been.
Yes, I apologize. I was just simply saying overall that my interactions with the squeegee workers have been positive. I can only name one time where it was an unpleasant experience. I've had on occasion for the squeegee workers to give me the business cards with their Cash App information, which I thought was very helpful because it helped to keep traffic moving. But I do have to say, I'd be remiss if I didn't point out how disturbing the premise of this meeting is. I find it very disturbing that you have an angry, violent white man wielding a dangerous weapon, attacking Black youth, and then that person is shot and killed in what I believe is self-defense. And the media and everybody is in an uproar, and the narrative is, oh, these kids are so violent, and they're attacking people. And so what I haven't heard here today or this afternoon is, you know, we're talking about how we want to tell people to stay in the cars and don't give your phones to people. Well, let's come up with a message around don't get out of your car with a bat and attack people, because that's not helpful either. You know, that's violent behavior. And, you know, if you listen to some folks, you think that, you know, the squeegee people out here murdering folks and killing people every day. When in actuality, you have a violent white man with a dangerous weapon attacking Black youth. And so to me, that's just as big of a problem as a kid with a squeegee on the corner.
Sir, you've reached your 2 minutes. Can you please conclude your testimony?
Sure, that's it. I just want to thank you guys for, you know, addressing the issue, and for everyone who's genuinely working to come up with a solution. And, you know, I would just say, let's not demonize the squeegee workers. Let's, you know, be genuine about it. But also, let's come up with, you know, some standards to maybe lessen the aggression on all sides. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I want to address something. I think we've been very careful in this meeting not to make this meeting about that one incident. I think this is an issue that is certainly much larger than that one incident. That said, I think the approaches that we've been discussing here today have been far more nuanced than enforcing or otherwise. And I want to thank folks thus far for being very reasonable in their approach in that regard, and you know, appreciate the insight thus far from testimony. We have someone here who wants to testify. Please.
Originally, I was just going to sit and view and listen, because I'm told that I can talk a lot, but I wanted to.
All right, I'm gonna put 2 minutes
to
on
listen.
it, just so you.
But it is the last person's comment. Oh, you want me to
your name for the record?
I apologize. I should know better. My name is Nicole Hanson Mundell. I am the executive director of Out for Justice. Out for Justice is a grassroots group led by formerly and currently incarcerated people. And our goal is to change laws and policies that impact formerly and currently incarcerated people. And so when I heard about this hearing today, I thought the premise of this hearing was to address the issues that happened. So thank you for clarifying that, because I echo many of the statements of the last commenter about where's the empathy for our Black boy, right? We hear a lot of empathy for, you know, a gentleman that decided to take some actions in his own hands, and the empathy for that gentleman, but less empathy for the young man who was trying to make a living that day. And I agree with the statements of Ms. Trueheart. As radical as they may sound, we need out-of-the-box ideas. The traditional ways we've been doing business has been getting us back to this point where we're talking and talking and talking. And I agree that we need to know what the budget is, right? What is the budget as it relates to squeegee, our squeegee boys, you know? Could we allow more younger kids to have access to the squeegee program? You know, if a mother, if there's a young 12-year-old who's out there squeegeeing, could he be eligible, or she be eligible for that program? How could multi-agencies work together to figure out housing and social supports? And surely we understand when you're dealing with young people, the situation is very complicated because the parent is involved and these folks are involved. But I will what I do know is many of our young people are under the state is their parent. And so what happens when you find out that the young people who are out living on community, as Ms. Trueheart says, we find out that the state is the parent. At what point do we hold the state accountable? Because oftentimes we'll see that those young people are in foster care or have left the foster care home. And I agree, and I'll close out on the idea of bringing in the Department of Housing here, the city's Department of Housing, because that's a crucial department that is responsible at this point for navigating buildings and making sure that they run a building where I am, the Oliver Community Center, grossly underutilized building where infrastructure dollars could support the upstairs of housing our young people. Funding could be supported to Baltimore Safe Haven, which is an org that houses young LGBTQ youth. Why are, they should not have problems accessing funding, and other groups who house and support young people. So I think it's a multi-agency approach. It should be an out-of-the-box approach. We should not be afraid to do some things that we have not traditionally done. And if that means opening up city-owned buildings and investing dollars in city-owned infrastructures, not selling them to someone because the city doesn't want to manage them, but the city using whatever federal dollars we have to invest in infrastructures that the city owns, and hire people to manage these buildings to be able to house our young people, even if it's a day center. Even something has to happen to get the babies off the street and to be supported. So, out of the box ideas. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, we've got T. Sims. We're going to unmute you right now. You're unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. You've got 2 minutes.
All right. How you doing? My name is Terry Sims, and I just pretty much want to offer a couple of solutions. We hear all the time about what the problem is here in Baltimore, but not enough people are actually offering a solution. And I like what the young lady said just now, thinking outside the box, because I have an out-of-the-box idea. Now, it has to deal with the policing in Baltimore and the school system. All right. First, I believe we need to step into 2022 and start using the technology that we have available in 2022 to do the policing. We have ring cameras. I think the city should start a program to give every resident in Baltimore a ring camera, and every business in Baltimore some type of ring camera type of device, to where as though we can build up a surveillance grid around the city, to where as though anytime somebody commits a murder in Baltimore, it'll be easier for us to identify these individuals because they'll be probably caught on camera. You see what I'm saying? And the prosecutors will have an easier case to be able to get a conviction because it will be on tape. Also, with that's just one part of it. Of course, it will be gaps in the surveillance because of the vacant homes and everything. But once we build up the grid, we can figure out where the holes are, and then we can plug the holes. Also, with the school system, I believe we should put trades back into the school. I believe 9th grade year, all students should be able to come to school and learn about all trades, including cybersecurity, robotics, all the new age trades, not just carpentry, not just plumbing. I believe they should learn all different type of trades their 9th grade year. And then at the end of their 9th grade year, they should be able to choose what trade they want to learn. 10th grade year comes, they start learning on that specific trade that they chose. 10th grade summer comes, we put them into these vacant homes and start having them learn their trade on a paid training program. This keeps the kids off the streets and keeps them busy doing something other than being out here selling drugs or even squeegee. You see what I'm saying? 11th grade year, we do pretty much the same thing. 12th grade year comes, we have our kids actually graduate with a certification and a certified trade. And now our kids now have the power to go anywhere in the United States or anywhere on this planet for that matter, and actually be able to get a job and take care of a family.
Mr. Sims, if you could conclude your testimony, it'd be appreciated. If you could begin to wrap up, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Oh, I'm pretty much done. I was just wrapping up right then and there with the 12th grade thing. I'm just offering a solution. I know it's going to cost a lot of money, but my thing is, once we come up with a plan, we can find a way to pay for it after we get the plan. And I'm done. Thanks for listening to me.
Thank you, Mrs. Sims. Next up, we've got Kim Lane.
Hi, thanks for taking my question and comment. So I work in Pigtown near Washington Boulevard and MLK. And I mean, last summer and beginning into this summer, it was our local youth who were squeegeeing. We had a great relationship with them. DPW got them a trash can. They kept the intersection clean. Local businesses hired them. So I'm just using that as an example because how do we connect with Dr. Bunley and other programs? I mean, it's the folks like Ms. Trueheart said, we're in the neighborhood. We know our local young people. We even know how to connect them to resources. But if we had things like grant funds where we could supplement squeegeeing, maybe with helping seniors, other work, you know the gamut, in the neighborhoods, that would help us to either get them more quickly engaged because we have their trust with Dr. Bunley's office or other programming. I mean, I haven't seen a way how organizations like ours can engage in this solution. And also, I'm just, maybe they could get back to other folks like me who have this question. There did seem to be a shift, probably like 6-8 weeks ago, where older squeegee workers kind of took over many intersections. I mean, we've been talking about it along MLK, Sinclair and Moravia, and like our local kids, our local young people were kicked off their intersections. I'm just wondering if anybody knows why that happened. And then we also saw police calls at MLK and Washington Boulevard increase, whereas we hadn't had them before with our local younger people.
Thank you, Kim. Unfortunately, once again, we don't take questions. This is an opportunity for testimony, but I will offer the opportunity for Dr. Bunley or Deputy Mayor Leach to offer some sort of connection if partners like your organization would like to reach out and work with the mayor's office on this issue. Is there a contact information, Dr. Bunley, that we want to share?
Absolutely. We always accept support of individuals who want to get young people connected based on the infrastructure that we presently have to connect young people. Again, I talked about earlier, we're in the process of really expanding the network of people being involved. But I would just like to give the caller my work phone number, and then I'll get you connected. We could talk a little more, I or one of individuals on my staff, about how we can get you connected specifically if you see a young person that's seemingly disconnected, and we can help. So I'll give you the number now. And that number is 443-388-6864. Again, that's 443-388-6864. And when you call me, send a text as well to give me some context about this conversation, and then I'll get you locked in. Put your name and I'll lock you in, and then you'll get a call 100%.
Yep. And the other thing I wanted to add, I mentioned during my testimony, but we're going to be out on corners hosting what we call Resources to the Corners, or these pop-up resource fairs every Wednesday over the next month. So today we were out at President and Lombard. Next week, we will be at Mount Royal and North Avenue, right at I-83. The following Wednesday, we'll be back on President and Lombard, then we'll go back to I-83. So those events usually happen between 11 a.m. and either 2 to 3 p.m. And so any constituent, employer, partner, nonprofit can actually pop up and do engagement with us on the corners.
Thank you. Next up to testify, we have Dr. Stephen Sutherland.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You've got 2 minutes.
Okay, excellent. So I have a program. I'm a new not-for-profit in Baltimore. It's called Guardians of Greatness. I offer the young people a lot of excellent activities such as flight instruction, okay, where they can go and earn their private pilot's license, unmanned drone instruction, and some activities with trades and recreational activities. And at my program, it might sound like an excellent program. I think that everything that everyone else has mentioned is quite excellent. I was very impressed with what T. Mims said, etc. However, I want to point out that everybody in the community has the wisdom of how to raise and guide our kids. The issue in the community is not a lack of not-for-profits and programs and diligent people. The issue is the willingness to give billions of dollars in economic subsidies to corporations, right? And we find ourselves starving for resources in the community, okay? People have told me personally that they will not help, other not-for-profits have told me that they will not help me with my effort to engage the young people because they are afraid that I will take grant money from them. So we have a community here where you have a lot of people who are competing for what they believe to be scarce resources. So I believe that the resources are being kept scarce, and it causes us to fight among each other and have all this chaos with these epidemic statistics. Okay, I just want to point out, let's be really serious about what we're funding. Are we going to fund the community, or are we going to fund the rich corporations? Okay, that's my point. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Sutherland. Right on time for the 2 minutes. I always appreciate that. Next up, we've got Lisa Nugent. Nugent. Sorry if I butchered your name, Lisa.
Hello, this is Lisa. Yes, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You've got 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. This is Lisa Nguyen. Thank you so much for hosting this session. I really appreciate it. I just want to share my own testimony in terms of the intersections, and it's a huge source of frustration, fear, and it really impacts the quality of my life as a citizen and living in the city for 15 years. I'm sure others feel the same sentiment as well, and I understand it's multifaceted and there's a lot of factors at play, but it's also, to me, a matter of personal property. They spray my car without asking. They spray even when I ask them to not do it. You know, I'm really scared to drive around the city and to enjoy some of the businesses and restaurants. And I actually go out of my way or take the tunnel to avoid going in those directions. As someone who is invested in the city, I want to attract additional young professionals, traveling professionals. I work with the hospital communities, and we have residents and fellows that come in. They're here for a handful of years and they have a choice to stay. We have a lot of traveling nurses that I've hosted, and they've been offered to renew their contracts and they don't want to stay. And I think when we look at our tax base and trying to increase the population, families are moving out. This is something that even in my business, trying to have my company host meetings and events here to enjoy our restaurant and to the amenities, to do hotel stays for multiple nights, they choose not to come. Or if they do, it's for one day and they're like, they don't come again. And I think that's disheartening because I want our city to flourish. I want to see Baltimore do well, but I also know for me, I'm not comfortable with the workers on the street corners because I think there's a lack of respect that I feel. I'm okay if they walk around, but they still touch my car even when I ask them not to. I do believe that I would like to see more resources because I believe that these boys would rather have a job that's safe for them. And if we can find ways to create schools and courses for them to maybe build homes that can make more affordable homes, getting them into landscaping. Many of our medians are not mowed. There's a lot of job opportunities. If we can direct them into safe activities for them, I think they would welcome that. Or finding other ways of rec centers, recreational sports, reusing our school properties after hours to allow them to have a safe place for them to be kids. I recognize I don't know what it's like to be in their shoes. I hear a lot of the testimonies and I try to empathize, but I do know that we all want to be safe and we all want to make a living. And so I encourage us to continue finding ways that we can still encourage the professional and the businesses and the development as well as the kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. I think you've very delicately touched on the edges of all this. It is multifaceted. We have one call-in. We're going to unmute you, and if you'd like to testify, please let us know. If not, just say not. You can try to unmute yourself. This is the person with a number ending in 72.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you so very much. I greatly appreciate this meeting, and I wanted to echo the comments made by Jay and Lisa online, and I wanted to share my own.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Oh, greatly, yes, thank you. I'm Kay Peffley. I wanted to share my experiences, which unfortunately have mostly been negative when I have crossed these intersections as a driver. I have been surrounded with my car and unable to move it. I have been called nasty names. My license plate is dented where one of the guys kicked it. They have hit the sides of my car. They have sprayed my car. When they do the windshield, I can wash the windshield.
Your Honor, are you ready?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the late start. Let's get going.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the June 23rd, 2022 meeting of the Board of Liquor License Commissioners for Baltimore City. We have 10 items on the regular docket today, and we will begin. Item number 1, New Crosby's Pratt Incorporated, trading as trade name pending. Premises are located at 1846 to 50 West Pratt Street. This is an amended application to transfer ownership with continuation of live entertainment of a Class BD7 beer, wine, and liquor license.
For the record, Melvin J. Kaninsky, 320 North Charles Street, representing Ms. Crosby. This was approved before by the board. We hit the file and amend it, and the situation is, I don't remember any of you remember Marvin Miller as an attorney. He's been around a long time. His family owns it. There's two properties, 1846 and 1848, and then 1850. For some reason, they never had them consolidated. So we have to get two different permits, two different UNOs. That's been the problem. We now think we have that solved, and I think that one should not be a problem going forward.
So your client is Ms. Crosby?
That's Ms. Crosby.
And was she was approved for 46 to 48?
Oh, absolutely.
And do you know when that was?
Probably was more than 270 days ago, because that's the reason why we had to refile it.
Okay, but the restaurant is going to encompass 46 through 50.
Correct, and that's how it was reads on the license.
Okay.
Apparently the UNOs don't read that way, but it was done probably before we had electricity.
Okay, and is it open?
No.
And is it going to be open soon?
Once we get everything approved, yeah. If you know that corner, they have Bay Island Seafood that sells the crabs, and then the Hip Hop Chicken, and across the street's another crab place, and they've been there for a long time. It's a lot of people come to that area.
Okay. Commissioners have questions?
No questions.
No questions.
All right. All right, thank you. On the basis then of the materials contained in the amended application, which is essentially just to include another portion of the premises into the original approved location. And on the basis of the proffer by council, I would vote to approve the amended application to transfer ownership with continued live entertainment. Commissioners?
Based on the amended application, the proffer, the fact that we've already approved Ms. Crosby in the past, I too would approve this amended application to transfer ownership with the continuation of live entertainment.
Yes, based on testimony and materials provided today, I also approve the amended application to transfer ownership with continuation of live entertainment.
Ms. Russell?
No exhibits for the record.
All right, thank you. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Yep, thank you.
That concludes this matter before the board. Applicant and council will receive instructions on how to legally complete the transfer, which was preliminarily approved today, which by law must occur within 180 days of today's hearing. The next matter, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Item number 2, Redwood South LLC, trading as Werner's. Premises are located at 219 to 31 East Redwood Street. This is an application to transfer ownership with continuation of live entertainment, requesting outdoor table service, off-premises catering, and delivery of alcoholic beverages of a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license.
For the record, again, Melvin J. Kaninsky, 320 North Charles Street, representing the applicants. This is an application to change the ownership and licensees. The board had granted this license to Redwood South LLC, trading as Werner's. Mr. Burns is on the license now, and he's going to be on there. And he and his dad developed that property, reopened that whole area there, and they're getting going. Mr. Crumb's had 5-6 years in the restaurant business. He's there every day since it opened. And Mr. Narain?
Yep.
Yeah, he's there for, I guess, moral and immoral support, whatever they need at the time. And I think you're all familiar with the location, open for breakfast. It's, a fairly nice place.
So is this merely to add Mr. Burns to the
Mr.
LLC?
Burns is on now, same LLC, but we're taking the other 2 people off and adding Mr. Crum and Mr. Ashok onto
So
the license.
we had approved the transfer to Redwood Smith LLC in the past, is that correct?
Correct, that's correct.
And the issue is now who's going to constitute Redwood South LLC?
Yeah, Mr. Crum and Mr. Narain are going to be the new people in there. So it's the same operation, just 2 different parties. Because when they first opened, the Burns family really didn't intend on really operating it, but they had to get the license in, and then Mr. Crum's been there since they opened.
I understand. Commissioners have questions?
No questions.
No questions.
Okay. Anything further, Mr. Kaninsky?
No, I think we're going to get gravy for the French fries, though.
We shall see. All right, thank you. On the basis then of the materials contained in the application and the proffer from counsel and his explanation of why this is before us again, I'm sorry, I'm fogging up from this mask. I vote to approve the application to transfer ownership with continued live entertainment, outdoor table service, off-premises catering, and delivery of alcoholic beverages. Commissioners?
Based upon the application, the proffer from Mr. Kadinsky, I too would approve the application to transfer ownership with continuation of live entertainment, outdoor table service, off-premises catering, and the delivery of alcoholic beverages.
Yes, based on the testimony and materials provided today, I also approve the application to transfer ownership with continuation of live entertainment, requesting outdoor table service and off-premise catering and delivery of alcoholic beverages.
Ms. Russell?
No exhibits for the record.
Thank you. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you.
That concludes this matter before the board. Licensees and council will receive follow-up instructions from this agency on how to legally complete this transfer, which by law must occur within 180 days of today's hearing. The next matter, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
RGM Liquor Incorporated, trading as Park Lane Cut Rate Liquors, 4416 to 18 Park Heights Avenue. This is an application to transfer ownership of an existing Class A beer, wine, and liquor license.
Good morning. Bruce Kurlander, 201 North Charles Street, Suite 2102, Baltimore 21201. On behalf of Satwinder Singh, James Forney, and Ravinder Kaur, and RGM Liquor, Inc. This is, again, a transfer of Class A 6-day license at 4416 to 4418 Park Heights Avenue to the to my clients.
Can you tell us a little bit about them, please?
Yes. Mr. Singh will be the manager of the liquor store. All of the licensees have completed the alcohol certification program. Mr. Singh will be the primary manager. He will make sure that all the laws and regulations relating to the sale of liquor in Baltimore City are met, and he'll make sure that people are carded, that they're at least 21 years of age in order to buy liquor. Mr. Singh previously owned a restaurant in Baltimore City for about 10 years, and before that he was a cab driver in Baltimore City. Mr. Singh will retain the 3 employees other than the existing owners who are obviously getting out of the business, but the 3 employees who are Baltimore City residents will be retained. Mr. Singh will be a responsible owner of the business, and he will make sure, if anybody complains, he will get involved and try to remedy the complaint. He will also plans to attend local community meetings to make sure that everything is okay in connection with the liquor store. I also have Mr. Forney with me. He is the resident agent. He has lived in Baltimore for his entire life. He had a sign and a help me out, a sign and graphics company that he had owned. There is one change in the application in that the application indicates that Mr. Forney owns 10%. They've decided that he will not own an interest, but he will continue to be the secretary of the corporation, and that Mr. Singh and Ms. Kaur will own the other 50%, will each own 50% of the interests in the company.
All right.
There's all, well,
go ahead.
I don't know whether it was received. There were a couple local businesses that signed letters in support. There was a letter of support from a Rite Aid and from a Dollar General.
We don't have those letters.
You don't have those? They didn't make their way in?
No.
Do you have copies for us today?
Can I, let's see. I have a copy of what I filed with down on 1 North Charles Street. The letters are similar. Basically, though, the commercial businesses in the area don't want any of the other commercial businesses to fail. So the Rite Aid and the Dollar General signed in support of the transfer of this application.
So I heard you to say that you're going to retain the employees, which is fine, but there was last year a problem with a sale to minor, so I hope that whoever was involved with that has been counseled and we're not going to have any problems going forward.
I would just like to say that that was under the ownership and management of the current owners.
I understand.
And Mr. Singh is going to be very vigilant to make sure that that does not happen again.
Okay. Commissioners have questions?
No questions.
So you'd mentioned that the applicants will be attending community meetings. Have you reached out to any community associations in advance?
Yes, sir.
I think we'd have to swear him in if he's going to speak.
Sir, all those here to testify, please raise your right hands.
Gentlemen, raise your right hands, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. State your name for the records.
Lean into the microphone and tell us your name, please. You can take the mask off if you want.
I went to a couple of community offices. Satyendra Singh.
Morning.
Yeah, I went to a couple of community offices and they said, we will send you next time notices. The previous owner, he was not attending any meetings. So I told them, whenever you send the notices, I will definitely come and attend the meetings.
Okay, so you reached out. Thank you. And then the only question I had was for Mr. Blendy, actually, which is that Mr. Kurlander mentioned that the ownership breakdown for Mr. Forney is going from 10% to 0%. Go ahead.
That was a mistake. It should have been 50-50 between Mr. Singh and Ms. Kaur.
Oh, I understand. I understand. No, I understand it was a mistake. I'm not questioning that. The question I have for Mr. Blendy is, I wouldn't believe that constitutes as a material change to the application such that we have to delay today's hearing.
It does not, and Commissioner, the other matter is because the ownership interest is not changing as far as no one is taking 51% control. It can be amended. I think the Assistant Executive Secretary is correct that we would prefer that the board require a written follow-up from the applicant's counsel stating, but the board can consider the oral testimony today. And also for the record, you do not have to have an ownership interest. 0% is fine. The law just requires that every licensee be compensated in some form or fashion. So as long as you're willing to attest that Mr. Forney will be compensated in some form or fashion, then that is fine.
Yes, he will, and if you'd like, he will state that on the record.
Yeah, that's fine. I was just to clarify that the application on page 3 indicates a breakdown that Mr. Kurlander, I don't want to make this a big deal, Mr. Kurlander is changing, and so our practice is if something is a material change to the application that comes before us, we don't take the case that day. Right. We have to, re-advertise, et cetera.
But you're correct, Mr. Commissioner. Because these 3 licensee applicants are the same 3 named people, it is not a material change, and because no one is taking 51% control, that is also not a material change.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Anything further? Okay. On the basis then of the materials contained in the application, the proffers from counsel and testimony received, I vote to approve the application transfer ownership of this Class A beer, wine, and liquor license. Commissioners?
Based upon the materials in the application, the proffer for Mr. Kurlander, the testimony, I too would approve the application to transfer ownership.
Based on the testimony and materials provided today, I approve the application to transfer ownership.
Ms. Russell?
I call exhibits for the record. Board Exhibit 1, 2 letters of support from nearby businesses.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Good luck, gentlemen.
That concludes this matter before the board. Council and applicants will receive follow-up instructions from this agency on how to legally complete the transfer of ownership, which by law must occur within 180 days of today's hearing. The next matter, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Item number 4 on today's docket, JWH Bars LLC, trading as Lighthouse Tavern. Premises are located at 1224 to 26 South Clinton Street. This is an application to transfer ownership with continuation of outdoor table service of an existing Class BD7 beer, wine, and liquor license.
Morning.
Good afternoon, or good morning. Stephen
morning.
W. Fogelman on behalf of the applicant, Jason Harkinish, who's to my right.
Would you want to proffer, Mr. Fogelman?
Yeah, I sure do. This is it's an easy one, and it's close to my heart. Lighthouse Pub, 1224 to 26 South Clinton Street, just a few blocks away from my house in Canton. It's been a great bar for as long as I can remember, and I feel like I watched this guy grow up because he came to work at my favorite bar in Canton in 2007, Mahaffey's Pub on Dillon Street. He was a bartender there for over about 9 years before moving across Canton, across the neighborhood, to become the manager of the Lighthouse Cafe. At some point, he also became the city resident on the license, so he's already had his background check. I won't call the outgoing licensee an absentee licensee, but the bar was so well run by Mr. Harkinish that he didn't stop by every day, and there's never been a problem there. Mr. Harkinish knows the community association leaders on a first name basis. He met with the Economic Development Committee thereon, and they told him whatever you need. He's so close with them that this all bypassed me. So I didn't get a chance to ask Doug Kaufman specifically for a letter of support. But he's well known, and in fact, a couple of them said, we thought you already owned the place. So an exceptional manager. His team is all alcohol management certified, including himself. He's not going to make any fundamental changes to the bar, to the restaurant, to the kitchen. It serves excellent food, and it's just a good community bar.
Right.
Do you have anything in the file from any letters of support?
We don't.
Okay. But yeah, I'm proffering that he did sit down with them and that they were very supportive of his application for transfer of ownership.
I'm surprised with your practice that you refer to some facilities as your favorites.
Yeah, that's bad. I got to stop that. That was Mojave. I'll still say was probably one of my all-time favorites in Baltimore City bars. But there are some really good ones out there, and new ones that haven't even opened yet.
Okay, commissioners, have any questions?
No questions.
No questions.
All right, Mr. Fogman, on the basis of the materials contained in the application and your extensive proffer, and on the record here, which shows no violations in the history while Mr. Harkinish has been there, I'd vote to approve the application to transfer ownership with continued outdoor table service. Commissioner?
Based upon the application, the proffer from Mr. Fogelman, I too would approve the application to transfer ownership with continuation of outdoor table service.
Based on the testimony and materials provided today, I approve the application to transfer ownership with continuation of outdoor table service.
Ms. Russell?
No exhibits for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good luck, sir.
That concludes this matter before the board. Council has received follow-up instructions from this agency on how to legally complete the transfer with the board preliminarily approved today, which by law must occur within 180 days of today's hearing. The next matter?
Yes, please.
Upscale, number 5 on our docket, Upscale City Bar and Grill LLC, trading as Upscale City Bar and Grill. Premises are located at 2036 Eastern Avenue, and this is an application to transfer ownership of an existing Class BD7 beer, wine, and liquor license.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Peter Preface on behalf of the applicants. This is Chuck Edmonds and his son, Charles Edmonds.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. Do you want to proffer for them?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. This is a transfer of ownership only of currently Port City Tavern at 2036 Eastern Avenue. Mr. Edmonds, the senior, the purchase price is going to be $99,000, which is going to be payable at settlement in cash from personal savings. He will be leasing the premises from the current owner as well. He plans on being the full-time operator. The establishment has a kitchen, and he intends to utilize the kitchen. He tends to be open 7 days a week. He'll open around 11 to get started for lunch and until closing time at 2. He anticipates to begin with 3 employees on shift, 1 in the kitchen and 2 out front. He has prior experience many years ago dealing with alcohol. He had worked at the Hustler many years ago. Currently, he works with his wife in the he's the CFO of, what's it called again?
Clinical Solutions.
Clinical Solutions, yeah.
Our mental health.
And he's been doing that. I asked him what drew his attention to this establishment. He was looking to get into something, and his son is going to be, he's going to continue with his current job, but he hopes to bring his son in and teach him the business a little bit. But it's planned to be a neighborhood type of bar. There's no request for live entertainment. There's no outdoor table service there. Charles, the younger, works on this floor. He works for the Mayor's Office of Family and Children's Services, so he just ducked right over from here. But Dad's intending to be the full-time operator, and he's really hoping that his son will join him in this endeavor.
Will everyone be tip certified?
They will. Yeah. We've discussed that.
Okay, commissioners have questions?
No questions.
No questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Previs, then on the basis of the materials contained in the application and your extensive proffer, I vote to approve the application to transfer ownership of this BD7 beer, wine, and liquor license. I know there have been no violations since back in 2004, so it's got a good record, and keep it that way. Yes. Commissioner?
Based upon the application and the proffer from Mr. Previs, I too would approve the application to transfer ownership and concur with the judge's sentiment, and wish you guys luck.
Thank you.
Based on testimony materials provided today, I also approve the application to transfer ownership of the BD7 beer, wine, and liquor license.
Ms. Russell?
No exhibits for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck, gentlemen.
That concludes this matter before the board. Applicants and council have received follow-up correspondence from this agency with instructions on how to legally complete the transfer, which must, by law, occur within 180 days of today's hearing. Next matter, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Item number 6 on today's docket, Annapurna 108 LLC, trading as trade name pending, 2903 O'Donnell Street, and this is an application to transfer ownership with continuation of live entertainment and outdoor table service of an existing Class BD7 beer, wine, and liquor license.
Good morning, Your Honor. Frank Boozer on behalf of Annapurna LLC and the applicants.
Good morning.
If I may proffer into the record important facts regarding the application.
Go ahead.
This location is somewhat well known. It's right on the Canton Square, right next to Nacho Mama's. That's been there for quite some time. In my day, I remember 20 years ago, it used to be Rick's Cafe American with the open bay windows. It's been shut down for several months before my clients went in. And to their credit, and I can't remember the last time that this was the case, they've been open and operating for 4 months without liquor licenses, without the sale of liquor before this hearing. As a testament to their restaurant experience, their food, and their commitment to the service to the community. My client, Mr. Top, has been involved in the restaurant industry for close to 20 years. He started his career off in New York. In the last pretty much 10 years has been in Baltimore, and this is his first restaurant of any kind. And as I said, as a testament, he's been open in one of the biggest bar districts in thriving in Baltimore without the sale of alcoholic beverages. The hours of operation are going to be 10 a.m. to 11 p.m., and it's going to be a mix of Indian, Nepalese, and American food. Is that right, Mr. Tapa? It's my fault that we've yet to sign the MOU with the community associations because my wife had a baby last Thursday, and I just haven't gotten it off my desk yet. So as the board knows, the MOU for Canton Community Association is pretty much standard, and Mr. Tapa's been involved and going to be involved ongoing in the community association. So I couldn't think of a better applicant to provide that level of food service to a community that's sometimes plagued by excessive alcohol consumption and simply bar restaurants. If Mr. Fogelman was still here, I'd say that's Fogelman country. I think he's been there before, and I've talked to him about it. He said the food's excellent. Ms. Jenkins is, of course, our resident licensee. She's to be compensated on a yearly basis, and she works where I was this time last Thursday at GBMC Hospital. So it all connects. I think the applicants are fit and proper. I cannot stress, I can't think of a time that a client of mine has opened a restaurant without a liquor license and solely relied on their expertise in food service capabilities. But they've done well, and I'm going to ask the board to grant the application based on that proffer.
Well, congratulations. Did you have a boy or a girl?
A boy, unfortunately. I have some experience in boys, and boys are trouble. I know that.
Well, I hope everyone's healthy.
Yeah, they are, Your Honor. Thank you.
Commissioners?
No question.
No question.
Okay. And what are good vibes?
It's the name of the restaurant.
Oh, it's another restaurant?
It's
or is that going to be the name of it?
It's under the American Good Vibes Indian.
It's the Good Vibes American and Indian cuisine.
Oh,
That's where they're going to call it. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. On the basis then of the materials contained in the application, the extensive proffer from council, and any testimony received, I vote to approve the application to transfer ownership of this BD7 beer, wine, and liquor license with continued live entertainment and outdoor table service. Is he willing to have the MOU become a part of the license?
Absolutely.
So it'd be subject then to the terms of the finally negotiated and signed memorandum of understanding with the Canton Community Association to the extent those terms are enforceable by law. And I know for the record, this place does not have a history of violations.
I don't think so, Your Honor.
Commissioners?
No questions.
Based upon the application and the proffer from Mr. Boozer, I too would approve the application to transfer ownership with continuation of live entertainment and outdoor table service, subject to the terms of the MOU with the Canton Community Association once it's executed, to the extent that's enforceable by law.
Yes, based on the testimony and materials provided today, I also approve the application to transfer ownership with continuation of live entertainment and outdoor table service for BD7 beer, wine, liquor license subject to the MOU between the establishment and what's it, Canton Community Association?
Correct.
Okay.
Mrs. Russell?
No exhibits for the record.
And where do you work at GBMC?
Infusion.
In what?
The infusion.
I can't hear her.
Infusion Center.
Oh, I have a niece who works there, that's why I was asking. Okay. Good luck to you. Thank you.
Nice to see you, as always. Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you.
That concludes this matter before the board. Council's receiving follow-up instructions from this agency on how to legally complete the transfer of ownership, which by law must occur within 180 days of today's hearing. Next matter, Mr. Chair.
Yes, let's.
Item number 7 on today's docket. Luigi LLC, trading as Game On. Premises are located at 902 South Charles Street. This is an application to transfer ownership with continuation of outdoor table service, requesting delivery of alcoholic beverages of a current Class B beer, wine, and liquor license.
For the record, Melvin J. Kadensky, 320 North Charles Street, representing the applicant in this case. Ms. Lewis is the city resident that has not got no active part in it. Ms. Linthicum, you might have saw in a newspaper, they have the new concept where they have arcade together with the operation of a restaurant. They have a location in Annapolis where their licensees there, her husband's there, and they operate that in Annapolis. So they have experience in the business. Casey's been operating since the renewal times over the last several months have been very well received in the area. She will be alcohol certified and be familiar with the rules and regulations of the liquor board. Make sure that everybody that works there is alcohol certified, and they've been very well received by the neighborhood in the area with this concept. And I'm an old guy, okay? I'm an old dog. I like to see young people decide to do some things and try to breathe some life into it and get some younger people involved. And I think that's a real credit to open in Annapolis, which is a tough place to go, and also in this particular area.
Okay, commissioners have questions?
No questions.
Yeah, I just explain the concept.
Do you want, probably easier because I'm,
Not at all, but can we swear her in, please?
Yeah.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
Step up here. And
Give
It's
us your
like a
name.
90s theme retro
Excuse me,
arcade.
can you tell us your name?
Casey Linthicum.
Yeah, we're on television in the record, so we have to do that. Okay, good morning.
Good morning. So we have a 90s theme, like retro arcade bar. So we have old school arcade games, and then it's also a bar, and we have a kitchen and all that too.
And in Annapolis, it's the same. Similar.
In Annapolis, it's the same, yes. In Annapolis.
Which street is it on Annapolis?
It's on West Street. It's in a historic, like, old firehouse building, but now it's an arcade bar.
Fun.
Lots of fun.
All right, good to know. Thank you.
Do you have to put real money in or do you use?
It takes, the games take quarters and then also tokens, either
And
one.
do you get those little tickets like when I was a kid?
You
I went
don't,
to the
I'm
arcade,
sorry.
and at the end of the year, you got like
No tickets.
one thing that was worth a nickel for your whole summer of skee ball.
You get a pen.
Okay. All right, anything further?
Nothing.
All right, on the basis of the materials contained in the application, the proper from council and testimony, I vote to approve the application to transfer ownership of this Class B beer, wine, and liquor license with continued outdoor table service, delivery of alcoholic beverages, and I note for the record that it has no history of violations.
Based upon the application, the proffer, as well as the testimony, I vote to approve the application to transfer ownership with continuation of outdoor table service and the delivery of alcoholic beverages.
Based on the testimony and materials provided today, I also approve the application to transfer ownership with continuation of outdoor table service and also requesting delivery of alcoholic beverages.
Ms. Russell?
No exhibits for the record.
All right, thank you. Good luck, Ms. Lincoln.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
That concludes this matter before the board. Applicant and council received follow-up instructions from this agency on how to legally complete the transfer, which by law must occur within 180 days of today's approval. The next matter, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Item number 8 on today's docket. This is 4325 Blair Road Incorporated, trading as Shelton's Lounge. Premises are located at 4325 to 27 Bel Air Road. This is a request for a 90-day transfer hardship extension under the provisions of alcoholic beverages 12-1705B of a Class BD7 beer, wine, and liquor license.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sean Harvey, 309 South Conkling Street, Baltimore 21224 for the applicants. If I may preliminarily state that the applicants are actually, it's not 4325 Bel Air Road, Inc., it's Sheldon 2021, Inc. was the applicant. That's how it was requested. My letter of June 1st. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, we had many difficulties trying to get the inspectors through there, I guess because of their backlog through the COVID pandemic. We finally did get the C of O at the end of May, and we received a warning letter from your office stating that if we don't have this application extended by June 14th, then the application would expire. I sent in the letter to the board requesting this extension hearing on June 1st, and it said it was timely. We only have a few more things to take care of. I'm waiting for the health department food permit to come in. That's been applied for. Once we get that, we get the trader's license, and then I'm still waiting for the bulk transfer permit to come in, and then.
Do you think you can do it in 90 days?
Oh, yeah, we'll probably have that done before the month is out.
Okay. And was this just a typo on our part?
You respect the corporation. My belief is that the current license is held under 4325 Blair Road Incorporated, and when the transfer is approved, and that the board previously approved his new business entity, and yes, so I believe it's the confusion there.
Understood. Okay, commissioners have questions?
No questions.
No questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harvey. On the basis of your written request of June 1, 2022, and your proffer this morning, I vote to approve a 90-day transfer hardship extension for this Class BD7 beer, wine, and liquor license. Commissioners?
Based upon Mr. Harvey's letter of June 1st, 2022, his proffer this morning, I too would grant the 90-day transfer hardship extension.
Based on the testimony and materials provided today, I also approved the request for a transfer hardship extension for the BD7 beer, wine, liquor license of 90 days.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Russell?
Yes, have one exhibit, letter of support from Bel Air Edison Community Association dated, no date, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
That concludes this matter before the board. Next matter, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Item number 9 on today's docket, Gooder LLC trading as the Avenue Bar and Liquors, 1238 Greenmount Avenue, and this is a request for a 90-day transfer hardship extension under the provisions of alcoholic beverages 12-1705B of a Class BD7 beer, wine, and liquor license.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Peter Previs on behalf of the applicants. We were here before the board in January, and the transfer was approved. All the inspections have been completed. I just have a couple mop-up items that need to be done and hope to get them done before the end of June. I'm respectfully requesting 90 days. I have to get a comptroller clearance, the bulk liquor, and the director of, or law department clearance.
Okay, commissioners have any questions?
No questions.
No questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Previs. On the basis then of your written request of June 6, 2022, and your proffer this morning, I vote to approve a 90-day transfer hardship extension for this Class BD7 beer, wine, and liquor license.
Thank you very much.
Based upon Mr. Previs's letter of June 6th and his proffer this morning, I too would grant the 90-day transfer hardship extension.
Yes, based on the testimony and materials provided today, I also approved the request for transfer hardship extension of 90 days.
Ms. Russell?
It was for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes this matter before the board. Shall we read the final matter, Mr. Chair?
I guess so.
Item number 10 on today's docket, P&M Property Solutions LLC trading as Edna's Place. Premises are located at 2148 Wilkins Avenue, and this is a request for a transfer hardship extension of 90 days under the provisions of Alcoholic Beverages Article 12-1705B of an existing Class D beer, wine, and liquor license.
For the record, lastly, in the penultimate, is that what they just say, the penultimate
That's
case?
the next to last. Yeah.
Next to the last.
Yeah, so you're the last.
Second verse, same as the first.
Ultimate.
Ultimate.
Yes.
320 North Charles Street. This is another request. Everything is pretty much done. They had some plumbing problems they had to straighten out with the replacement of things. Most all of them are done, but in an abundance of caution, I'd like to ask for the 90 days in that particular location.
Okay, commissioners have questions?
No questions.
No questions.
All right, Mr. Kadensky, on the basis then of your written request of May 31, 2022, your proffer this morning, I vote to approve a 90-day transfer hardship extension for this Class D beer, wine, and liquor license. Commissioners?
Based upon Mr. Kudensky's letter of May 31st, as well as his proffer, I too would grant the 90-day transfer hardship extension.
Yes, based on the testimony materials provided today, I also approve the request for transfer hardship extension of 90 days.
Ms. Russell?
No exhibits for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Kudensky.
Thank you.
Good luck, folks.
That concludes this matter before the board.
Are we finished then, Mr. Blendy?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there are no more matters before the board. Do you have any final remarks?
No, you want to read the adjournment?
Yes, sir. That concludes all matters before the board on today's docket. The Board of Liquor License Commissioners for Baltimore City shall stand in recess until Thursday, July 14th, 2022.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to the commissioners and the staff and everyone who participated today. I wish everyone a happy and healthy 4th of July holiday, and we'll see you on the 14th.
Okay.
Off the record.
Committee will be holding a hearing on 3 different bills today, starting with 22-0242 is a charter amendment for accounts payable at the request of former Councilman Bill Henry, who, despite being the comptroller, still has legislative authority to put in bills, and so we're going to indulge him today. One note is that the finance director, Henry Raymond, was here. He informed me that his father had just passed away, and so I had asked him not to stay for the hearing, despite him being willing to be here for the hearing. He had an amendment that, it's my understanding, is okay with the comptroller's office and the mayor's office, and so we're gonna move that amendment today. But just so everybody notes, he was interested in staying, and I told him that that was not going to be necessary. And so I want to announce my... go ahead. I will introduce my colleagues who are here today. Councilman Costello, Council Vice President Middleton, Councilman Conway, Councilman Torrance, Councilwoman Ramos, Councilman Burnett. And so I will turn the floor over to Comptroller Bill Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to take up any more of the body's time than I need to. We stand by the report that's been submitted, and we appreciate the cooperation of the administration, not just to the Department of Finance, but also the Department of Law in helping to draft this charter amendment, and the mayor's office for supporting the idea of moving this small section of what is currently the finance department back to the comptroller's office so that we can focus on helping to fix the difficulties that the city has had in paying vendors for a number of years. And I'm here to answer questions if anybody on the committee has questions, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Comptroller. First up, Councilman Costello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Comptroller, I want to thank you for your leadership and for stepping forward on this issue. I do want to be perfectly candid with you. There was a significant deal of frustration with the administration this budget cycle regarding procurement and the challenges around it. Outstanding accounts payable just yesterday. I believe I sent to the director and deputy director invoices for a local catering company that were in the neighborhood of 100 to 125 invoices that have not been paid since last year. So I'm very hopeful that if there's anyone in city government that can help move the needle on this issue, it's you. But I also want to be very candid on what the expectations are, and that the current baseline is entirely unacceptable, and we need to make significant progress on this issue. Again, if there's I don't believe there's someone more capable of stretching that out and making the most progress possible. So that's all. Thank you for hearing me, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. If I could just say quickly in response, we are starting from the perspective that the status quo is not what we're going to base our progress against, but we're going to be basing our progress against the goal. And the goal is to pay our invoices in a timely fashion.
Thank you.
Council Vice President Middleton.
Just a statement. I also agree with my colleague, and I'm sure all of my colleagues will agree that we, from time to time, get calls and emails from constituents, businesses, women and minority businesses that really need their money. A lot of these businesses have been living paycheck to paycheck. And appreciate you taking this step to help cure this procurement issue. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions, comments, concerns? No. Okay. So first, I'm going to introduce the amendment on behalf of the Finance Department. We just handed that out, so all of you should have it in front of you. Basically, going from accounts payable, matters of procurement related to accounts payable should be managed by the Department of Accounts Payable in accordance with Article V13, Department of Accounts Payable, General Powers and Duties. 2, switching it to accounts payable, matters of payments and disbursements related to procurements shall be managed by the Department of Accounts Payable in accordance with Article V13, Department of Accounts Payable, General Powers and Duties. It's really just, I mean, you want to talk on it, or it's pretty, it's just a pretty simple just adjustment to clarify.
I'm happy to explain. There was concern, this language was put in to make it clear that even though the Department of Finance will continue to be responsible for the procurement process, that paying people is technically part of the procurement process. So this was put in to make it clear that the paying part would now be done by accounts payable, and the rest would still be done by finance. The amendment is being added to make it clear that this does not mean accounts payable doesn't have to follow the procurement process. And there was some concern about that, and so that's the purpose of this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? I would like to make a motion to accept this amendment. Seconded, motion by Schleifer, seconded by Conway.
You can do it for me.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, the motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to move Bill 22-0242, Charter Amendment Accounts Payable, favorable. With amendments. Moved by Torrance, seconded by Conway. We'll do a roll call vote.
Second by Ramos, favorable with amendments. Okay. Chair Schleifer.
Yes.
Chair Schleifer votes aye. Mr. Burnett. Mr. Burnett votes aye. Mr. Costello.
Aye.
Mr. Costello votes aye. Vice President Middleton.
Aye.
Vice President Middleton votes aye. Member Ramos.
Yes.
Member Ramos votes aye. Mr. Torrance. Aye. Mr. Torrance votes aye. Mr. Conway.
Aye.
Mr. Conway votes aye. Mr. Chair, there's 7 votes in the affirmative, no negatives. We can go to second read at the next regular meeting.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Comptroller, now that you have a lot of past due bills to pay, you can go back to work.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up, we'll hear Bill EA 22-0122, Amy McLean, member of Affordable Housing Trust Fund Commission. If you can come up to the microphone and tell us who you are and why you are interested in serving on this commission.
Good morning. My name is Amy McLean. I am an attorney at the law firm of Ballard Spahr. I I'm interested in serving on the commission. I've been doing affordable housing my entire career. Went to law school with the interest of doing child advocacy work and pivoted to community development because of the role that that plays and providing good places for young people to grow. In my capacity, I represent housing authorities and affordable housing developers in transactions across the country, including some here in the city. I've been a city resident since 1998 and am proud to be part of the city. Want to make a contribution back, and being on the commission is one way to do that.
Okay. Are you currently on the commission?
I am not.
You're not, okay. Are you familiar with the issues that are before the commission currently, or?
Yes.
Okay, so is there anything specific that you are very interested in working on as a member of the commission?
I think I would most likely want to become more acclimated with the sort of tenor of the contributions and the insights that are being provided. I know that the commission provides an advisory role, so
Gotcha.
assisting in that way.
Okay, thank you. Any question? Councilwoman Ramos? Yeah. Oh, you want it on also? Okay. We'll turn it on. Ramos and then Costello.
Thank you. Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Thanks for your willingness to serve. Can you explain a little bit about specifically what you've been doing in affordable housing currently? Is it being working on the legal side with making the transactions work? What specifically?
Yeah. So I represent housing authorities and developers that are putting together transactions to rehabilitate and maintain affordable housing or to develop new housing. And I assist in negotiating transactions with investors and lenders, coordinating issues with HUD, with state and local governments, depending on the funding sources, because these transactions require a lot of different funding sources, and so you have to figure out how to integrate all of that. So I do a lot of negotiation among those parties and supporting the clients in implementing their vision for what they're trying to do with that the particular community.
So you've been representing the developers like Penrose or some of the other folks that have been doing low-income housing tax credits?
And housing authorities who act as developers.
Okay, all right, yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Costello?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to commend Mayor Scott for this appointment. I don't know anyone who's more qualified for this position than Ms. McLean. I've known her for a number of years, resident in the 11th District, and am familiar with her professional work as well as her, I guess beyond professional, but the work you do nationally in this issue. So I look forward to enthusiastically supporting this appointment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Councilman Costello, would you like to make a motion?
Motion to move the appointment.
Second.
Moved by Costello, seconded by Ramos. We'll do a roll call.
Chair Schleifer.
Yes.
Chair Schleifer votes aye. Mr. Burnett.
Yes.
Mr. Burnett votes aye. Mr. Costello.
Aye.
Mr. Costello votes aye. Vice President Middleton.
Aye.
Vice President Middleton votes aye. Member Ramos.
Yes.
Member Ramos votes aye. Mr. Torrance.
Aye.
Mr. Torrance votes aye. Mr. Conway.
Aye.
Mr. Conway votes aye. Mr. Chair, there's 7 votes in the affirmative, no negatives. We can go to second read at the next regular meeting.
All right, thank you very much. Congratulations, Ms. McLean, and we look forward to having you on the commission.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now moving on to the last but certainly not least bill, CC 22-0234, ordinance police accountability. And I will turn the floor over first to Councilman Conway to just tell us where we are. This is the 3rd hearing that we've had on this topic. There's been a lot of work that goes into it, so I thank Councilman Conway for his work on this important topic. And if you can just give us an update of where we are, and then we will dive right in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and really want to thank city agencies, the advocates for continued communication back and forth on this bill. This is not an easy bill to pull together, and certainly not in a short amount of time. We have made some pretty substantial changes to the bill, or at least we're proposing so, many of which are pretty straightforward, some of which are not. And I think, we heard pretty loud and clear some of the requests and demands of advocates, but also some of the considerations with regard to charter amendments and so on and so forth that would be required to meet some of those things. There is still work to be done on this bill, but I think we are ready to move the bill today. And with that, look forward to talking through the amendments and jumping into it. Mr. Chair, do you want me to start going through amendments now, or? Sure. All right, we'll do that. So everyone should have received the amendments in their inboxes this morning. There are still a few pieces that are floating out there that we need to change based on conversations just before this hearing, but by and large, I think we're in a really good place. Basically, actually, I'll just go one by one. So Amendment 1, if folks have it pulled up, strikes on page 2, lines 27 in its entirety. And on that same page, in lines 28 and 29, strikes 4 and 5 respectively, and substitutes 3 and 4. This will remove some of the no longer functional police entities within the city. This bill won't be relevant to them because they no longer exist. Amendment 2 just clearly defines the meaning of public safety officer in the city. Amendment number 3 on page 3 strikes lines 18 through 20 in their entireties. On that same page, in line 21, strikes M and substitutes for L. Amendment number 4 on page 3 after line 27, it inserts in general, and on the same page in line 28, it strikes 13 and substitutes 17, and on that same page, strikes the beginning appointed, so on and so forth. What this amendment does is effectively changes the way that we make up the board. The board will be a 17-member board as opposed to a 13-member board. It's designed such that each council member will be able to recommend someone to the Police Accountability Board, and then the mayor would then have the opportunity to nominate that person formally. This is something that we kind of elegantly figured out with the work of the law department to make sure that we didn't have to do a charter amendment to make this happen. If the mayor rejects a recommendation of the council member, he'll have to do so in writing with an explanation. So I think this is an elegant solution to some of the issues that we've been having without resorting to a charter amendment. So it's a 17-member board. The mayor has 2 picks. Each council member and the council president will have a single pick. One of the mayor's picks has to be a youth member. Amendment number 5, page 4 in line 12, it strikes the colon, and on the same page strikes the 1, and on the same page, same line, strikes the semicolon, a substituted period, blah, blah, blah. I think those are just kind of cleaning up. On page 4, line 19, after becomes insert a police officer or on the same page, and strike the beginning with the on line 19 through and including education in line 22, and substitute a law enforcement agency on the same page. Strike lines 25 and 26 in their entireties and substitute for is or becomes a person required to file a financial disclosure statement as required under Article 8, Section 7-7, elected officials and staff, 7-8, agency officials and staff, so on and so forth. What this does is it limits the folks who can serve on the board to people who are not political appointees. What we don't want to happen is for any of the elected officials or especially the mayor to appoint folks from the mayor's office or from within our own internal teams to represent citizens on the board. So this was an elegant way to do that. Those that already have to fill out a financial disclosure would not be eligible for this board. Amendment number 7 is broken out into 2 amendments, and we're going to separate this out once we get to a vote on the amendments. On page 4 after line 26, so there's a 7A and a 7B. 7A says on page 4 after line 26, under prohibitions, it says no former police officers or employees of a law enforcement agency may serve on the board. So this excludes former officers from the board completely. The chair just asked whether or not that was going to be included in the packet. So the way the bill is amended right now, it's amended to completely block out all former officers, and then there's a section that allows either for no restriction on officers as a separate amendment, or to allow for a restriction of 2 former officers. And I've had a lot of conversations back and forth with my colleagues and with advocates on this issue. This is probably one of the most contentious issues in the bill at the moment. I'll advocate to my colleagues, and I've talked to folks just before this hearing, that we sort of strike a balance here and create a limitation of no more than 2 former police officers serving on the board going forward. The logic here for me is that former officers are residents just like every single one of us. And I think having retired, depending on how far out you are, I think you can have an unbiased look back at infractions that officers may commit in the line of duty. So I think there can be a balance struck here. The limitation of 2, though, I think is really important, because I think there's a point at which if we have too many former officers on the board, it completely eliminates the purpose of the board. So I think of those 2 amendments, I'm going to advocate for my colleagues that we support the second, which would limit it to 2 former officers, no more than 2 former officers serving on the board. Amendment number 8.
I have a question about that.
Please.
So that doesn't necessarily mean that there have to be members on the board. It's just if they are nominated through our nominating process and they happen to be officers, that, for instance, the entire council can't nominate officers, basically.
That's right.
But it may not be that officers even are nominated. We're saying that if they are nominated, there can only be a cap of 2.
That's exactly right.
So it's entirely possible there would be none.
That's exactly right.
Just wanted to clarify, thanks.
And so I think what would happen here is if we have 3 council members to put forward former officers as their pick for the board, this would be an instance in which the mayor would say we can't do that, and the mayor would have to choose one to reject. Any other questions on that piece? I think that piece is very important.
Hey, come to Mike.
Good morning, Nikki Thompson for Council President Mosby. I just want to ask for clarification.
Can you talk into the microphone, please?
Is this better?
Yes.
Yes.
Nikki Thompson for Council President Mosby. Can we do a little bit more analysis, maybe, or have some more conversation on 7A versus 7B? Because I get the point, and I appreciate you, Councilmember Ramos, for asking that clarifying question, but I would like for us to have just a little bit more discussion on the difference between a complete bar from having former officers versus the cap, and how we came to that conclusion, if possible.
Sure. So there was a lot of different groups of people that the original bill and the original conversations was set to either include or exclude. And so in going through and trying to create a fair and balanced bill, when you have, on a topic this important, you have different you want a diverse group because it brings different sets of experiences and thoughts on the topic. And so when you have people who are on two sides of an issue, if you exclude one side of the conversation altogether, then you're leaving out an important part of that. And what I've seen is that many times you have former officers or even current officers who bring to light issues that are going on with other officers. We've seen some pretty high-profile cases of officer misconduct that was only brought to light because of their peers and others who exposed that issue. They're the ones on the ground, they can see it. And so excluding officers but including everybody else didn't seem like a fair balance. Now, the state law prohibits current officers, and I think we all agree that that makes sense based on the nature of what the bill is. But this amendment here is to strike a balance and provide the ability, or lack of, not ability, but just not the exclusion to exclude one part of the conversation. And keep in mind, each one of these things, I don't know of any other board or commission in the city that has, I guess, such a ability for a diverse makeup, and the fact that you have each council member across the entire city selecting a member. I think that that's a great standard to set, actually. I wish every board and commission was formed the way that Chairman Conway has formed this one. And so, you know, I don't see this becoming an issue anyways, but I think that giving the council members the ability to appoint somebody, it's not even that they make that final decision. It then goes to the mayor. So the mayor right now essentially has the full authority to appoint people to all the commissions. Some of them, the council president also gets to make an appointment, but the mayor still essentially retains that ability. So if the mayor does not want any group or any, former officers or anything, he has the ability to strike down that nominee. So what we're saying here is, like, let's not tie the hands of the current mayor or any future mayors by leaving out an integral voice in the conversation.
Thank you, Chair Schleifer. Just another question, if I may. Have any, and you touched on it, and so my apologies if I missed it. Sorry to ask another question.
Sure.
But have other jurisdictions included caps like this that are currently discussing this issue? I know some of our neighboring counties have gone through the PAB process or started this process.
Can you repeat the question?
Have any of our other neighboring jurisdictions that have either started this PAB process or currently going through the process, do they have similar caps? And also, if I know we'll have another we'll have opportunity for public testimony, but I know that one of the main concerns of advocate groups was to ensure that the integrity of this PAB was preserved by not having former officers. Have they been consulted on this amendment? And if so, are they going to provide?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the beginning of that?
So
Yeah.
the other jurisdictions that have already passed this, have they capped the amount of former officers that can serve?
Not to my knowledge. So as I understand it now, there are other renditions of this that allow officers already, and there are no caps in those instances. I don't know if there are instances of caps.
Okay.
I do know that is our proposed solution to a concern of potentially having a scenario in which you could have a critical mass of former officers serving on the board. That said, I think this would be highly unlikely, certainly in the near term, but let's say over into the future, 20, 30 years from now. Let's say we just have a sort of former officer-friendly council and we just want to pack it. This would prevent that from happening, because I think the intention is to have a balanced board that is really thinking about solutions to police accountability and public safety. One, balancing the ability for officers to do their job, but also respecting the relationship with the communities that they are overseeing and policing. So I think there's a lot to be gained, I would say, regardless of having someone who's actually done the job speak about what that looks like, because the Police Accountability Board, although it doesn't have direct ability, except in the case of the chair and maybe 2 members to be appointed to the ACC to oversee individual cases, the Police Accountability Board will be, in many ways, a policy body to think about how we want to solve some of these issues going into the future. And when we're thinking about that, I think it would be a mistake in some ways to not have a former officer speak to that. I think also from a perspective, and in conversations with my colleagues, I think one of the concerns that I heard and I appreciate is just a matter of being consistent in our approach to this work. And there's a balance here. I don't think you can be all the way consistent and just allow willy-nilly former officers to sort of take over the board. We definitely don't want that, because I think that would then compromise the integrity of the board. But being consistent in the opportunity, I think, for folks to serve on the board, and to suggest that someone who is a resident, tax-paying resident of Baltimore City is ineligible for this board simply because of their former profession, I'm not sure that that quite strikes the balance that I think is most helpful. Although I do appreciate that if you do have a critical mass, like let's say we just had a critical mass of like some other perspective on the board, I don't think that would be helpful either. And so I think the 2-member cap for former officers is probably the most eloquent way to address that concern.
Thank you. And then my last question is, how did we come up with the 2-member cap? Was there any particular, since there was no jurisdiction that we got it from, was there any particular analysis there?
Sure. That was based on conversations with an advocate, understanding that there were concerns from conversations with folks on the committee. And it was a suggestion based on that conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I had a question, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Councilman Burnett.
So the current makeup of the Civilian Review Board, I guess, could be interpreted as allowing for former law enforcement officers to serve. However, one of the things that I do think is particularly helpful and should be of consideration is that the voting members or non-voting member advisory board model, which does have representation from the or designee from the Baltimore City Police Commissioner, NAACP, FOP, ACLU, Vanguard. Has there been consideration to having those with that law enforcement background serve in an advisory role instead of a voting role?
I think it's important to understand what the PAB actually does. The PAB, its primary responsibility is to receive complaints and then to fill the ACC. There will be 3 members from the PAB that will serve on the ACC, but it's really the ACC that will be directly overseeing complaints against officers, not the PAB. The PAB, as I mentioned before, is responsible for holding regular meetings with police chiefs in the city, and more so being, I think, like the regular work of the PAB is sort of being like a policy body to think about how our police entities in the city can address some of the behavioral concerns that officers bring up, and if they see trends, think about what changes need to be made to address those trends. So I think having an advisory body here doesn't, I don't think that really helps all that much. We didn't really consider it that way. I think, we considered advisory body for or like an advisory non-voting capacity, I think, for young people, but I don't think it was pretty much necessary here. Where I think it will be important is with regard to the ACC. We certainly don't want like a critical mass of the ACC consisting of officers. But I think once again, it's important to go back to, I think, the clarification question that Councilwoman Ramos asked. How likely is it to even have a single officer on the board is dependent on, I think, the council members and who they feel is best poised to represent their district. Putting this cap, I think, prevents too many council members from finding that as their solution, but it is very possible that we won't have any, so.
Thank you.
Shall I go? All right, I will go on. We are on, no, I'm looking at the wrong sheet, sorry. We're on amendment number 8. And so on page 4, line 29, strike the mayor shall appoint the chair of the board and substitute with the chair shall be elected. I won't read all that, but essentially the original draft of the bill allowed the mayor to select the board chair. We just changed that to make it a elected board chair by the board. Amendment number 9 on page 5 in line 21, strike violation of the law and substitute a conviction of a felony or crime relevant to a member's credibility for which the penalty and sentence has not been fully satisfied. And this would be an instance in which I believe, let me find it in the actual bill. I believe this is a case where we would allow for removal of a member of the board. Yes, so those are the one of the terms in which we could remove someone from the board. Amendment number 10 on page 5, strike serve without compensation, but and substitute shall only be entitled to such compensation as provided in the estimates. This allows for the members of the board to be compensated as delineated in the ordinance of estimates, understanding that these positions may require a significant amount of time. Amendment number 11 on page 6 in line 12, strike superior government authority and substitute chief, and in the same page on line 13, strike one or more and substitute each, and in the same page, same line, strike agencies and substitute agency, and on the same line in 20, strike complain and substitute complaint. This is just some clarifying language to make sure that it all makes sense. Amendment number 12 on page 6 after line 23, it asserts general, and on the same page in line 24, after must, insert publicly publish, and on the same page after line 31, require a board website. The board must maintain a public website where reports required under subsection A of this section are publicly published. So in this amendment, we require both, of course, publishing reports, but then even doing so on a website, realizing that having easy access for the public to see what's going on, understand the work of the Police Accountability Board is going to be important. And of course, the web is the way that we do a lot of things here. So amendment number 13, on page 7, strike lines 3 through 5 in their entireties and substitute a complaint of police misconduct may be filed with the board or its designee or a law enforcement agency that employs the police officer who is the subject of the complaint. And on the same page after line 8, insert if a complaint is filed with a law enforcement agency, the complaint must be forwarded to the board upon receipt. This amendment it seeks to create the process by which the board receives complaints, and then also requires that the board be notified by the department when the department receives complaints as well. We're going to hear a little bit from the department on this and some clarification on this, and we'll actually end up changing this probably in a second reader version. We'll talk about that a little bit later. And on the same page in line 11, strike or, and on the same page in line 12, strike the period, blah, 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 and insert forwarded to the board by the board's designee as authorized under 10-9 of this subtitle. Amendment number 14 on page 9 and line 16, strike violation of law and substitute a conviction of a felony or crime relevant to a member's credibility for which the penalty and sentence has not been fully satisfied. Amendment number 15 on page 9 and lines 22 and 25, after estimates on each instance, insert or supplementary appropriation legislation. This once again just allows folks to be compensated. Amendment number 16 on page 10 and line 26, strike determine if and substitute make determinations that. And on the same page, strike beginning with the comma on line 27 down through and including charged in line 30. Amendment number 17 on page 11 in line 1, strike superior governmental authority and substitute chief. On amendment number 18, on page 11, strike lines 14 through 16 in their entireties and substitute on completion of an investigation of a complaint of police misconduct involving a member of the public and a police officer, regardless of whether the complaint originated from within the law enforcement agency or from an external source. The law enforcement agency shall forward to the committee the investigatory files for the matter. And last but not least, amendment number 19 on page 13 strikes lines 1 through 8 in their entireties, and on the same page in line 9 strikes 4 and substitutes 2, and on the same page after line 13 inserts section 3, and it be further ordained that the Baltimore City Office of Equity and Civil Rights shall temporarily serve as the board's designee as provided for in 10-9A of this ordinance. Complaints of police misconduct in general and accept complaints of police misconduct beginning July 1st, 2022, and continuing until the board establishes a uniform procedure for filing complaints as required by 11-9C, complaints of police misconduct. This allows us to, on day one, begin working under this new system. So any questions? I know that was a whole lot. As you can tell, we've been working pretty tirelessly on this bill. I think most of this is pretty straightforward and clean up. There are some things that I think were sticky pieces. I'll open the floor, Mr. Chair, if there are any other questions about the amendments we put forward.
I have a question.
Councilman Burnett.
Thank you. So for okay, I'll defer to Councilman Torrance. You got it.
What's that?
Chair Conway, Councilmember Conway, Mr. Chair, the three of us have been consulting each other in terms of like the law enforcement officer membership. We're thinking if we can add language to the two members where there is no sustained misconduct charges against members in the public, in the general public. That way we ensure that if a officer is a member of the PAB, that they have no sustained misconduct charges against them for or against a member of the public, because we recognize that officers may have misconduct charges for uniform violations or not having a radio, all sorts of other things that may not be related to the public, but we just want to make sure that we split the baby down the middle on this one.
That was one of the things we considered, and I'm not sure if the law department can chip in here or if Ben from DLR, I don't see Ben in the crowd, but it was one of the things that we considered in we were initially pushing forward, but I think there was some difficulty in defining that.
We were thinking about adding under prohibitions on page 5 of the amendments, under 4, as additional language.
I was not privy to those conversations. Lisa Walden is not here. I don't believe she might be the better person to answer that question unless Michelle has had discussions.
So I think we can consider it for.
For a floor amendment on second reading.
We can consider it for the second reader. Yeah, I think because we did have this conversation, and I think there was.
We found out a way that we might be able to add it under prohibition.
Okay. Yeah, we can consider it for second reader.
Just for the public's perspective, we're adding under prohibition, so it doesn't impact returning citizens. Sure. So we're going to try to make it specific to the prohibitions for the 2 law enforcement persons. Oh, sorry. For the public's understanding, there is an amendment that would go under page 5, which is the prohibitions, paragraph 4, where it specifies the 2 former law enforcement officers or employees. What we wanted to add is language about no sustained allegations of misconduct against the general public. That way, it does not impact returning citizens being added to the board as well. So just want to make sure it's clear for the public to understand what the prohibition would be, and it would be explicitly tied to former law enforcement.
Can you explain that last part again? You were saying that you don't want it to apply to returning citizens. Can you elaborate on that?
So we're making sure persons who are formerly incarcerated are not excluded from the board. So in here, we have the explicit prohibition for just law enforcement personnel. So we just want to make sure in their service that there is no sustained misconduct charges against the general public.
While they were on duty as a police officer?
Yes, correct.
Not related to if it was off duty and they were involved in a situation. Is that what you're saying?
Those can also come in. So that's why we're saying sustained against the general public, because that still applies to their general police powers as well, because they can be then suspended because of misconduct. So we're just not trying to get deep into the legal weeds, but we're just making sure there's no sustained misconduct charges against them with the general public.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Council Vice President.
If I may, Mr. Chair, to further on Councilmember Torrance's point, my only question is, and this may be what Chair Conway was referencing earlier, is sustained going to be a strong enough threshold given just the number of charges that are ultimately filed against officers but are not sustained? Should we consider maybe broader language if we're trying to be as inclusive as possible? Because I agree with the points that you're trying to make, Councilmember.
So the other piece is that if we are bringing in and evaluating sustained, that means that we can look into their record as well as an officer. So if there's something that is I think if there's something that is substantially standing out as a pattern, if you have, there's a difference between having misconduct charges for your uniform multiple times in your entire career, and then there's a difference between having and looking at the explicit events in terms of what was sustained, not sustained when you were an officer. So that gives us an idea that people will have to look into their background.
If I could intervene here, I think to Nikki's point from the council president's office, I think sustained is maybe not the right language, but maybe convicted would be what we're going for.
No, sustained is the correct language.
Good afternoon, actually, morning still. For the record, Michelle Wurzberger, Director of Government Affairs for the Baltimore Police Department. We don't have an objection to that language, and it would be sustained because either the process now or the process that is coming, when the determination is made that the individual likely did it, that is a sustained incident. And so that is the correct terminology, sir.
So I think,
I have a question.
can we, I think this is something we want to consider for second reader. I think we want to figure out the language with the law department to figure out,
Sure.
It seems like sustained is fine from the BPD's perspective. Can it legally be held up is, I guess, the question.
I think sustained is a good word. It's used throughout the bill in a couple of places. So I think it would be the appropriate word to use.
I have a related question. To the Deputy Commissioner and to Director Wurzberger, it was my understanding that there's degrees of misconduct, right? And I don't know if you label them A, B, C, J, H, U, whatever it is, but we're considering this as, again, if we're going to have former officers on this, if by any chance former officers are nominated on the board, that they could not have certain misconduct, sustained misconduct on their record. And the councilman was talking about specifically those that are against a member of the public and not just the star was on the wrong place in their uniform. But do you have like specifically like level F is the way, and I don't know if that's, we can use that in, we'll figure it out, but do you know what I'm trying to say? So you have those levels.
Yes, ma'am. So we have serious misconduct and minor misconduct. Serious misconduct is any violation of a policy which gets you 5-day suspension or more. Minor misconduct is anything under that. So I would think what he's referring to is exactly what the statute says, any police misconduct involving a member of the public.
Got it, okay.
And then, which is of a serious nature, which means they received a 5-day penalty or longer, or you could have it just police misconduct involving every member of the public. The concern I would have about all sustained is there are a lot of people who get sustained for tardiness, lost their property, et cetera, which, doesn't really go against their integrity at all. So I would concur with you that if you use the terminology serious misconduct, which is under our rules is a 5-day suspension or longer, or use the terminology as the statute says, which is police misconduct involving a member of the public.
Great, thank you. And then to the chairman's question earlier, the three of us were considering initially having some qualifications for every member, and then we thought, no, let's not do that, because we want people who may have been formerly incarcerated, et cetera, if one of the council members nominates someone that way. So that's why we're just keeping it very close to this particular amendment, if you're amenable to that, Mr. Chair.
So I have a question, Mr. Deputy Commissioner. So when you talk about these different things that can result in a sustained complaint, so is that really the appropriate word? Or if we're talking about committing something against the public, what my interpretation is that if they had done something wrong against the public, whether it be assault, whether it be any of those things, but wouldn't those items, those serious items that we're referencing, because I don't think we're talking about if an officer comes in and forgot his name pin on his shirt. I mean, we're talking about if they did something to harm the public. Don't those items result in some like legal issues or potentially convictions of the crimes that we're referencing?
It could be yes, could be no. So if they were charged criminally, yes. You may want to also, but the ones you're referring to, the criminal ones, if they're convicted criminally, most likely they'd be terminated, right? So under MPTC, there's a terminology called good standing. In order to be a law enforcement officer in this state, you need to have a good standing. You need to be in good standing, which means that you don't have anything serious against you. You weren't terminated. You didn't resign in lieu of termination. You didn't leave the agency because you were about to be terminated. So what I would maybe suggest is you put in the language that no more than 2 police officers who are currently in good standing, because that way that would eliminate all the bad.
We're talking about former officers. We're not talking about current.
I can't hear you, ma'am.
We're talking about former, which I think that's what the deputy commissioner's talking about.
You have to be retired in good standing. You can resign, but you still have to be in good standing in NPTC.
Right.
You have to be. If you do not, you can't leave BPD. You can't leave BPD if you're about to be terminated from BPD and go work for Montgomery County. You have to be able to be licensed and controlled by the MPTC, which is the state regulation. And so everyone who leaves this agency gets either a good standing letter or they do not get a good standing letter.
Gotcha.
So that's every retired person. So if you put into the legislation that they must be a member in good standing with MPTC or with BPD, that's a simple database check.
So is there any scenario where somebody does something harmful to the public, like commits a crime against a member of the public, and they can leave on good standing at any point?
So a serious violation like an assault or a false arrest, I mean, those are termination cases. Anything to do with integrity is a termination case. Okay. Is it possible there was a discourtesy where there was a heated conversation and the officer used inappropriate language, and they were, which would be with the public, which they didn't get terminated? Yes. Though, I mean, those are learning curves that we try to go through to teach people, even though it's a heated moment, don't use inappropriate language. But the serious violations, the assaults, the false arrests, the thefts, anything criminal, for the most part, those are all termination cases, and they'd be not good standing.
So everybody who has left BPD in the past 30 years, they're either in good standing or not in good standing?
That is correct.
And how is that verified?
So we have a database system that we check. We just put their name in, and it comes up.
So if we use that language, good standing, we would be able to have access to confirm whether or not that person was in good standing or not?
That is correct.
Gotcha. Okay. Any other questions before we move on to the, are you done with your amendments?
We're not.
After sponsor.
You have a follow-up question to that?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So you said that I just want to clarify. So they had committed a criminal act, they would be in good standing if they had not been convicted or charged? Like, could you be charged with assault and not be convicted and still be in good standing?
So if you're charged with assault, so let's say you're charged with assault in a criminal court, and you're found not guilty. You're then charged administratively with assault. And if you're not convicted, you're not sustained either, because there has to be a proof level that you actually committed the violation. And if it wasn't proven in court, which is beyond a reasonable doubt, and then it wasn't proven at an administrative hearing, which is preponderance of the evidence, then under the statute, you are considered not sustained. So you'd be found not guilty. So the sustained allegation would no longer be in place. And we could not use the offense if it was never convicted. It'd be like you being charged with burglary, not being convicted. You're not a burglar. You weren't convicted of burglary. There wasn't evidence to prove it. So yes, sometimes people get charged. They go to the state's attorney's office. They go through a trial, and they're found not guilty. We then do an administrative charge on them. But again, the proof is lower, so we're more successful than you might be in a criminal court. But if there's not enough evidence to prove that, then you're not sustained. Then it's considered not sustained.
Okay. And as a follow-up to the...
Can I just ask a clarifying that same action?
That is correct.
You can take action against that officer, and you guys have done that.
That is correct, and we do that, and it is a lower threshold to, so beyond a reasonable doubt means is more likely than not, right? Preponderance of the evidence is you tip the scale. It's 51%, or it's actually 50.1%, that you did something. So it's much easier proof. So if you're not convicted in a criminal court, most likely you would be convicted in administrative court.
Gotcha. Okay. So there is a higher threshold for a police officer than a member of the public.
It's almost 2 bites at the apple, right? One's a criminal, one's an administrative. Gotcha. We normally, before this law passed, would wait for the criminal court to finish, because if you're convicted in criminal court, we only have to go to a trial board and submit the conviction, and it's virtually an automatic guilt. Under the new statute, it's not going to quite work that way.
So now you have to do it first because the timeline associated.
The time frame, correct. Under the old statute, we waited till after the criminal case. Under the new statute, there's no wait time.
Interesting. Wow. Okay.
So just one final clarity, because...
Can you talk a little closer?
Oh, sorry. One final clarifying question. So to your response to the chair, he asked, anyone that has had a sustained violation, I guess they will never, if you had a sustained serious violation, you cannot retire in good standing. There are no scenarios where that happens. Or are there scenarios where you can retire with a sustained serious violation in good?
So you can retire any day of the week that you want to retire. So
no. I'm saying but the label of like in good standing. Would you be able to get that if you've had a serious sustained violation?
Right. If you retire and you have a pending case open that has a possibility of termination, just a possibility of termination, when you retire, you are considered not in good standing, whether or not that case has been adjudicated or not. Now, you have a right to come in and ask for a name clearing hearing, to have a trial board on it to see if you in fact would be convicted. We haven't had one in the 3 years I've been here. But if people leave because there's an open case and they realize what's going to happen, sometimes they do retire, resign, and move on. They are not in good standing.
Okay, so, because I didn't think it was clear when you answered it the first time. So
No, but that was good. That did provide the clarity that I think we were seeking.
Okay.
Is that
Yeah.
you
In
can't
other words,
you can't run from it.
You can't run and hide and say, oh, I'm going to leave before you convict me. It doesn't matter. You're not in good standing.
Okay.
And if you're not in good standing, by the way, you can't get a firearms permit, which is like the biggest one. I mean, you can't go work for another law enforcement agency. You can't be sworn in anywhere. Like, you are restricted.
And soon you won't be able to serve on the PAB, according to the.
And you might not be able to serve on the PAB. And keep in mind, the PAB, as he mentioned, is a body to review, meet with chiefs, to review, publish. They're not assessing discipline. They're not looking at cases. They're not doing investigations. They're like sort of a body to review, discuss with chiefs the way to change misconduct in processes. They're not the reading of the cases, deciding discipline. That's the ACC.
No, I understand that. I just think for the integrity of the board, it's important that if the board is supposed to be providing that level of oversight and accountability, albeit not in an investigatory capacity, it's important that the people playing in that role do not have sustained violations themselves.
Right.
I think if that's the compromise that we're going with here.
Yeah, we concur with you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just a clarifying question.
Can you come a little closer to the mic?
Sorry, can you hear me now? Is this better?
Yes.
Just a clarifying question on amendments 9 and 14, and it may be best for the law department to respond. I just wanted to know, when we use the term sentence, if we could just have clarification on if that includes or excludes parole and probation.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part of that.
On amendment 9 and 14,
Yes.
where we have the language that says the finishing out the service of their sentence, I just want to be sure, just for my own clarity, does that include or exclude parole and probation?
Okay, let me see.
It would include.
And if
That's a
it
good
does,
question.
if we could add language to just clarify that, so that way.
I
we
think
can-
the language is ambiguous, and we should probably make that clear.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And what's your second question?
My next question is, I know we struck the requirements for membership for serving on the PAB, but we still have those same requirements for the ACC, and I wasn't sure if that was something that's statutorily required or.
Yes, we decided to keep that in for the ACC because this is a body that's going to be directly overseeing cases. And so with these cases, it takes, I think it's important to have that level of experience in those decisions. I think for the PAB will be filling that body. But I think it kind of starts there. So yes, it's going to stay on for the ACC is what we're proposing, but we took it out for the PAB.
Are any of our other jurisdictions doing the same requirements?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. That's all my
Okay.
questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions before we move on to public testimony? Okay, I'll go in order that I see you here. I'll just call your name. If you want to come up and speak, just step up to the mic, introduce yourself, and say whatever it is you'd like to say. Lydia Walter Rodriguez.
Good morning, council members. My name is Lydia Walter Rodriguez, and I am the region director with GASA here in Baltimore, co-convener of the Campaign for Justice, Safety, and Jobs, and part of the statewide steering committee for the State Maryland Coalition for Justice and Police Accountability. To date, the Baltimore-based CGSJ Community Coalition includes dozens of powerful organizations representing thousands of Marylanders from Baltimore fighting for police accountability and reform. As you know, CJSJ and MPA sent a joint letter to the City Council outlining several suggested amendments. In addition, the Council has heard dozens of community testimonies in the first two hearings, uplifting the urgency of incorporating these very community amendments. We are glad to hear that almost all of the suggested amendments were incorporated for the Council to vote on, and we urge the Council to vote in favor of the amendments incorporated. Yet there were two suggested amendments we did not see outlined that we urge inclusion to the bill. They include adding the provision for the PAB to have adding the provision for the PAB to have independent counsel, in addition to striking down ACC language in the PAB bill, which is duplicative. Finally, we ask that the option of two former officers on the PAB be struck down. I want to again uplift the coalition and community ask to ensure no former police officers or family members of officers have a seat on the PAB, as this will be a conflict of interest to a true community oversight body. We are counting on the City Council to prevent the weakening of police oversight and accountability. Please incorporate the full suggested community amendments by CJSJ and NCJPA to the PAB bill, which address all of the community concerns. Thank you.
Next up, David Kramer.
Honorable Chair Schleifer and Bill Sponsor Conway and other members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on modifying Bill 220234 concerning the Police Oversight Board. My name is David Kramer. I live in the 4th District and represent Surge, Baltimore, showing up for racial justice. We are affiliated with National Surge and have 3,500 contacts, which we regularly communicate with and call on to support priorities developed by organizations that we refer to as our accountability partners, who are led and controlled by leaders of color. We have active teams of constituents in every city legislative district and several councilmatic districts. We are a multiracial group with a primary purpose of mobilizing white folks to dismantle white supremacy and institutional racism. We are members of and support the Campaign for Justice, Safety, and Jobs. I would just like to highlight one of the amendments that has been recently referred to concerning the extra qualifications for the ACC. The language is actually unnecessary, and we found it particularly egregious and unnecessary by adding the language that was just recently referred to. The language is managing or evaluating the management of a law enforcement agency, evaluating citizen complaints against a police officer, or in personal disciplinary procedures as a manager, employee, representative, mediator, or arbitrator. It appears that this language is meant to, I think, highlight the seriousness of the members of the ACC, which will actually be deliberating on the testimony and imposing discipline on officers. But I would like to note, as part of the legislation, the next section referring to training. It makes reference to training requirements for ACC members and mentions that the training will need to be approved by the Maryland Police Training and Standards Commission. If this is the same training that the current Baltimore Police Department Trial Board for its citizen members, then it will be a thorough training to ensure a fair outcome for both the public as well as the officer. I know this because I have been certified to serve on the Baltimore Police Department Trial Board 2 years ago after taking this training. It consists of 40 hours of classroom training and a minimum of 20 hours of ride-alongs on all 3 shifts and in various districts. Because this curriculum has already been approved and tested, I suspect it will become the standard statewide, not only for the mandated trial boards, but also for ACC members as well. Since it took several years to design and approve this curriculum by the Maryland Training Commission, and it has been tested by the Baltimore Police Department already, and it is in, so it takes several years for all that to happen, for the training to be developed. I suspect, and we were told when we were trained, that this would probably become the standard statewide, so I suspect it will be applied also in this case as well, because it already exists. With that kind of training, I can attest that as a trial board member, it provided the means, I think, to not only give us the means to adequately judge different situations, but also provide some objectivity about it. And I think it will clearly serve the purpose, I think, that the extra language was intended. So as a result of this, we feel that it should be stricken. It's unnecessary because the training that will be provided will most likely take the place of that and provide the professionalism that I think you're looking for in that training. So we strongly recommend that that language be stricken. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, and the name is not written clearly, but I think it says Toby Dietz. Okay, thank you.
Sorry for my bad handwriting. Thank you for the opportunity. I am Toby Dietz, and I represent Jews United for Justice, which organizes over 1,600 Baltimoreans. I've also lived in Bolton Hill for almost 4 decades, and after the murder of Freddie Gray, I began working with Black neighborhood leaders in West Baltimore, and then with citywide groups who've been pushing for a strong, independent community oversight since well before the creation of our Civilian Review Board in 1999, and now because of the unprecedented state reforms we got in 2021, we're all here, you and us here. We have a historic opportunity to do what reformers have been calling for all along. I do support many of the changes you are proposing to the original bill, including all of those which have expanded the potential civilian membership of the PAB. And I agree with my predecessor that we don't need those added restrictive requirements for the ACC, given the stringent membership requirement, which is, by the way, a statewide requirement. So we do want to include all ordinary Baltimoreans who have the life experience to serve well while avoiding conflicts of interest. But at least one further amendment is essential to the board's integrity and effectiveness. The PAB must have independent legal counsel. The board cannot get legal advice from the same lawyers who represent the police department. This creates a fundamental conflict of interest, and testimony throughout these hearings by the ACLU, CJ, SJ, and others shows that it actually has been a real-world problem in Baltimore City, not just a theoretical one. And I believe that Montgomery County and Prince George's County, will have to check, have already adopted an independent legal counsel provision. I know our charter is a complication, but we need to find a way to do the same. So let's make the most of this historic opportunity we've got now. A strong, independent board is an essential pillar of public safety and rebuilding public trust. Thank you for your time, everyone.
Thank you. Next up, Marilyn Carsells. I did not sign up to testify. Okay, thank you. I see Nina Thimble is here, but I assume you didn't want to testify. Would you like to?
No, thank you.
Sure? Okay. Last up, Davon Love.
All right. Good morning, Chair, Committee. I just want to talk just specific details about the bill and just offer some of which has already been said, some suggested changes. So I just first want to make clear that the legislative intent behind the establishment of the Police Accountability Board is to serve as the community's window into the internal disciplinary process. I say that because the rationale behind the position that, LBS, MCGPA, CGSJ, the organizations that put together the letter of proposed amendments, the rationale of not having former law enforcement has to do with the fact that law enforcement is represented in other aspects of the disciplinary process. So whether it's the trial board, whether it's the appointments the mayor is able to make on the charging committee, law enforcement has ample opportunity. And then if you look at just the full-out disciplinary process, law enforcement is well represented and taken care of. So again, I just wanted to state the legislative intent behind that. Additionally, and as I mentioned to this bill sponsor, Councilman Conway, privately, and I'll discuss publicly, and I may have mentioned it the last time I testified on this, is that the Fraternal Order of Police, on their website, there's a podcast where a gentleman who is the first vice president of the statewide FOP admits that they feel that they could impact and manipulate the composition of the police accountability boards across the state. And if you look at what has been happening in other jurisdictions, it's the membership of the police accountability boards that's been under some of the greatest contestation, because the Police Accountability Board, being that window into the disciplinary process, has tremendous power, based on the composition of the Police Accountability Board. And so, our coalition prefers that no former law enforcement is able to serve on the Police Accountability Board. I think the cap is a good backstop. So if for some reason this council doesn't see fit to make that exclusion, then I think the cap helps to push back against the potential of the FOP to organize to get membership, to flood the membership of the Police Accountability Boards, which again, they've admitted that they will attempt to do. And I would hope that that particular portion in the document that was sent out, it's 7A and 7B. I would hope that you all would vote on both. We'd like to see on the record who will support a full prohibition versus those who would support the cap in its stead. Additionally, I want to reference something the sponsor of the bill mentioned around the charger committee, the qualifications of those who are serving on the charger committee. And referring back to one of the previous speakers mentioned the training that is going to be required, whether you serve on the Police Accountability Board, whether you serve on the trial board. The Maryland Police Training Standards Commission should provide training for those that serve on that. The qualifications of the charger committee, again, if we think about the legislative intent of the PAB, if you're chair of the Police Accountability Board, by statute, you have an opportunity, you serve, or your designee serves on the charging committee. I would imagine that many of folks who are on the Police Accountability Board would not have experience managing a law enforcement agency, would not have experienced the formal process of reviewing complaints. And so that goes against really the intent of what the PAB is supposed to do. So I agree that the folks that serve in that capacity should be trained. But I think those requirements of those on the charter committee, again, exclude the members from which we intend on serving on the Police Accountability Board. And so we really urge that language, even though it's removed from the PAB language, we urge that it's struck from the charter committee. And again, keep there the training that is necessary for folks to serve in that capacity. And then also, I want to comment on the suggested amendment, I think it was Councilman Torrance, around sustained complaints. Now, what I'm about to describe, the challenges there, I don't have a solution for, but I just wanted you all to be aware. So one of the challenges that has been an issue with law enforcement and its internal investigatory process is that if you imagine, law enforcement in terms of accountability has been very insulated from external oversight. And forget his first name, but Mr. Perez, who testified in Annapolis on what ultimately became Anton's Law, described how leadership within the police department, if they showed favoritism to certain law enforcement officers, would direct internal affairs, who to investigate, and to try to guide the investigation such to show favoritism to the ones that leadership favored. And so one of the challenges is that if the language is added that an officer in good standing that doesn't have any sustained charges on their record may not be representative of those that actually engage in misconduct because of how that process, particularly before the passage of Anton's law, can be manipulated, and the fact that those records were barred from disclosure to the public, there was no pressure to ensure that sustained charges. And if you read the consent decree report, the DOJ report from 2016, it actually gives examples of very egregious acts. One of the things that I cite very often when I talk about the 2016 DOJ report is an incident where an officer on several occasions strip searched a person that was just out on the street, and that the person made complaints, and the complaint that they made against this officer were unsustained. Right, so there will be a lot of examples of complaints that are unsustained that probably should have been, but were not, because before 2021, these records would not have been disclosable to the public. Therefore, there would be no one to check on the credibility of the sustained and unsustained. So I just wanted to raise that as a limitation of that amendment. Again, I'll have a solution to that, but just wanted to raise that as a limitation. And I think jail sustained complaint. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else who did not sign up that wishes to speak, please come up to the mic and introduce yourself. I want to make sure that anybody who comes to speak has an opportunity to do so. One thing I also want to note, for those of you that attend hearings of the City Council over any period of time. I've been on the council 6 years. Normally there is a 2-minute limit to testimony. I hope that everybody can see that when it's come to this topic. I have not limited anybody. I welcome everybody to speak for as long as they see fit so that the council gets everybody's feedback. I don't recall ever limiting anybody's time in any committee I've ever chaired, and that is because if you took the time to be here, we want to hear from you, and so I just wanted to point that out, and that's why also I'm extending the mic to anybody who has not signed up. Normally we go off this list, but again, I'm happy to hear from anybody who's here today. So please introduce yourself and your testimony.
Greetings. My name is Samantha Master, and I'm a member of Organizing Black. I am also a resident of the 4th District for about 2 years, and my family has resided in Baltimore City for a little over 100 years. So very deep ties and deep care about the city. Organizing Black is a collective of Black 18 to 35-year-olds who are practitioners in a world that does not yet exist. And right now, a world, and honestly a city, where police are fully held accountable for the harassment, maiming, evidence planting, and other impactful forms of harm, abuse, corruption does not exist. But I'm really heartened and believe it can with the establishment of the PAB. And through the amendments proposed by the Campaign for Justice, Safety, and Jobs. I just have a few comments for you all. I want to say that I really appreciate the striking of any exclusion for formerly incarcerated people and people with felony convictions to be able to serve in the PAB. People with felony convictions should be able to fully serve with no time limit after their conviction. Because not allowing them to do so really reinforces a second-class citizenship for our returning citizens and our returning community members. And so I see that had been stricken from the most recent form of the bill and deeply appreciate that. I wholeheartedly support the exclusion of law enforcement, as well, current or former law enforcement, as well as their families from the PAB for many of the reasons stated, but certainly because we want to ensure full accountability from a body that is there to maintain the integrity of the process And so I want to affirm what has already been said, that former and current police officers might jeopardize the integrity of the process. However, if they are allowed, I believe that they should have a pristine, so no record of any sort of misconduct. And then again, want to affirm the requirements for management are onerous for community members who have a right to be a part of the accountability process, but may not have managerial experience. And so there should be training. However, the requirement for management experience is really onerous. And so I would ask that you all incorporate these amendments so that we can have a body that can fully use this opportunity to bring a new light and a new sense of not just accountability, but integrity to the police accountability process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak at this time? If you can introduce yourself.
Buenos días, soy Lili Córdoba, madre residente de Baltimore y miembro de CASA.
Good morning, my name is Lily Cordova. I'm a mother, Baltimore City resident, and a member of CASA.
CASA es la organización de servicios directos y defensa de los inmigrantes, liderada por miembros más grande en el estado de Maryland, en la región del Atlántico Medio, con miles de miembros latinos y afrodescendientes que trabajan aquí en la ciudad de Baltimore. Estoy aquí hoy elevando las voces de tantos de vuestros miembros de la ciudad de Baltimore que tienen que ser representados por
CASA is the largest member-led immigrant advocacy and direct service organization in the state of Maryland in the Mid-Atlantic, with thousands of Black and brown members working here in Baltimore. I'm here today raising the voices of so many of our Baltimore City members who need to be represented by the PAB.
Los criterios de membresía deben ser basados en la capacidad para hacer el trabajo sin prejuicios. Entonces tenemos que prohibir las policías actuales o retirados en la Junta.
Membership criteria should be based on ability to perform the job objectively. This means restricting current or retired police from serving on the board.
Trabajando en Baltimore he escuchado muchas historias de mala conducta policial, muchas en las cuales incluyen a miembros de la comunidad de inmigrantes, quienes son menos probables a presentar denuncias formales contra la policía debido a la intimidación y la falta de acceso de servicios lingüísticos. Por esta razón, nosotros como miembros de la coalición comunitaria luchamos por una verdadera inclusión y representación.
Working in Baltimore, I've heard countless stories of police misconduct, many of which include members of the immigrant community.
Yeah, can you come to the mic when you're, there you go.
Working in Baltimore, I've heard countless stories of police misconduct, many of which include members of the immigrant community who are less likely to file formal complaints against the police due to intimidation and lack of access to language services. For this reason, we as members of the Community Coalition fight for true inclusivity and representation.
Instamos al Consejo Municipal que incorpore todas las recomendaciones a la coalición comunitaria en el proyecto de ley y que continúe mejorando la comunicación y transparencia de la comunidad.
We urge the City Council to incorporate all of the Community Coalition's recommendations into the bill and to continue to improve communication and transparency within the community.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Now, I'll now turn it over to Councilman Conway to introduce his amendments, and we'll be voting on them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to touch on a couple of pieces that were brought up in testimony to clarify. So one of the things that was brought up was the question about independent legal counsel. This is something that we worked really hard at, and if you remember in the last hearing we had, there was a problem with the charter. So by charter, only the city solicitor can represent city boards, entities, and otherwise. And so we, in the short term, can consider and have already worked with the administration and the mayor's office an MOU that we're going to do with the board to address that concern, realizing that it's incredibly important that this board have the ability to have independent legal counsel. I do think, though, that we are already considering, I was working with the council president's office on this, figuring out a way either through charter amendment or through state legislation to address that. So I think this is something we prefer to address through state legislation, and so I think we want to bring it to the city's group in Annapolis. But I think that would be the most the best way to address it. I think if we have to get to a charter amendment, we can discuss that, but there are already considerations for that. Just to let you know that we hear you, and we're trying to figure out how to untangle that given the time limitations. With regard to duplicative language around the ACC, so this was another issue that we sort of wrestled back and forth with, both with the law department and DLR, and understanding what the state bill actually does. And what the state bill actually does is it requires that we establish a process for the ACC, and so we have to have some language establishing that process. Without putting that language in the bill, there is no city ordinance explaining how we fill the ACC. It just says at the state level that we need to create one. So we decided to leave the language in there because we had to fulfill that need. The state bill requires that we create one and says the confines under which we can do so, but it does not create one for us. We have to do that in this bill, so we decided to leave that in there. We touched on the questions about former police officers, and I think we had a pretty robust discussion. I'm eager to consider the proposed amendment by Councilman Torrance, and so we'll work out the language for that for second reader. And I think that covers it all.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I may. We did discuss the second reader amendment as well for the confidentiality.
Okay.
So I just wanted to put that on the record that we will supply that to you.
That's right. So this is a conversation that we had actually just before this meeting with regard to there will be, I think, maybe two components that will be discussed amendment with Councilman Torrance will be drafted for second reader. But there are two additional amendments, one noted by the law department with regard to confidentiality and making sure that we are consistent with all laws that this board must stick to. And so that'll be amended in second reader. And then there was an additional consideration from the police department.
I think it had to do with the timing with respect to when they had to deliver complaints.
That's right. This is with regard to the timing for sharing the complaints, and you can go ahead and explain.
Yes, sir. So in the bill as written, the police department is required to hand over to the PAB upon receipt any claims of misconduct involving the public. We have talked to civil rights, and because it could be burdensome to do it immediately, so what we've agreed to is every 2 weeks sending a report of every single misconduct claim that involves a member of the public.
Excellent. And so we'll get that drafted for our second reader as well. So we'll have 3 additional amendments to be considered after this. So with that, the way we're going to do this is I'm going to put forward the package excluding 7A and 7B for consideration. So I want to move the package excluding amendments 7A and 7B.
I have a quick question.
Second?
Can I have a question before it's second? So is the
Can't hear you.
So just to clarify, so the rationale for not including those is to make adjustments for second reader?
No, we're going to vote on that today.
Hold on. So what we're going to do is, so all these like technical amendments, all the things that Chairman Conway went through, we're going to vote on now. We're going to then go to the 7th amendments, the ones involving having former police officers on the board. The other items that you guys mentioned, and there was one other item that needs to be drafted, that we will entertain on second reader.
Okay.
But this
so
is to
7A,
have an
7B will
update.
be voted on separately today.
Correct, we're correct. So we're going to do this now, we'll have an updated version of the bill, and then we will entertain on second reader the amendment, the two amendments that need to be discussed, and then that will go before the council.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The cleaner way is probably a motion to divide the question just by removing question 7, and then we vote on the package, and then somebody can move either 7A or 7B.
Sure, okay, so.
We have a motion to divide the question.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to divide the amendments up, to vote on everything except for 7A and 7B. Do I have a second? Second, okay. All in favor of that, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, so the motion carries. And there's a motion on the floor from Councilman Conway to move all of those amendments except for the 7A and B. Do we have a second on those amendments? Can you come to the mic?
Just for the public at home, can we just state what 7A and 7B are? That we're
Yeah, 7A and 7B, like I just mentioned, is whether or not former police officers can serve on the board.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Okay.
The public knows what we were discussing.
Sure. So do we have a second on all the amendments except for 7A and 7B? Seconded by Vice President Middleton. Let's just do a roll call vote on that. Yeah, bottom up. We'll start with Conway.
Motion on all amendments except 7A and 7B. Mr. Conway? Aye. Mr. Conway votes aye. Mr. Torrance?
Aye.
Mr. Torrance votes aye. Member Ramos?
Yes.
Member Ramos votes aye. Vice President Middleton?
Aye.
Vice President Middleton votes aye. Mr. Costello?
Hold on one second. He just walked. I can move. Yes.
Aye. Mr. Costello votes aye. Mr. Burnett?
Aye.
Mr. Burnett votes aye. Chairman Schleifer?
Yes.
Chairman Schleifer votes aye. Chair vote is 7-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. I want to move 7B favorably.
Do we have a second? 7B, just to clarify, is what Councilman Conway had stated, that no more than 2 former police officers or employees of law enforcement agencies may serve on the board at one time. So there's a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? I'll second it. So we'll do a roll call vote.
Mr. Conway?
Aye.
Mr. Torrance?
Nay.
Mr. Torrance votes no. Member Ramos?
No.
Member Ramos votes no. Vice President Middleton? Vice President Middleton votes aye. Mr. Costello voted aye. Mr. Burnett?
No.
Mr. Burnett votes no. Chair Schleifer?
Yes.
Chair Schleifer votes aye. Mr. Chair, 4 votes in the affirmative, 3 negatives. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. So do we have a motion to move the bill favorable as amended?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Moved by Conway, seconded by Middleton. Yeah.
Mr. Conway? Aye. Mr. Conway votes aye. Mr. Torrance?
Aye.
Mr. Torrance votes aye. Member Ramos.
Yes.
Member Ramos votes aye. Vice President Middleton.
Aye.
Vice President Middleton votes aye. Mr. Costello.
Aye.
Mr. Costello votes aye. Mr. Burnett.
Yes.
Mr. Burnett votes aye. Chair Schleifer.
Yes.
Chair Schleifer votes aye. Mr. Chair, there are 7 votes in the affirmative, no negatives. We can go to second reader at the next regular meeting.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you for everyone who joined us. I want to give a special thank you to Councilman Conway for this heavy lift. This is not a simple bill. It has required a tremendous amount of efforts with him talking with the law department, the police department, community residents, advocates, and the mayor's office and council president's office, and really just everybody. And so I want to thank Councilman Conway for sticking through it and working with us to get this done in the timeline that we needed to do. It was sort of a rush based on state law and when we needed to complete this by. And so thank you for that. And now I'll turn it over to Councilman Conway for final remarks before we adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, once again, I want to thank all the folks that provided insight and I hope that's celebratory. I just want to, thank everybody that's provided insight. We still have a little more work to do on the bill. I was just talking with Councilman Torrance, and so we'll get some of that done on second reader. But really appreciate my colleagues and the open conversations, the ability to be flexible and straightforward in what we're trying to accomplish here. I think this is incredibly important toward, I think, the conversation we have all been having with regard to the credibility and the relationship of our police department with everyday residents. And so, I know how important this is for us to get this right, and I appreciate everybody coming to the table, especially the advocates all the way through, and discussions and working with us to resolve this. We do have more work to do on this bill, and I suspect another bill, but I think, it's good to be here. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We are now adjourned.
When I was testing out and making the red lipstick, and I showed my mom, she was like, your grandfather would be so proud, because he would always say you always remember a woman that walks in with a red lipstick. Yeah. And so to me in my culture, it just made sense.
I look like a boss in this lipstick.
Evening. In lieu of an invocation this evening, I ask that we join in a brief moment of silence for reflection. Thank you. Now at this time, we will turn to a flag to state the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You're fine. You're fine. You're good. I know. At this time, Madam Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
President Mosby, Cohen, McCray, Dorsey, Conway, Middleton, Torrance, Burnett, Bullock, Porter, Costello, Stokes, Glover, Ramos. Mr. President, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, we'll proceed to adoption of the journal.
Mr. President, the journal of the June 27th, 2022 proceedings are on the council members' desks.
Without objection, the journal will be adopted. Hearing and seeing none, the journal is now adopted. At this time, bills signed by the mayor can be found on page 2 of our agenda for tonight. I will now turn to bills being introduced. Madam Clerk, if you could please read the first bill.
City Council Bill 22-0252, Commercial Vehicle Monitoring System. For the purpose of modifying the maximum number of operational cameras authorized to enforce Baltimore City's commercial vehicle monitoring system. Sponsor, McCray, Conway, Bullock.
At this time, I would like to call the sponsor of the bill, Chair of Health, Environment, Technology, Councilwoman McCray, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a pretty straightforward bill. The current law mandates that only 6 cameras may be operational at the time to enforce the city's commercial vehicle monitoring system. Increasing the operational camera threshold from 6 to 16 will allow DOT the flexibility to expand the depth of truck cameras across the city and ensure that commercial vehicles stay on their designated routes and reduce the influx within our residential areas. I do want to thank DOT for working with me on this bill draft, and thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are there additional? I see the hand raise of Councilwoman Ramos, Chairman Stokes, Councilman Burnett, Vice President Middleton, Councilman Torrance, Councilman Cohen. Thank you. That bill has been assigned to Rules and Oversight. Madam Clerk, 253.
City Council Bill 22-0253, City Property Renaming Barclay Elementary Middle School to Gertrude S. Williams Barclay School. For the purpose of changing the name of Barclay Elementary Middle School, School 54, located at 2900 Barclay Street, Baltimore, Maryland 21218, to Gertrude S. Williams Barclay School. Sponsor, Stokes, Ramos.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Chair, would you like to speak on behalf of this bill? If so, I yield the floor to Chairman Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Gertrude was a long-term teacher there at Barclay Elementary and taught our young people, you know, the expertise she learned to make sure they be successful when they leave elementary school and go to bigger, better things. And what a better way of naming that school after somebody who came from the community, who made our kids, our young people, successful. Instead of always naming national people, we need to name the people that really do the work here in Baltimore City. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That bill has been assigned to Economic Community Development Committee. Now we're going to turn to resolutions to be introduced for first reading. Madam Clerk, if you could please read the first resolution.
City Council Resolution 22-0117R, Informational Hearing, Baltimore Public Sanitation, Homeless Encampments. For the purpose of inviting representatives from the Department of Public Works, the Department of Housing and Community Development, the Baltimore City Health Department, the Baltimore City Police Department, and the Mayor's Office of Homeless Services to brief the City Council on potential strategies for mitigating waste left by homeless encampments, including a discussion regarding the procurement of a contracted service to clear hazardous waste from such encampments. Sponsors, Porter, Bullock, Middleton.
At this time, I would like to recognize the sponsor of the bill, Councilwoman. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. So according to Baltimore's 2000 point in time count, there are currently 2,193 individuals experiencing homelessness. And so while 14% of this population is unsheltered and living in temp encampments throughout the city, parks, and neighborhood, this bill would provide an opportunity to not only increase sanitation in these areas, but also provide persons experiencing homelessness or those that want to live out of doors with the dignity of public health, sanitation, and also a rightful place to live. This is an opportunity for Baltimore to not only begin to ask questions about the encampments, but also ensuring that not only that they are sanitized, they're healthy, but also that they are safe as well. And so I thank my colleagues for working with me, co-sponsoring this bill, and I look forward to further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional co-sponsors? I see the hand raise of Councilman Torrance, Councilman Cohen, Chairman Stokes, Councilwoman Ramos. Thank you for that. This resolution has been assigned to Health, Environment, and Technology Committee. Madam Clerk, 118R.
City Council Resolution 22-0118R, Investigational Hearing, Prostitution, Diversion, and Treatment. For the purpose of inviting representatives from the Baltimore City Health Department, the Baltimore City Police Department, and the Mayor's Office of Children and Family Success to discuss current and proposed strategies to deter and treat prostitution in Baltimore City, including a review of diversion programs and services in use in other jurisdictions that may assist Baltimore City communities struggling with prostitution. Sponsor, Porter, Middleton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would like to recognize sponsor bill.
Thank you. Oh, thank you so much, Mr. President. So a recent finding shows that Baltimore City has begun to change the discourse around prostitution and sex work. And so while arrest and 911 calls have decreased substantially in Baltimore City, this is an opportunity to figure out and understand from the agency perspective ways to grapple with this issue, to not only reduce the strain on local law enforcement, but also to provide real diversion and treatment to the men and women that are in this social ill. And so this would provide an opportunity for an already disadvantaged community to not only secure traditional health care insurance and also health care and clinical needs, but furthermore would provide a enforcement lever to individuals that are participating and preying on these individuals. So I thank my colleagues again for the co-sponsorship, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Are there any additional co-sponsors? I see the hand raised of Chairman Stokes. This resolution has been assigned to Public Safety and Government Operations Committee. On to 119R, Madam Clerk.
City Council Resolution 22-0119R, Park and Recreation Professionals Day. For the purpose of proclaiming July as Park and Recreation Month and July 15th as Park and Recreation Professionals Day, and encouraging all citizens to recognize the importance of park and recreation services and celebrate the dedicated service of Baltimore's park and recreation professionals. Sponsor, Burnett, Bullock, Middleton.
The council would like to recognize the sponsored bill.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. So many other jurisdictions have been honoring rec and park staff all over the country for their tremendous amount of hard work that they put into operating rec centers year-round, operating pools in the summer, providing programming, ample programming all over the city of Baltimore, maintaining our park spaces. It's a thankless job, especially in the summertime where, you know, the last few years we've had a tremendous amount of pressure put on the agency to still provide those resources for our young people, keeping them busy during an unprecedented pandemic. And so I felt it was important to acknowledge their hard work and sacrifice by declaring this month, Park and Recreation Professionals Day, to acknowledge that work and lift up the things that they do to make sure that our young people have stuff to do, enriching activities all across the city of Baltimore. And with that, I'd like to suspend the rules for immediate adoption, Mr. President.
Thank you. Without objections, the rules will be suspended. Hearing and seeing none, the rules are suspended.
To move the resolution for immediate adoption.
Madam Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
President Mosby, Cohen, McCray, Dorsey, Conway, Schleifer, Middleton, Torrance, Burnett, Bullock, Porter, Costello, Stokes, Glover, Ramos.
The motion is approved. The resolution has been adopted. On to 120R, Madam Clerk.
City Council Resolution 22-0120R. Resolution of Council Support, Neighborhood Revitalization Project, 1743 Park Avenue. For the purpose of formally recognizing the City Council's support for the ongoing neighborhood revitalization project at 1743 Park Avenue, Block 355, Lot 34, undertaken by the Bolton Hill Community Association and Midtown Community Benefits District. Sponsor, Costello, Torrance, Middleton.
Council would like to recognize the sponsored bill. Chairman Costello, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. This resolution is a bit routine in nature, although something that we don't frequently see. A resolution of local support is required for a grant that the community is applying for at the state level. This location, while is on my side of North Avenue, I worked very closely with Councilman Torrance on as he's on the northern side across the street. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. We're going to do immediate adoption.
Yes.
So you can call for it.
Mr. President, I move for immediate adoption.
Without objection, the rules will be suspended for immediate adoption. Hearing and seeing none, the rules are suspended. At this time, Madam Clerk, if you could please call the roll. Hold on, he has to move. You have to move for the resolution.
Let me take a step back. Mr. President, I move to suspend the rules for immediate adoption because I forgot to make that motion. Okay, we're good there?
Yeah, we're good there.
Mr. President, I move immediate adoption.
You move the resolution be adopted.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
President Mosby, Cohen, McCray, Dorsey, Conway, Schleifer, Middleton, Torrance, Burnett, Bullock, Porter, Costello, Stokes, Glover, Ramos.
Just real quick for the record, it was moved and properly seconded. Councilman Torrance did the second on that. We just read through. We have a roll call, and that is adopted. So the motion is approved. The resolution is now adopted. You can find the consent calendar on Section A at the back of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar? All in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The calendar is approved. We will now move to bills on second reader. Before we do, I would like to recognize Chairman Costello.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we read short titles for second and third reader for the duration of the meeting.
Thank you, Chairman Costello. Without objection, we will be in short titles for the remainder of the meeting. Hearing and seeing none, we are in short titles. First, we're going to go to Education, Workforce, and Youth. Madam Clerk, if you could please read it in.
City Council Bill 22-0211, City Employees and Retirees Healthcare Reform.
At this time, I'd like to recognize the chair of the committee, Chairman Stokes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Education, Workforce, and Youth Committee held a bill on Thursday, June the 30th, 10 a.m. In essence, this legislation I introduced in March of 2022 provides inclusive measures to ensure that city retirees and those eligible for retirement are fully represented in benefit program decisions and proceedings. More specifically, this legislation would require the city to, 1, create a city health and prescription drug benefits program that covers active employees, retirees, spouses, and dependents of employees, and give retirees a seat at the table with the city's health insurance committee. Requires information sharing of the program data to evaluate program costs and propose premium rates. Increases number of meetings of the HIC to include retirees as participants. And finally, it creates standard accounting principles for this program. I report favorable without amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is that a motion? Did you move the bill?
Yes, yes. I move the bill favorable.
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. For the record, please reflect it that Council Vice President Sharon Green Middleton recuses herself from this vote. So that should be a vote of 14, 0, and 1. This bill moves on to third reading. Next, we're going to go to Rules and Oversight. Madam Clerk, if you could please read in 22-248.
City Council Bill 22-0248, Charter Amendment, Baltimore City Police Department, Local Control Establishment.
At this time, I would like to recognize Chair of the Committee, Chairman Schleifer. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee held a hearing on 22-0248 for the Local Control Establishment of Baltimore City Police Department on July 7th, and I'd like to move this bill favorable.
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. And all those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The bill will be printed for third reading. You're going to suspend the rules for this, right?
Am I recognized?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to suspend rules 12-1 for same-day advancement from second to third reader.
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. This rule 12-1 will be suspended. At this time, I'm going to call on the clerk for a roll call.
President Mosby, Cohen, McCray, Dorsey, Conway, Schleifer, Middleton, Torrance, Burnett, Bullock, Porter, Costello, Stokes, Glover, Ramos.
The ayes have it. The bill moves on for third reading today. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next up, Madam Clerk, 22-212.
City Council Bill 22-0212, Residential Retention Tax Credit Amendment.
At this time, I'd like to call the Chair of the Committee, Chairman Costello.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee held a hearing on this bill. Director Stegman and myself are working very closely with the Law Department, Mayor's Office of Government Relations, as well as the Department of Finance on amendments per their letter. So we're still working through that process. So at this time, I move to waive City Council Rule 10-10, which requires a committee chair to report on a bill heard in committee at the next council meeting to push this matter until July 25th to give us time to work through those amendments.
Without objection, we will suspend for the rule 10-10. Hearing and seeing none, the rule will be suspended and we will consider the bill on second reading on July the 25th. Mr. Chair, please continue to stand. Madam Clerk, if you could please read in 230.
City Council Bill 22-0230, bond issue public infrastructure loan, $72 million.
This body would like to recognize the Chair of the Committee. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill favorably.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. This bill will be printed for third reading. 231, Madam Clerk.
City Council Bill 22-0231, bond issue community and economic development loan, $36 million.
The body yields the floor to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill favorably.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. And all those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. This bill will be printed for third reading. Madam Clerk.
City Council Bill 22-0232, bond issue school loan, $38 million.
Body yields the floor to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the bill favorably.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. And all those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. This bill will be printed for third reading. And Madam Clerk, last bill.
City Council Bill 22-0233, bond issue affordable housing loan, $14 million.
Yield the floor to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill favorably.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. And all those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The bill will be printed for third reading. We'll turn to bills on third reading for final passage that require invocation of City Council Rule 12-1 for same-day advancement. Madam Clerk, if you could please read the roll. With the bill first.
22-0248, Charter Amendment, Baltimore City Police Department, Local Control Establishment. President Mosby, Cohen, McCray, Dorsey, Conway, Schleifer, Middleton, Torrance, Burnett, Bullock, Porter, Costello, Stokes, Glover, Ramos.
That bill is approved. We will now turn to committee announcements. Chairs, if you hear the name of your committee, please stand and proceed with any announcements that you might have. First committee we're going to go to is ECD by Madam Vice President. Thank you, Madam Vice President. Next up, Education, Workforce, and Youth, Chairman Stokes. Thank you, Chairman Stokes. Next up, Health, Environment, Technology, Chairman McCray. Thank you, Chairman McCray. Next up, we're going to go to Public Safety and Government Operations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We got two announcements. The Public Safety and Government Operations Committee will meet to hear Bill 22-0088R, informational hearing on CSX coal silo explosion on Wednesday, August 24, 2022 at 5 p.m. in council chambers. And the Public Safety and Government Operations Committee will be meeting to hear LO 21-0006, Quarterly Crime Stats and Violence Prevention Plan on Wednesday, July 27, 2022. And to clarify, this bill, or this LO, will be used to discuss the very recent shooting, the violent interaction between a squeegee kid and a driver. You know, we've been dealing with this issue for a long time, and I think it's really important that we take the opportunity during this meeting to talk about all the resources that the city is putting forward to address the issue and what further steps we can take. So with that, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next up, we're going to go to Rules and Legislative Oversight. Chairman Schleifer, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee will hold a hearing on Bill 22-0238 on Thursday, July 21st at 1 p.m. For a Charter Amendment Inspector General Advisory Board. And I'd like to move to suspend Rules 12-2 to announce this next hearing.
Without objection, Rules 12-2 will be suspended. Hearing and seeing none, it's suspended. Chairman's floor.
The Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee will hold a hearing on Bill 22-0247 on Thursday, July 21st at 1:15 p.m. on Bill number 22-0247, ordinance about obstructing streets and motor vehicles and street racing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And last but not least, Ways and Means, Chairman Costello. Thank you, Chairman Costello. At this point, we're going to turn to regular announcements. Are there any regular announcements? I'd like to recognize Chair of Ways and Means, Chairman Costello. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Thursday of last week, another tragic and yet preventable death occurred in broad daylight at one of the city's most heavily trafficked intersections. At approximately 4:38 p.m., a motorist exited his vehicle with a baseball bat, went after at least one individual, maybe multiple, that were engaged in squeegee activity. This individual swung the bat and was subsequently shot and killed. Hours before the tragic incident, BPD responded to this exact same intersection for a report of an individual engaged in squeegee activity with a firearm. That individual was arrested at approximately 1:51 p.m. And the firearm, a pellet gun, was recovered. As I said during the public safety hearing last week, the level of violence in this city is simply unsustainable. 2 lives were destroyed last week. One person lost their life and is dead. And we have failed to adequately address this situation. As a government, we have failed everyone here by allowing these circumstances to continue to occur. I again call on BPD leadership to ensure enforcement of the laws already on the books that prohibit this illegal activity immediately. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are there any additional regular announcements? I see the hand of Councilman Burnett. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. If you give me a minute or two, I have a story to tell. So I feel as though I have a duty to challenge the narrative that continually perpetuates the adultification, violence, and mass incarceration of brown and black children in Baltimore City. Because let's be clear, if these corners were filled with white kids who squeegee, the narrative would be different, our response would be different. I preface what I'm about to say with, I'm not trying to minimize anyone's negative encounters or the tragedy that happened last week. The circumstances that led to that are all deeply saddening. But I also want to highlight that a lot of the incidents that occur are isolated. For years, my daily commute through West and Southwest Baltimore takes me through corners on Hilton Street, where I used to regularly encounter youth and young adults who were squeegeeing car windshields for money. Personally, I never had anything but positive encounters with these young people. And while I know others have had the opposite, as we've seen that firsthand over the last few days, I want to give context to those making incredibly harmful and damaging blanket statements about squeegee workers in Baltimore City. What I've been hearing in the media, on social media, from citizens, business owners, and elected officials alike, is that we need to use law enforcement to solve this problem. But is that what we need? The same tired response that leaves young adults less employable when they are arrested on the corner than they were before the officer showed up? I want to remind everyone of the circumstances which bring a lot of these young people to these corners, most of which, if not always, are out of necessity to survive through challenging circumstances in their family. This was true for the family that my office assisted in finding emergency housing after learning of an 8-year-old child and their siblings working on a corner near Martin Luther King Boulevard. The child's mother was fleeing brutal domestic violence and staying in a nearby hotel that she couldn't afford on her own salary. She needed her children to squeegee to ensure they'd not have to return to the violence in their home. I lift this up as we continue conversations about what's not working, about how we got here, where we are severely lacking resources. Luckily, working through a network of city services and nonprofit partners, we were able to assist this family. But a lot of the families in Baltimore are not able to get the help they need. They do not have an alternative, and due to a lack of resources or even knowing who to turn to for help in the first place. I say luckily, because this was an incredibly time-consuming and laborious task. It took us weeks to secure appropriate resources. My staff called the Mayor's Office of Homelessness every day for weeks to see if there were resources available, coordinating efforts between government agencies and nonprofits. These systems are in no way easy to navigate, even for those of us who know where to look. The formerly Squeegee Corps, now the updated Squeegee Alternative Plan, led by the esteemed Dr. Andre Bunley from the Office of African American Male Engagement, focuses on going directly to corners daily, using credible mentors to engage the youth, providing consistent programming and quality connected relationships to help guide these youth to alternatives. Additionally, Rick, who now works for the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Engagement, developed relationships with multiple youth on the Hilton Corridor and guided them over 4 years to the date, where we can now see the growth and impact of the program. The system used to successfully transition youth from squeegeeing to meaningful pathways was created by the Mayor's Office. And because of these programs, over time, I began to see fewer and fewer of those same young people on the corners of Hilton on my daily commute. Want to know what they're up to now? Let me tell you. 3 have graduated from high school, which was a big deal considering where they started. 1 of them works at the Horseshoe Casino. 1 is still engaged with the program and will be working at the Revival Hotel downtown. 1 works for DPW. 1 of them works for Rec and Parks. 1 has worked at Burger King for the last 3 years. All proud, all gainfully employed. Others we have heard from are currently exploring different jobs and professional and technical training to find what careers suit them. But the circumstances that these young people live through remain virtually unchanged. And so other young people from these same communities, just like them, make the same choice to panhandle. Because of their pride, they choose to work rather than receiving what they consider a handout. They prefer squeegee workers because they view it as a job, a humble one. And when presented with real opportunity to make better money, most will take it. Many of these young people live in communities where their peers are engaging in drug dealing and robberies to make a living. They're choosing not to and view this as close to a legitimate opportunity to make money as they can get. We as a city have not created the opportunities for these youth to make other choices, to have alternative incomes to support their needs of their families. Programs like the one Rick used to work with is chronically underfunded, is understaffed, and is often criticized by elected officials and business leaders alike for the lack of immediate results in transitioning youth off of corners and into formal work environments, as if solving systemic issues like this is just that easy. It's estimated that over 20,000 people have disengaged from city schools, most of which have experienced homelessness, violence, trauma, and many of the failures that our society chooses to ignore in search of short-term solutions to hide the outcomes of our collective inaction. And these issues are not news to us. These are systemic issues that have gone unchecked for decades, especially given the fragile economic state that the majority of our citizens live in. We as a legislative body, we as community leaders, must prioritize programs that support our youth and the actual well-being of our communities. We must be proactive and better fund programs like YouthWorks so we aren't leaving students seeking summer jobs left behind. Proactively funding community programs to prevent violence, like the incident that took place last week, and frankly, continues to plague most of our neighborhoods. Almost done, Mr. President.
You're fine.
This body and the mayor's office need to better support programs that provide direct outreach to corners and help these young people transition. Residents need to step up too. Programs that are seeking mentors are often short of people willing to lend a hand. PTA meetings are often empty cafeterias, and the fabric of our community has long been torn. Community cannot wait for government to solve this problem without getting involved. We all are at fault. We all need to do more. It's my hope that we can turn this tragedy into a watershed moment that will make our city a better place for all of us. The lives of Baltimore citizens depend on real solutions. The lives of our children, future leaders, depend on this. This also means truly showing our love, our care, our compassion for children of the city, our children in the city. So let's come up with real solutions instead of continuously talking about what's not working. Let's get to work.
Are there any other regular announcements? Hearing and seeing none. At this time, I would like to recognize do we have the name of the gentleman? The 48-year-old, do we have his name? Can we make sure we get his name? Say his name? Madam Vice President, if you could please put the name Tim Reynolds in our moment of silence. Tim Reynolds. Mr. Dorsey? Sorry.
Thank you, Mr.
Councilman
President. I just want to acknowledge the passing of my grandmother, 104 years old, Jean Dorsey, a daughter of this city, a graduate of Goucher College when it was here in Baltimore City a century ago. And she passed last week in her sleep, and she will be greatly missed by her family. What else can you say, right? Thanks.
Thank you. And for the record, Councilman Dorsey, please state your grandmother's name again, please.
Jean Dorsey.
Jean Dorsey. So we have Mr. Reynolds and Ms. Dorsey. Are there any other? Yes. Councilman Cohen.
Thanks, Mr. President. I do believe Ms. Boston as well has left us. Frank, what was her first name? Beverly Boston.
Thank you for that. So we're going to add Beverly Boston as well. Any additional names? If that, at this time, I'll turn it over to Madam Vice President. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next meeting of the City Council will be held on Monday, July 25th, 2022, at 5 p.m. here in Council Chambers. And may we have a moment of silence for the family of Mrs. Beverly Boston, which is the mother of Frank D. Boston, Jr., that we all know, and also his sister, Carmen Boston. And also include Herbert Salmon, Robert Holmes, Tim Reynolds, Jean Dorsey, the continued families that suffer from our opioid and COVID pandemic, and now the 186 victims of homicide in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Business before the desk. This will conclude the 36th meeting of the 73rd term of your Baltimore City Council. Baltimore, we absolutely love you.
It's your boy DJ T Dynasty.
I'm Hendo.
It's your man Wonder Mike.
This is Master G of the Sugar Hill Gang. COVID-19 is here and everybody is at risk.
A special thanks to all the HABC residents in Baltimore
for doing their part to stop the spread.
Good evening. The 37th meeting of this 73rd term of the Baltimore City Council is now called to order. As a reminder to members of the press, as well as the general public and guests today, please ensure that you silence your electronic devices, cell phones, laptops, tablets, whatever, to ensure that we have a productive meeting. In lieu of an invocation this evening, I will ask everyone to join the Baltimore City Council in a brief moment of quiet reflection. Thank you. At this time, we will turn to our flag to state the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For our showcase this evening, we're joined by Mr. Kyle Pompey, Director of Youth Perspective Baltimore Photography Camp. Mr. Pompey is a professional photographer. Unfortunately, he went to Baltimore City College, and through this program, he teaches young folks tricks of the trade associated with photography. Mr. Pompey, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good evening, everybody. As Mr. Mosby said, I went to the greatest school in Baltimore City and across the land, but I also have an organization called Nice Shot Media House, where I house a prospective Baltimore photography camp for the youth. And the camp is, I came up with the camp because I wanted to give the youth an opportunity to gain a lot of the necessary things that I've learned since I've gotten into photography. I got into photography when I was 27. I'm 42 now. Up until 27, I didn't have a goal. I was like a feather blowing in the wind. I didn't know what I wanted to do. When I got into photography, it started to make me hold myself more accountable for the things that I was doing and let me slow down and just take in the world as I see it. It enabled me to tell my own story, and I feel like that's very important, especially with the youth. So starting at a young age, getting them into the habit of doing those things, you know, I felt like I got more gratification from that than anything else. My camp is a five-week program that I do, and it's completely free. It's every summer. This is my 5th year doing it. I started in 2018. It's 3 days a week for 5 hours, and we go all around Baltimore to different places and take pictures. The point of going around Baltimore and taking the pictures is I take them to a lot of places that people don't usually know about, like Sherwood Gardens, Silburn Arboretum, places like that, especially places that black people don't know about. And, you know, that's 100% of my demographic. So I try to enlighten them to places that they don't know, things that they may not been privy to. And this is one of my students right here. She started with me in 2017. She got her LLC in 2018. And now she's one of my directors. So, Kayla, please come and say, tell them how your experience was. Or is.
So I'm sorry, can you hear me? My experience, it was good. I liked it, I enjoyed it. When I first started the camp, I didn't know I was gonna actually enjoy it. My dad was kind of like, he wanted me to do something, get out the house for the summer. So he made me write the essay, and I wrote the essay, I got in, and then during the summer, in the beginning, like at first I'm really shy and not really outgoing, and like some of the kids at the camp, they were like outgoing and stuff, so like I was kind of off to the side a lot, but as the weeks went on, I started to enjoy myself, and I actually liked it, and I wanted to take it serious. So in 2018, I got my LLC and started my own business where I take pictures for mostly events like proms and birthday parties. I had a wedding in 2019, which was my first wedding. So yeah, now it's not a job for me. It's like a hobby now. So I thank Kyle a lot for creating that opportunity for me.
So if you wanna follow our journey, you can go to our Instagram page, which is Nice Shot MHI at Nice Shot. Like that was a nice shot, Kyle. MHI@gmail.com. I mean Instagram, on Instagram. Sorry about that.
Say it one more time.
At NICESHOTMHI.
And do you have
Yeah, and in my bio, I have a link to like everything that you would need to know about the program. Thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
No, thank you. Thank you for joining us this evening, Kayla and Mr. Pompey. Madam Clerk, if you could please read the roll.
President Mosby, Cohen, McCray, Dorsey, Conway, Schleifer, Middleton, Torrance, Burnett, Bullock, Porter, Costello, Stokes, Glover, Ramos. Mr. President, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would ask that your journal clerk reflect that council members Ramos and Glover are absent, and those absences are excused for this evening. We will now proceed to the adoption of the journals. Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, the journal of the July 11, 2022 proceedings are on the council members' desks.
Without objection, the journal is adopted. Hearing and seeing none, the journal is now adopted. Bills signed by the mayor can be found beginning on page 2 of the agenda. We'll now turn to bills being introduced. Madam Clerk, if you could please read in the first bill.
City Council Bill 220254, Office of Aging, Independent Agency, for the purpose of establishing an Office of Aging as an independent agency, defining certain terms, providing for the appointment of the director of the office, establishing duties of the office, providing for the staff and budget of the office, requiring the adoption of certain rules and regulations, requiring the office to submit an annual report to the mayor and city council, establishing the Commission on Aging to advise and collaborate with the office, providing for the appointment, structure, and governance of the commission, requiring the commission to submit an annual report to the director, and requiring commission members, the director, and other staff of the office to file financial disclosures under the Ethics Code. Sponsors are Councilmember Cohen, Vice President Middleton, Councilmember Ramos, and Chair McCray.
At this time, I'd like to yield the floor to the gentleman in the 1st District. Councilman Cohen, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and I want to take a brief moment to really thank my colleague, Council Vice President Middleton, for not only her partnership on this legislation, but her steadfast leadership when it comes to supporting our older adults. So thank you for that. Today, I am proud to introduce a bill that would create the Office of Aging. Our elders deserve our respect, and they deserve their own cabinet-level office. This office will work hand in glove with the Commission on Aging to improve how we treat older adults in Baltimore. It will coordinate with agencies like housing, law enforcement, and health to make sure our seniors are safe and protected. But most importantly, this office will listen to the voices of our elders and be accountable to them. Let me be clear, I would not be here without the love of my grandmother. My grandma marched for civil rights. She started a summer camp for blind children. She loved to talk politics, and she poured that love into me. Growing up, I struggled with a learning disability. There were moments when my self-esteem suffered and my parents became discouraged. During those difficult times, there was one consistent presence lifting me up, holding me accountable, and reminding me of my own intelligence. That was my grandmother. Because of her fierce determination and refusal to give up, I became a teacher, I started a nonprofit, and I now am proud to serve with my great colleagues on the Baltimore City Council. All across Baltimore, we hear the same concerns in our senior centers and on our streets. Older adults feel like they've been discarded and left behind. They raise concerns about the poor conditions of many of our senior housing buildings. They talk about struggles with transportation, with fresh food access, with health and mental health care, with safety and recreation. They suffered disproportionately during the pandemic, both physically and in terms of mental health. I want to be clear, and we want to be clear, this office is not a knock on the Division of Aging in the Health Department. That division does great work. But Vice President Middleton and I believe we must do more, and we must do it now. In the past, we had a standalone office. We need to bring it back. Let me conclude by saying the way we treat our seniors and our kids says a lot about our values as a city and as a society. Right now, we're falling short. We owe them more than we can ever repay. So to my grandma, and to all the elders that are looking down on us from heaven, this office represents a commitment to build something worthy of your greatness. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I see the hand raised of Councilman Dorsey, Councilman Burnett, Chairman Conway, Councilwoman Porter, Councilman Torrance, Councilman Bullock, to be added as co-sponsors of this bill. Madam Vice President, would you like to speak on behalf of this bill?
Thank you, Mr. President. a short little speech. I first of all want to thank you, Mr. President, for continuing to, I guess, assign and keep me as a representative for the council on the Commission of Aging. I started this council as an older adult, and I am growing into older adulthood. This bill really is a bill that we think, and I'm sure the entire council agrees, it's really the time is now to really take our older adults in Baltimore City seriously, and they really need a separate office. This is not to put any shame or pain with any agency that helps older adults, and that, in a sense, is part of the problem. Everything is spread out all over. Housing deals with housing for older adults. You know, the health department has their piece. Everything is spread out. Some services are happening, but not like they should. And we still have a number of older adults out there that are not being serviced, and they call us as council members. And the agencies should be handling this. The one agency should be handling this. We have an Office of Family and Children Success. For some reason, we see it. We have I can mention 2 counties that surround us. Baltimore County and Howard County have separate agencies. Why don't we have a separate agency? I have not been convinced enough as a representative on the commission. The commission is doing wonderful things. Don't get me wrong, but the time is now to take this to another level. Our seniors have been suffering before COVID, and things have gotten even worse. We just heard about Experience Corps, and I remember on the council when we had to fight before the budget session to save Experience Corps. It mind boggles me that we're just finding out after the budget session that there was an announcement and problems with Experience Corps. This kind of stuff should not be happening. Experience Corps is an important piece of employment for our older adults. So I don't want to have the hearing here, but this is just really important. We do have representatives that took their time to come here today, and older adults from various communities and organizations that are in total support of this. We're going to take our time and try to work with our mayor and the administration, but we are still going to continue to move forward. This is a dire need, and I thank everyone for your support, and especially thank you, Mr. President.
No, thank you, Madam Vice President. I echo the sentiments of the gentleman from the 1st District. This has been a decades-old fight for you, and to bring it back full circle is great. I'll ask the older adults that have joined for this bill, if you could please stand to be recognized. Thank you for your continued advocacy. This bill has been assigned to Economic and Community Development. Madam Clerk, if you could please read in the next bill.
City Council Bill 22-0255, arson offender registration, for the purpose of requiring an individual who has been convicted of a specified crime to regularly register certain information with the Police Commissioner for Baltimore City, specifying location, timing, content, and form of the registration, defining certain terms, and generally relating to arson offender registration. Sponsors are Councilmember Burnett, Bullock, Ramos, and Chair McCray.
Councilman Burnett, I yield the floor to you.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. Over the last 4 years, there's been a series of concentrated fires intentionally set in neighborhoods across the city, with an uptick, particularly in West Baltimore. During an investigational hearing held last year that examined this topic in greater detail, we learned that over the last decade, there have been approximately 2,400 cases of arson in Baltimore City. Currently in 2022, there have been 68 arsons committed, but only 10 people have been arrested and charged. Arsons destroy more than just buildings. They devastate communities, resulting in the decline of economic development, increased insurance premiums, financial hardship for residents, loss of business revenue, decreased property values, and unfortunately, the loss of life in many instances. The United States Department of Justice states that the leading motives for arson are revenge, insurance fraud, vandalism, and the concealment of other violent crimes. The intended purpose of this legislation is to provide the police department with an investigative tool to help them solve open cases and to create a system that tracks and monitors offenders convicted of this violent crime. Arson is a citywide problem that calls for a citywide solution, and I would appreciate my colleagues' support, and I look forward to a thoughtful discussion on this topic, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Burnett. That bill has been assigned. Are there any additional co-sponsors? I see the hand raised of Madam Vice President, Councilwoman Porter, Councilman Torrance, and Councilman Cohen. This bill has been assigned to Public Safety and Government Operations. I'm sorry, and Councilman Dorsey, if we could please allow the record to reflect Councilman Dorsey also as a co-sponsor. This bill has been assigned to Public Safety and Government Operations Committee. Madam Clerk, 256.
City Council Bill 22-0256, Public Safety Apprenticeship Program Advisory Commission. For the purpose of defining certain terms, establishing the Baltimore City Public Safety Apprenticeship Program Advisory Commission, providing for the purpose, composition, and duties of the commission, establishing terms, procedures, and duties of the commission, and generally relating to the Baltimore City Public Safety Apprenticeship Program Advisory Commission. Sponsors are Councilmember Burnett, Ramos, and Chair McCray.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The body would like to yield the floor to the gentleman from the 8th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'd like to thank all of you, my colleagues, for passing the Public Safety Apprenticeship Bill. I think it's a huge deal. It was recently signed by the mayor and will go into effect this fall. One of the things that I learned through that hearing process was that as we have changes in leadership in the police department, fire department, there's also a change in prioritization of it. So this is an accountability mechanism to have a oversight board, ensure that the program is operating effectively, to ensure that young people are getting exposed to veterans of the department, that ideas are being incorporated into the curriculum that they're learning and the work that they're doing while in the apprenticeship program. And so I look forward to thoughtful discussion in committee, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Councilmember. Are there any additional co-sponsors for this bill? I see the hand raised of Councilman Dorsey, Madam Vice President, Councilman Torrance, and Councilman Cohen. This bill has been assigned to Public Safety and Government Operations. We will now move on to resolutions being introduced for the first time and first reading. Madam Clerk, if you could please read the first resolution.
City Council Resolution 22-0121R, Informational Hearing 2022 Primary Election Irregularities, for the purpose of inviting the Director of the Baltimore City Board of Elections and the Director of the State Board of Elections to come before the Council to detail the cause of voting irregularities during the 2022 primary election, potential impacts these irregularities had on election results, and solutions to ensure that such errors do not happen again. Sponsor is Councilmember Ramos.
I think Councilman Burnett, you would like to speak on behalf of this bill. If you could please stand in the absence of Councilwoman Ramos.
Thank you. She sent me a statement to read. Mr. President and colleagues, this resolution calls for an investigative hearing with the Director of the Baltimore City Board of Elections and the State Board of Elections. In the 2 weeks before the primary election, there have been several irregularities that eroded the confidence in the voting system. My constituents and residents across the city have sent in problems that they have had. In some areas of the 14th District, voters received the correct mail-in ballots only to have the Board of Elections send a letter and a different ballot, which was incorrect. These voters had to have a third ballot sent to them to correct these errors, and the first two ballots were nullified. The confusion, especially for elders in the 14th District, was astonishing. In other areas of the district, people received an incorrect voter registration card for another district, and when going to the polling place or their normal polling place, they were met with confusion as to why they were there and often did not know to ask for the provisional ballot for their district. The last two examples happened along the boundaries of two legislative districts, but these boundaries did not change during the redistricting process. Other examples include confusion at the polling places, not enough judges, and in several polling places, no chief judge. So someone was assigned on the spot and expected to take on the role with no training. The missing flash drives that hit the news was just a fraction of the issues that were encountered. So during the hearing, we will explore these issues and any others that residents write us about. We will try to understand why these errors happened and how to avoid the errors next time. I realize the State Board is not compelled to come before us, but we will make the ask. I also know that this is not the first time that the City Council in the past has called the BOE in front of us. Election irregularities are not new, and my colleagues before me have sought to get to the bottom of election issues before. I do want to thank everyone who showed up as an election judge, because that is a hard job. I want to thank the BOE staff that worked hard with me and other elected officials to resolve these irregularities as well. Your work to preserve the integrity of our elections is valued and appreciated, and I'm looking forward to the hearing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for reading that in. Are there any co-sponsors? I see the hand raised of Councilman Cohen, Councilwoman Porter, and Councilman Burnett. If we could please allow the record to reflect Councilman Burnett's name second. This bill has been assigned to Rules and Oversight Committee. That ends our session for bills being introduced as well as resolutions. Now we're going to turn to consent calendar. You can find the consent calendar in Section A of the back of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar? It's been moved and probably seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. And all those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries and calendar is approved. We will now move to bills on second reader. Before we do so, I'd like to recognize Chairman Costello.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we read short titles for second and third reader for the duration of the meeting.
Without objection, we'll be on short titles for the duration of the meeting. Hearing and seeing none, we are in short titles. The first committee we're going to go to is Economic and Community Development. Madam Clerk, if you could please read in this first bill.
City Council Bill 22-0198, City Property, naming the Baltimore City Health Department building to the Dr. Maxie T. Collier Health Department building.
The council would like to recognize the chairwoman of this committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bill number 22-0198 was heard on July 12, 2022. I move the bill is favorable.
It's been moved and probably second. All those in favor, please say aye. And all those opposed, please say nay. This bill will be printed for third reading. Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to invoke Rule 12-1 for same-day advance from second to third reader.
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded to invoke Rule 12-1. At this time, we'll have to take roll call to vote on it. Madam Clerk.
President Mosby, Councilmember Cohen,
We
McCray.
have to actually vote.
Oh, President Mosby.
Aye.
Councilmember Cohen.
Just for the council edification, we have to vote on this, so please say aye or nay. Madam Clerk.
President Mosby.
Aye.
Councilmember Cohen. Chair McCray. Councilmember Dorsey. Chair Conway. Chair Schleifer. Vice President Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Torrance. Councilmember Burnett. Councilmember Bullock. Councilmember Porter. Chair Costello. Chair Stokes. Councilmember Glover and Ramos are absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it. The bill moves to third reader today. Madam Clerk, if you could read in 22-213.
City Council Bill 22-0213, Street Encroachment 420 East Randall Street.
The body would like to recognize Vice President of the City Council.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bill number 22-0213 was also heard on July 12, 2022. The committee approved a technical amendment which was sent to council members. I move the amendment.
It's been moved and probably seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The amendments are approved.
I move the bill favorable as amended.
It's been moved and probably seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The bill is approved as amended and will be printed for third reading. Madam Vice President, you are up again. Madam Clerk, if you could please read in 22-215. Sorry about that.
City Council Bill 22-0215, City Streets Closing 2 10-foot alleys.
Madam Vice President, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. 22-0215 was also heard on July 12, 2022. The committee approved a technical amendment. I move the amendment.
It's been moved and probably seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is approved.
I move the bill favorable as amended.
It's been moved and probably seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. And all those opposed, please say nay. The bill is approved as amended.
City Council Bill 22-0216, City Property Grant of Easement.
The council would like to recognize Vice President Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. President. 22-0216 was also heard on July 12, 2022. I move the bill is favorable.
It's been moved and probably second. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The bill is approved and will be printed for third reading. Now, Madam Clerk, 244, please.
City Council Bill 22-0244, City Streets Closing 3 10-foot alleys.
The body would like to recognize Vice President Middleton.
Thank you. And 22-0244 was also heard on July 12, 2022. I move the bill is favorable.
It's been moved and probably second. All those in favor, please say aye. And all those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The bill will be printed for third reading. Madam Vice President.
And I also move to invoke Rule 12-1 for same-day advance from second to third reader.
It's been moved and probably seconded. Actually, we have to do roll call. Madam Clerk.
President Mosby.
Aye.
Councilmember Cohen. Chair McCray. Councilmember Dorsey. Chair Conway. Chair Schleifer. Vice President Middleton. Councilmember Torrance. Councilmember Burnett. Councilmember Bullock. Councilmember Porter. Chair Costello. Chair Stokes. Councilmember Glover and Ramos are absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it. The bills will move today for third reading. We're going to go to Rules and Oversight next. Madam Clerk, if you could read in 22-238.
City Council Bill 22-0238, Charter Amendment, Inspector General Advisory Board.
The body would like to recognize Chairman Schleifer.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee held a hearing on this bill on July 21st. There are amendments on your desks, and I would like to move the amendments favorable.
It's been moved and probably seconded. Do you have an issue with the motion? At this point, before I recognize, I want to make sure. Do you have an issue with the motion that's on the floor? There's a motion on the floor, so we're going to take the motion.
Mr. President, my understanding is the rules of order prescribes that after the motion is made and seconded.
So that's why I said you had some unreadiness associated with the motion.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I asked you. If you could, at this point, we'll recognize Councilman Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm concerned about the amendments on this bill, increasing the size of the board to something that is potentially untenable. 11 members is a bordering on unwieldy size advisory board, I believe. Further, there are things that in these amendments that the law department has explicitly said previously we do not have the authority to do. In particular, to name ex officio members from outside of city government to serve on a board. The law department has forcefully opined that we do not have the authority to do, and I believe that there is a good possibility that this has been adopted or approved in error, that by the approved by the law department in error, as they have said to the contrary before. And I'm afraid that, you know, the law department says in certain cases, look, the city council is free to enact certain things. We just won't be able to implement them if we don't have the legal authority to do so. And I'm concerned about giving the wrong impression that we might actually have the ability to legally compel people to sit on this board ex officio that we do not have the right to do. Further, that is my comment on the amendment here. I will comment on the bill as a whole after a vote has been taken on the amendments. Thank you.
No, thank you, Councilman Dorsey. Is there any additional unreadiness associated with the amendments on members' desks? Hearing and seeing no additional unreadiness, I believe we have a motion on the floor. It's been properly seconded. Is that accurate? For the record to reflect, I believe you provided the motion.
Yes.
Who provided the second? Chairman Conway provided the second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed, please say nay. No. Please let the motion to reflect that we have a vote of 12-1. 2 are absent. The 1 nay vote is Councilman Dorsey. At this time, I'd like to recognize Chairman of the committee, Chairman Schleifer.
I'd like to move the bill favorable as amended.
It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Is there some readiness with this? Chairman Slifer, if you could please hold on for a second. At this time, the body would like to recognize Councilman Dorsey. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I think there may be some concern over the makeup of the board of the advisory board for the Inspector General's office. I think it's too early to tell. The advisory board has met once, or one cycle. They're supposed to meet every year to review the performance of the office and the budget request of the office. That has happened for exactly one budget cycle. I think that that's a premature scale for judging that it's not working somehow and that it needs to be changed. And I think that this would be better left to the next ballot in 2024 when we have had a chance to show that more of how the board can function. And so that's, and for the reasons that I stated before about the amendments, I think it's substituting a small and functional focused board for something that's potentially unwieldy and potentially not legal. So thank you, Mr. President.
No, thank you, Councilman Dorsey. Is there any additional unreadiness before we go to the motion? Chairman Slifer, I believe we still have a comment from, is this related to the motion? Yeah. All right. At this time, the board would like to recognize Councilman Cohen.
Thanks, Mr. President. Due respect my colleagues' analysis. I would argue, though, that I think it is incredibly important to have an independent board that is holding oversight over our Inspector General. We know this is an extremely important office that roots out fraud, waste, and abuse, and I do believe it is appropriate to have as much independence as possible. I do believe it's in line with best practices, and so I would will offer my support. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, is there any issue or unreadiness associated with the motion that is on the floor? I believe it was moved by Chairman Slifer and seconded by Chairman Conway. Without hearing or seeing any additional unreadiness, we'll entertain a vote. So it's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Again, please let the record to reflect there's a 12-to-1 vote. 2 are absent, the 1 being a nay by Council Member Dorsey. At this time, the bill will be printed for third. No, we are on. At this time, I'm going to go back to Chairman Slifer. The bill will be printed for third reading, but we're going to do a double reading. The reason, just to reflect transparency to general public, there are statutory requirements in order for us to get it on the November ballot that it has to pass from the Baltimore City Council and be signed into law or pass into law by a certain time period. So that's why we're going to double read this bill tonight. With that, I'm going to call back Chairman Slifer.
I'd like to move to invoke Rule 12-1 to advance this matter from second to third reader at the same meeting.
Is there a second? There's a second. At this time, we're going to do roll call.
President Mosby.
Aye.
Councilmember Cohen. Yes. McCray. Dorsey. No. Conway. Aye. Schleifer. Yes. Middleton. Yes. Torrance. Aye. Burnett. Yes. Bullock. Aye. Porter. Aye. Costello. Aye. Stokes. Yes. Glover and Ramos are absent.
Thank you. The ayes have it. The bill moves to third reading today. Next up, we're going to go to 22-247. Madam Clerk.
City Council Bill 22-0247, obstructing street, racing, or stunt driving.
Chairman Slifer, the floor is yours.
The Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee also heard this bill on July 21st. There are no amendments, and I'd like to move the bill favorable.
It's been moved and probably second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed, please say nay. Please allow the record to reflect that there is, again, a 12-to-1 vote with 2 absences, the 1 nay being Councilman Dorsey. This bill will be printed for third reading. Thank you, Chairman Schleifer. Madam Clerk, 22-212.
City Council Bill 22-0212, Residential Retention Tax Credit Amendment.
The body would like to recognize sponsor of this bill as well as Chair of Ways and Means. Chairman Costello, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have floor amendments on our members' desks. These amendments reflect additional conversations between myself, your staff, the Law Department, and the Finance Department that occurred after the committee heard this bill. These amendments will make the bill easier to implement and are responsive to the feedback brought by the Mayor's administration at the bill hearing. Amendment number 1 changes the date by which those previously eligible for the credit who have not applied can now do so up until May 31st of 2023. Amendment number 2 is technical. Amendment number 3 clarifies and simplifies how an applicant can verify their eligibility for the credit. Amendments number 4 and 5 clarify how those previously eligible who have not received the credit may do so. And finally, amendment number 6 extends the effective date of the bill to 180 days from the enactment date to give the Department of Finance adequate time to revive the program. Mr. President, I move the amendments.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. For the record, we moved 6 amendments as a package, so amendment 1 through 6, that's on the council member's desk. With that, I turn back to Chair Costello.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill favorably as amended.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. And all those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The bill will be printed for third reading. We turn now to bills on third reading for final passage that require invocation of City Council Rule 12-1 for same-day advancement. The clerk will read the bill and call the roll. The first bill is 22-198. Madam Clerk.
City Council Bill 22-0198, City Property, naming the Baltimore City Health Department building to the Dr. Max C.T. Collier Health Department building. President Mosby, Cohen, McCray, Dorsey, Conway, Schleifer, Middleton, Torrance, Burnett, Bullock, Porter, Costello, Stokes, Glover, and Ramos are absent.
Thank you. This bill is approved. Madam Clerk, 22-238.
City Council Bill 22-0238, Charter Amendment, Inspector General Advisory Board. President Mosby, Councilmember Cohen, McCray, Dorsey, Conway, Schleifer, Middleton, Torrance, Burnett, Bullock, Porter, Costello, Stokes, Glover, and Ramos are absent.
This bill is approved as discussed earlier. I would like to publicly thank Councilwoman Ramos. She's not here tonight for her tenacity to help move this bill through to ensure that we made the deadline associated with the general election ballot. Her leadership in working with the Law Department, the administration, and colleagues is well reflected on this bill. Madam Clerk, if you could please go to 22-244.
City Council Bill 22-0244, City Streets Closing 3 10-foot alleys. President Mosby, Councilmember Cohen, McCray, Dorsey, Conway, Schleifer, Middleton, Torrance, Burnett, Bullock, Porter, Costello, Stokes, Glover, and Ramos are absent.
This bill is approved. We'll turn now to bills on third reading for final passage. The clerk, if you could please read in the first bill.
City Council Bill 22-0211, City Employees and Retirees Healthcare Reform. President Mosby, Councilmember Cohen, McCray, Dorsey, Conway, Schleifer, Middleton, Torrance, Burnett, Bullock, Porter, Costello, Stokes, Glover, and Ramos are absent.
This bill is approved. For members of our leaders in labor as well as city employees who are here in support of the bill, if you could please rise to be recognized at this time. Thank you for your leadership on this particular issue. This bill is approved. Madam Clerk, if we could go to 22-230.
City Council Bill 22-0230, Bond Issue Public Infrastructure Loan, $72 million. President Mosby, Cohen, McCray, Dorsey, Conway, Schleifer, Middleton, Torrance, Burnett, Bullock, Porter, Costello, Stokes, Glover, and Ramos are absent.
This bill is approved.
City Council Bill 22-0231, Bond Issue Community and Economic Development Loan, $36 million. President Mosby, Cohen, McCray, Dorsey, Conway, Schleifer, Middleton, Torrance, Burnett, Bullock, Porter, Costello, Stokes, Glover, and Ramos are absent.
This bill is approved.
City Council Bill 22-0232, Bond Issue School Loan, $38 million. President Mosby, Cohen, McCray, Dorsey, Conway, Schleifer, Middleton, Torrance, Burnett, Bullock, Porter, Costello, Stokes, Glover, and Ramos are absent.
This bill is approved.
City Council Bill 22-0233, bond issue, affordable housing loan, $14 million. President Mosby, Cohen, McCray, Dorsey, Conway, Schleifer, Middleton, Torrance, Burnett, Bullock, Porter, Costello, Stokes, Glover, and Ramos are absent.
This bill is approved. Now we're going to turn to committee announcements. Chairs, when you hear a committee call, please proceed with any announcements from your committee. First committee up, we're going to go to Economic Community Development. Madam Vice President, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Economic and Community Development Committee would like to announce the following hearings, which will be held in City Council chambers at City Hall at 2:20 p.m. Bill number 22-0228, Midtown Community Benefits District Amendment, sponsor Councilman Costello. On September, and that was August 9th, 2022. On September 13th, 2022, we'll hear two bills. The first one is at 2:01 p.m. That's bill number 22-0221, zoning conditional use conversion of single-family dwelling unit to two dwelling units in the R7 zone district variance, and that's 2315 Utah Place, sponsor Councilman Torrance. Also on September 13th, 2022 at 2:02 p.m., we will hear bill number 22-0246, and that's the York Road Business Improvement District establishment, sponsor Councilman Conway.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Next, we're going to go to Education, Workforce, and Youth. Thank you, Chairman Stokes. Next up, Health, Environment, Technology. Chairwoman McCray. Thank you, Chairwoman McCray. Next up, Public Safety, Government Operations. Thank you, Chairman Conway. Next, Rules and Legislative Oversight. Thank you, Chairman Schleifer. And the last but not least, Ways and Means. Thank you, Chairman Costello. Now we're going to move to regular announcements. Members, please wait to be recognized if you have any regular announcements. Hearing and seeing none, there's no regular announcements at this point. I would like to recognize Vice President Middleton to close us out.
The next meeting of the City Council will be held on Monday, August 15th, 2022, here in Council Chambers at 5 p.m. And may we have a moment of silence for Mr. Vernon Sims, as most of us know, was the Chief of Staff for Elijah Cummings. And we also need to continue to have a moment of silence for the now 202 victims and families of homicide in our city, and also our continued opioid epidemic and COVID pandemic.
Thank you. There being no new business before this desk, this concludes the 37th meeting of your 73rd term of this Baltimore City Council. Baltimore, we love you.
What's up, Baltimore? I'm Gabby, and you're watching 5 Minutes with Gabby. Look what I have in my hands today. It's a watercolor palette and a tiny little brush from Tiny Easel. I don't know anything about painting, but I'm super excited to be here because Miss Jennifer Noley, who is the founder of Tiny Easel, is going to be teaching me a lot of things about painting, and you get to come along on the ride. Hi, Miss Noley, how are you?
Hi, I'm great. Thank you for having me.
And we also have your beautiful daughter, Elizabeth, here. Hi, Elizabeth. Yay! So you're gonna help Mommy tell us all about Tiny Easels and painting today.
Tiny Easel was born out of an idea. I'm a working mom of 3 kids. I wanted to find something that was easy for kids and easy for parents.
Right.
So the whole idea is that I tried different things, would put things in front of my kids, and wanted them to enjoy it,
Right.
but I also wanted to give them the independence to paint.
When I was doing research for this conversation, I went, of course, to your website, which is tinyeasels.com, and I was like, this is really great. I feel like there are adults who actually need something like this.
Absolutely. One thing that I really love about this is that a lot of my friends are trying this out and they enjoy it too. And when I was choosing the paints, a lot of the paints I chose are high quality paints that adults use.
Yeah.
So the colors are rich, and I actually use them when I'm creating my drawing.
You don't have to be able to do a Mona Lisa or anything.
No, and I think the whole idea, I look back to my childhood, and I did a lot of painting with my mom and my dad, and my parents aren't artists, but they would just put paint in front of us. So with all of the drawings I created for Tiny Easel, I used inspirations from my kids, places we would go, and a lot of that came from places in Baltimore.
Yeah.
One of which is the Baltimore Zoo.
Exactly why it's a little bit more exciting to be here today, right outside of the Penguin House, which I'm really excited about. I want to hop a little bit into your Baltimore background. You seem really, really passionate about the city, and I want you to share that with me.
I grew up in Bolton Hill, and I've lived here my whole life. Met my husband in Baltimore.
Yeah.
When my husband and I got married, I made 250 tiny easels for all the guests as gifts, and they were like centerpieces, so they sat at
Well, let me guess. It said your name and your husband's name on it?
Yes!
Oh, that is the cutest thing.
And they were little Monet paintings because I've always loved Monet.
Yeah.
And just I've developed this love for all these places in Baltimore. I think Baltimore is just filled with a lot of love. So
Yeah.
on my boxes, I say designed in Baltimore because I really wanted that to be captured. Even though it's so subtle, I think it's a really important part of where I've come from.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't think that we go anywhere or do anything without taking with us where we're from, right? And I think that that's a bold, big, loud, good statement to make about Baltimore, that something, this simple yet really useful comes out of right here in our beloved city. All right, Elizabeth, now I'm going to talk to you. What's your favorite thing to paint?
I like to paint rainbows. This is a rainbow I just painted a while ago. I like to draw unicorns.
That's nice. That's a very pretty unicorn. What's your favorite color?
I like pink and purple and
See,
blue.
I could tell that. I could tell because your rainbow was pink and purple. So if I do this and then I put water in it,
it will turn into paint.
Isn't that amazing? That is cool.
And imagine when kids see that.
I know.
They get
I'm
so excited.
I'm a grown woman. Elizabeth, you're painting a unicorn.
You betcha, and it's the best unicorn you've ever seen.
Right? So do you have to like dry out or wash out old color to do new color? Like painter's tips?
No, you don't have to. I mean, the nice thing about watercolors, again, the colors blend really easily together.
I can see that happening right now. Well, Miss Noley, thank you so much. This has been so much fun. And check this out.
That's beautiful. I love it.
Well, I'm no Picasso, but this has been such an amazing experience painting with a tiny easel right here at the Maryland Zoo. Until next time, you're watching 5 Minutes with Gabby, and I'll see you in our next episode. Mwah. See ya.
Do you have questions about using credit, saving money for school or retirement, or selecting a bank? Are you ready to buy a house? Do you want answers to these questions? 4 out of 5 adults say they did not have the opportunity to learn about personal finance. 70% of adults between the ages of 23 and 38 do not know basic financial information. Financial education helps people avoid debt and save money to invest in their future well-being and stability. The Mayor's Office of Immigrant Services, in partnership with Baltimore City Community Action Partnership and Baltimore City Community College, are helping English language learners make wise money decisions. Community Action Partnership offers free financial education workshops at Baltimore City Community College, so students can learn more about money. The workshops and public service announcements focus on banking, how to save money and invest money, use credit, and buy a home. Students can also go to a Community Action Partnership Center for individual financial counseling and other support services. Attend a Community Action Partnership financial education workshop to build your financial knowledge and confidence. For more information and other financial resources, please call, email, or visit us on the web.
What's up, Baltimore? I'm Gabby, and you're watching 5 Minutes with Gabby. John Tyler plays the saxophone, he plays the electric and acoustic guitar, the keyboard. I mean, what musical ability does he not have? Today, I'm jamming with John, and you get to come along. Talk to me a little bit about your musical beginnings.
I remember my 5th grade graduation, there was a talent show. I formed a band. We played at the talent show. It was standing ovation, everything. It was fantastic. And from that moment, I was like, I know this is what I want to do.
Wow, in 5th grade.
5th grade.
Love Groove is a festival that you just started. What was the reasoning behind, starting something like that?
As I started to develop as a musician, I caught myself in all these different scenes. And the one thing I noticed was everyone didn't like everyone. Like, you would never see the hip hop kids at the rock show.
Oh, wow.
You would never see the rock kids at the jazz show. Never see the jazz at the alternative, and so on and so on. And looking at other cities like Atlanta, they support each other no matter what part they come from, no matter what genre they're doing. And I wanted that for the city, so the idea was to bring everybody together onto one stage. And also the other reason being because there was no opportunities at all really happening for artists to express themselves, for them to showcase their work, and I wanted to create the opportunities.
I saw a video of you on the internet, of you sitting in your car listening to yourself on the radio. What was that moment like?
It was, I had to take a moment to breathe, because one, not even that is just on the radio, it's on the #1 black radio station in Baltimore, which coming up when I started, most black people didn't really like my music and told me I sounded white, told me I was very weird. And to now be played on the #1 black station, it was just, I was just filled with joy.
I know that being a creative, because I am one too, and I don't mean to brag, but being a creative can be tough. So on those times when you feel like you're stuck somewhere, how do you overcome your creative blocks?
Getting out the house really helped me to overcome that writer's block.
That's really cool. So like, I'm guessing hiking.
Not hiking.
So what are you doing outside, riding a bicycle?
Biking is my favorite thing to do outside of being creative.
I named a couple of instruments that you play. What is your go-to instrument?
Guitar.
Okay, both now, both for the people. Go ahead, look at the camera and just tell them.
I'm John Tyler, and I can play whatever you want on guitar.
Claps. Well, that completes this part of the interview. I cannot wait to do a jam session with John. Stay tuned. So this is the jam session with John Tyler. This is all ad-libbed, all freestyled, so just enjoy. Musical expression. There ain't nothing like this feeling. very next one. We're just gonna keep jamming. See you next time. Bye. Love grooving. Oh, I know you feel it. We're moving. It's a good feeling. I feel good. Da-da-da-da. What's up, Baltimore? I'm Gabby, and you're watching 5 Minutes with Gabby. So if you've spent any time at all in Baltimore, you recall a trip or 5 to the historic Lexington Market. Right now, it's under construction for the new South Wing that we just can't wait to enjoy. But until that time, I have our resident design experts here with me, and they're gonna answer all our questions about the new Lexington Market. Hi, Nicole and Brennan. Brennan, talk to me a little bit about your background as someone who grew up in Baltimore and working on the Lexington Market project.
Lexington Market was always a place that we went on Saturdays, and I would run around and play through the stalls, and it was like a maze as a kid. It was the place where I could get, I knew I was going to get a crab cake that day, so I was always excited about that.
For you, Nicole, Baltimore embraced you, and you're working on such a project that is so dear to Baltimoreans.
I moved from Boston to Baltimore about 4 years ago, and the first job I got to work on when I moved here was Lexington Market. And so for me, this is really close to my heart because Lexington Market is really the lens that I've learned about Baltimore through. I think the market has such a history of supporting entrepreneurship and people like coming and doing their thing for the first time. So I feel like it did that for me.
You have fallen in love with the city, you know, through this project. What are some of your favorite things that you realize or come to love about Baltimore?
Full disclosure, when we came to Baltimore from Boston, it was for my fiance's residency. We planned on going back to Boston. And we were here for about a year, and I was like, why are we leaving this place? So I would say 2 things that the city has that we love, and I think Lexington Market really embodies this, is 1, a sense of community. There's so much pride in Baltimore. And then the second is just the people themselves are so welcoming. My experience with every new friend I've ever met in Baltimore is that we'll meet like once and they'll say, oh, you're kind of cool. Like, do you want to get dinner tomorrow? Yeah. And you know, like I'd be like, ooh, that's okay. Yeah, let's do it.
Every person I talk to who loves Baltimore loves it for that same reason. Brennan, what are these called?
So these would be our study models. These were in the beginning of the process when we were still trying to figure out what direction we were going to go in aesthetic and style for the overall exterior of the market.
For you, Nicole, what is your favorite part of the design plan for the new Lexington Market?
I'm an architect and it should be the building, but the thing I'm actually the most excited about is the plaza. This space that's a plaza in this model is where the old arcade used to be that was demolished. I live not that far from the market, and when you live in a downtown city, there's not a lot of outdoor space. So I think it's great that we're providing that.
Any good courtyard just makes the building, it just makes it come alive. Because this is kind of what it's going to look like, right?
This is a SketchUp model. It's to help us understand what we're doing in 3D. It's also a lot of times a tool to help our clients understand what they're looking at.
Gave our client VR goggles.
Yes.
And they were able to like stand in the space, and we were in the office, like walking around with the little remote controls. And
we're using 2 bricks on Lexington, so there's sort of like a base of this black brick, and then above that is this red brick.
So this one goes on top of here?
Yes, kind of stacks. Like if this was a column, this goes until like 3 feet, and then it changes color. And it just sort of helps give the building kind of a base and a grounding.
Baltimore's got grit to it, so not everything has to be so pristine and perfect all the time.
You're relating it back to kind of the character of the city,
Exactly.
which
Yes.
is actually really cool.
Right.
How much of this is what we're going to actually see?
So the upper photo is pretty accurate to what is going to happen. The lower photo, this was an early rendering that was done for the interior. The wood that you see here will not be in the built project. Other than the ceiling structure, it's the feeling is accurate.
Well, Baltimore, that's it for this episode of 5 Minutes with Gabby. Thank you so much for coming with me on this Lexington Market journey. We all are so excited to see the new South Market in 2022, but until then, please go to the Lexington East Market right now to support the vendors that are there. I'll see you guys in our next episode, and until next time, bye! What's up, Baltimore? I'm Gabby, and you're watching 5 Minutes with Gabby. Today, we're keeping our masks on because we're inside and we're a little bit too close, but I'm here at Ice Queen's. And before I get a really delicious sweet treat, I'm first of all going to be sitting down with the young co-owner of this establishment, this Instagram-worthy establishment. Hi, Deja, how are you doing?
Good, I'm doing great, Gab.
Tell me what the story is behind Ice Queen's.
Since I was young, I always wanted to own my own place. I wanted to create a space that was me and that was welcoming to everyone. So after working at a snowball stand for about 5 years, Ice Queen's became a dream. Before moving to my grown-up doctor, I'm just talking casually with my pediatrician about this dream that I have. I get a phone call from her about a week later, and she's like, I kind of have a proposal for you. I really liked your idea about snowballs. I'd like to open the stand with you. So at first I'm a little like, okay, you want to open it with me? So a few months pass. I'm like, hey, like I know you called me a few months ago.
Yeah.
Just chit-chatting about that thing. Were you still interested? And she's like, oh yeah, we're doing it. I'm like, oh, okay.
So this was real.
So then I get to writing and dreaming and putting everything on paper that I've had in my mind. And then about a year later,
here we are.
Here we are.
It's a beautiful establishment. I mean, there's so much art here. There's so much color.
Thank you.
Hashtag Ice Queen's on Instagram.
Everyone has been so supportive. Since day one, we had a line around the block, literally around the block, which for me, being a first-time business owner, has been so encouraging and uplifting. I've had people come from as far as New Jersey and Florida and DC just to come and really lift me up and say, hey, you're doing a good job and we like your snowballs. And that really like warms my heart.
What's the future of Ice Queen's? Where are we headed with this?
Oh, I plan to be the Chick-fil-A of snowball stands.
Snaps for that.
I want to bring you great snowballs, great treats. I want to treat you with great service. I want you to feel like you're a part of our family when you come in here.
It's a big deal what you're doing. People can only tell you what they tell you, right? But on the other side, as somebody who's like looking at you, a 22-year-old, and you have your business and you're doing all these things, it's like you really do reach people on a deeper level, and I think that that's something really, really beautiful. Well, Baltimore, this is so fantastic, and I'm super ready to try one of these famous New Orleans, Baltimore snowballs, because why not? I'm here, right?
Exactly.
So let's get right into it. I'm gonna watch you do a snowball right now. Which one are you making?
So we're gonna do a Candyland snowball today.
Okay.
It's a fun one.
Ooh, I'm anticipating a lot of color. Oh. It does look like snow.
So we're gonna do an ice cream flavor, which is this clear one. Then on top, we're gonna do Skylight, which is pretty popular with the kids. It tastes like blue.
Oh.
And then we're gonna top it with cotton candy flavor, which is my personal favorite. And then the toppings in this one are gummy worms and nerds.
More nerds, more fun.
Yum, 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 yum.
That
And
looks
there
so good. Well, this looks so good. I can't wait to try this.
Yes, I'm excited.
Yeah, Baltimoreans are gonna get to see my face when I try a snowball for the first time. Well, Baltimore, that's it for this episode of 5 Minutes with Gabby. I hope you join us for our very next one, and I'll see you next time. Mwah. Bye.
Cheers.
Cheers. All right, let me try this. This is gonna be exciting. Ah. It's like magic in your mouth.
Good. I'm glad you like it.
Oh my God. This is good. Oh, me?
Okay.
Hey there, Baltimore. I'm Jade, and today we're going on an artistic adventure as we explore the Greater Baltimore Cultural Alliance. For nearly 20 years, they've been providing invaluable resources to Charm City's arts and cultural community. You'll meet one of the artists they help, accomplished pianist Scott Patterson. He was awarded one of their top prizes.
I started shouting on the phone. I said, "We won!"
So join me for a creative outing. Hey there, Baltimore. I'm Jade, and today we're going on an artistic adventure as we explore the Greater Baltimore Cultural Alliance. For nearly 20 years, they've been providing invaluable resources to Charm City's arts and cultural community. You'll meet one of the artists they help, accomplished pianist Scott Patterson. He was awarded one of their top prizes, the Baker Artist Award.
And I started shouting on the phone. I said, "We won! We won!" And my kids was like, "Yay! We're rich!" We were like, "No, no, no, no. We're not rich. We're not rich. We won."
So join me for a creative outing today on Discover Baltimore. Tucked within the Motor House and Graffiti Alley on North Avenue is the Greater Baltimore Cultural Alliance. Artists flock to this space to create, while visitors come on a daily basis to explore this brick wall canvas.
Look at the face up there. It's so realistic.
The Greater Baltimore Cultural Alliance is a service organization. We are a connector of the arts sector, the people within it, the programs in it, the projects in it, and all that connects to art forms, artistry, and art people.
One of our signature programs in that area is called the Baker Artists Portfolio, which allows individual artists in all disciplines to be able to set up a portfolio on this beautiful site, and that site is viewed by people all over the world at the view to understanding what kind of activity is happening here in Baltimore.
One such artist this organization has helped is critically acclaimed pianist Scott Patterson.
Baltimore is such a great place because Baltimore in general has been very welcoming. The artist community has been very welcoming to us. And through our community, through our other artists that we know, we've learned of the Baker Artists Award. We learned about the Greater Baltimore Cultural Alliance because it's a very, very great organization here in the city. And if you're an artist, you have to know who they are. I love the piano because it is a spaceship for me. It is a way of moving through space and time. I love music and I love being able to express myself and express the things that I can't say in words, the inner thoughts, the inner feelings that I have inside of me. The piano interprets for the world. I started playing at the age of 5. I was tricked by my mother. No, I'm kidding. My mom came to me one day and she says, "Do you want to do something fun?" And I said, "Yes, of course." She says, "You're gonna have to do it for the rest of your life." And I'm like, why wouldn't I want to do something fun for the rest of my life? And I was on my way to my first piano lesson. Now here I am. Some of my influences are Duke Ellington, Earth, Wind & Fire, Stravinsky, Jimi Hendrix, and Jim Henson, Beethoven, Brahms. These are my influences. This is what I think of when I'm writing music.
Scott's wife Alicia is his biggest fan.
am incredibly proud of my husband. We met at the University of Cincinnati. I knew he was talented then, so it's been really amazing to see him evolve as an artist, as a man, as a human being, to see him with our children. He is definitely my best friend, and he is the life partner that I'm blessed to have.
We work with almost any kind of artist that you can imagine. Certainly in all disciplines. We work with musicians and visual artists and multidisciplinary artists. We work with artists who have their work hanging in museums, like Amy Sherrill. We work with people who are really connected to the people who live in our city and our region and are making an impact upon the lives of a whole lot of people.
The process to applying for the Baker Artist Award was actually pretty simple. We went on the website, and the website was very clear about opening up and building your artist portfolio. It was simple. Unlike most grants that we've come across where there is this long process of writing and the Baker Artist Award was really simple. I received a phone call, and the phone call, the people from the Baker Artist Award, they were saying, you won, and you won the Mary Sawyer and Bowden Award. And I couldn't believe it, and I started shouting on the phone. I said, we won! We won! And my kids was like, yay! We're rich! And we're like, no, we're not rich, we're not rich. We won. I would encourage people to apply for the Baker Artist Award. It's a really good thing to do for an artist because it's not just about the award. It's also about building a portfolio. I've gotten other projects because someone went onto the Baker Artist website and saw my portfolio. And it wasn't because I won or anything like that. It was just because they saw the portfolio and they're like, hey, I like this. And so the Baker Artist Award is great for artists to do, just to do. My name is Scott Eben Patterson. I am a pianist and I'm a composer, and I'm a father and I'm an artist, and I love what I do.
For more information about the Greater Baltimore Cultural Alliance and upcoming performances by Scott Patterson, please visit their websites.
I'm Jade, and thanks for joining me. And as always, I encourage you to discover Baltimore.
The pandemic kept me away from my audience. The vaccine is slowly bringing it back.
La vacuna significa que nuestra ciudad y nuestro restaurante pueda florecer otra vez. ¡Viva Baltimore!
These young men in our communities, I tell them to go get vaccinated so they don't bring COVID home.
I care for the sick every day. I got vaccinated because my grandkids need me to.
It's Baltimore versus COVID. Let's win this together.
So, Angel, have you ever climbed before?
I have not.
On this episode of Discover Baltimore, we're rocking it. Rock climbing, that is, at Earth Tracks.
Hey, Angel, how's it going?
Hey, Dan. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for having me here.
Yeah, of course. We're psyched that you're here.
Earth Tracks. So you got to tell us, how did you guys get started?
So we actually started out as an outdoor climbing guiding service.
Okay.
Our founder, Chris Warner, was taking people outside to do climbing, and shortly after that ended up opening up climbing gym in Columbia.
Okay.
And now we have locations in Timonium, Rockville, Hamden, obviously.
Amazing.
Crystal City, Virginia, and then all across the country.
So you guys are all around. Now you guys have these beautiful rock climbing walls all around, but you also can come here and do other things.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
So a lot of people come here for their fitness needs. We also have a yoga studio. We have the climbing wall, obviously. So yeah, you can do a bunch of different stuff here.
So like a one-stop shop.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And then on top of that, I would say the thing that makes us special is the community that we have here and kind of the welcoming nature of just anyone being able to come in and be a part of it.
Okay, so a lot of stuff. I think one thing in particular I have to do. I have to climb one of these walls.
Absolutely, and I'm going to set you up with one of our best instructors, Birna, who's going to help you out.
Birna.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Hi, Birna.
Hey, are you ready to do some climbing?
I am.
Awesome.
Kinda.
Well, I think you're going to be good.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
In addition to various degrees of difficulty of walls, there's a gym and a yoga studio on hand, making it a fun way to spend the day. There are multiple locations, including one in Hamden within the Union Collective. Before tackling the wall, Birna had me do a few warm-up exercises. She also gave me a quick lesson along with a few tips. Climbing the wall was a little tricky at first, just figuring out where to place my feet and deciding what was the best rock to grab onto. However, slowly but surely, I started to get the hang of it, and it got easier as I went along. Climbing definitely takes some upper body strength to work your way up, but it was really fun and rewarding to be able to do it.
So thank you so much, Birna, for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Please come by anytime.
Yes, I will be back to conquer the rest of the walls.
You did a great job today.
I surprised myself. So thank you so much.
Absolutely.
For more information on Earth Treks and their various locations, check out their website. As always, we encourage you to discover Baltimore.
If you call about a water main break or a sewer backup, I am the guy to call. I am Keenan Smith. I'm a liaison officer with the Maintenance Division here at DPW.
My job on the landfill is to make sure that it is maintained properly and responsibly. That's good for you and the environment. I'm Deosa Clyburn. I'm a heavy equipment operator too for DPW.
We're DPW and we're DPW proud.
Hi, I'm Angel, and today on Discover Baltimore, you're in for a real treat. We're going to visit one of Baltimore's most iconic buildings, the Bromo Seltzer Arts Tower.
There's a lot of interesting architecture in Baltimore. In the heart of the west side of the city stands the landmark Bromo Seltzer Arts Tower. It's been a part of Baltimore's skyline since 1911 and was the tallest building at the time.
Betsy?
Angel, so good to see you. I'm so glad you made it.
Thank you so much for having me here at the Bromo Seltzer Arts Tower. Now, tell me a little bit of history about this amazing space.
Started out in 1911. It was the home of the Emerson Drug Company.
Okay.
And they made a product called Bromo Seltzer. And that was a headache remedy for a night after heavy drinking.
Okay.
But the tower portion itself housed the offices for the Emerson Drug Company and the Maryland Glass Corporation, and other businesses thought it was a very prestigious address to have their offices in.
Now, what is the building used for today?
It houses 15 floors of artists and photographers and writers, all sorts of creative people that rent space and work here in the tower. We have a museum on the 15th floor. There's all sorts of things to do when you come to the tower.
So Betsy, I would love for you to show me around.
All right, you ready?
Yeah, I am.
We'll start up these stairs.
Let's go.
Okay.
There's an incredibly talented group of artists who share space here that work in all kinds of mediums. For them, being able to create their art within this landmark building in the heart of the city greatly adds to their inspiration.
My name is Janet Jeffers, and I am a photographer, an artist specializing in digital photography. It's a wonderful place to work. It's very central. I like hearing the sounds of the city. I like being surrounded by activity. You can go places and run into people that you know or run into people that you don't know but become friendly with very quickly. So it's a really welcoming city, I think.
My name is actually John David Ehlers, and I go by the name of Dave, short. I made application to become one of the artists in the studio because I just knew the history of the building and the fact that it was an icon that I liked, that appealed to me. It was intriguing and very artistic. It is safe, it is quiet, it has resources, it has light on three sides basically in this studio. That enhances my ability to paint and to draw, to take photographs. It's a wonderful, wonderful atmosphere to work in.
My name is Mariana Mears, and I'm a visionary artist, and I work with all kind of media. My dreams actually came true to became one of the artists in this beautiful building and the history. I love Baltimore because it's a very diverse area, and the city treats me very well and my art, and I like being in here, and thank you for having me.
When you come for a visit, be sure to stop by the museum on the 15th floor. Here you can see the largest collection of Maryland glass.
So Ernie, tell me a little bit about this collection.
Well, the collection we have here is actually one of the largest collections of its kind in the world.
Wow.
It's the largest collection of cobalt blue bottles known to exist.
Okay.
And all these bottles were made here in Baltimore.
Right here.
But back in the day, Maryland Glass made bottles for just about everybody in town.
Everybody.
If they needed a cobalt blue bottle, Maryland Glass would have made it.
So Ernie, tell me a little bit about what's inside these cases.
Well, there's many different bottles in these cases.
Okay.
A lot of them would have pertained to Noxzema, Milk of Magnesia, or Vicks Vapor Rub. But this one here is really special.
Okay.
This one would have been called Shampoodle back in the day. Yes, yes. And it's just amazing that back during the Depression, when people could barely afford milk, the price of buying Shampoodle would have probably been the cost of someone to have milk for their family probably for about a week.
It's free to visit the artist studios, but for a few extra dollars, you can go up to the clock tower.
So Angel, this is the piece de resistance of the tower, the clock room.
Wow, so cool up here. So Betsy, tell me about this amazing, amazing room.
Isn't it marvelous?
Yes.
This is the mechanical room for the building. It houses the elevator motors back here on the platforms and the Seth Thomas clock.
Wow.
Built in 1911.
Wow.
It is the largest 4-dial, gravity-driven, non-chiming clock in the world when it was built in 1911.
Right here in Baltimore.
Right here in Baltimore.
Amazing.
Mounted over here, see these wooden pieces? Those are the original hands.
Wow.
From 1911. They were removed from the clock when we did our restoration in 2015.
Well, thank you so much, Betsy, for having me. I had an amazing time. So much history.
It's marvelous, isn't it?
It is, and I'm definitely coming back.
Great.
Okay, and you should too.
The Bromo Seltzer Arts Tower is a project of the Baltimore Office of Promotion and the Arts. For more information about the Bromo Seltzer Arts Tower and how to plan your visit, go to their website.
I'm Angel. Thank you so much for joining me, and as always, I encourage you to discover Baltimore.
Have you noticed the red lanes on streets in downtown Baltimore? These lanes improve transportation and are reserved for buses, bicycles, and emergency vehicles. If you need to make a right turn, you may drive in the dash part of the lane to make your turn at the next intersection. Violators will receive a $90 fine and 1 point on their license. To learn more about dedicated bus lanes, go to transportation.baltimorecity.gov or baltimorelink.com.
What's up, Baltimore? I'm Gabby, and you're watching 5 Minutes with Gabby. Today, I'm in a boxing ring for the first time ever. And I'm going to be learning how to throw a hook. I know I just did that wrong right now, but I'm sure I'm going to get some tips from Mr. Umar Marvin McDowell, who is the owner of Umar Boxing Program here in Baltimore City. You've been boxing for a long time. What was that moment for you where you thought, boxing is what saved my life and I have to create this opportunity for other people?
You know, the time that I came up was the heroin era.
Ooh.
You know, and that was like in the 70s and 80s. I was a little knucklehead. I ain't gonna say that I was an angel walking around.
Yeah.
You know, some of my friends, we were in the neighborhood, you know, so we walked past this community center, and they had boxing. Since I was a pretty good street fighter, my buddies dared me to challenge the guy that was there. I got in there and I started working out with the guy, and you know, and I did pretty good. We used to compete, and I'm saying the first 3 fights that I had, I lost. And I was looking at them trophies, and I said, man, I gotta get me one of them trophies.
I mean, but that's what keeps you motivated.
Yeah.
You have to have something to look forward to.
Yeah, so I started listening more, I started training better, started putting a little running in, and then I went undefeated for the next 25 fights.
Wow.
You know, and then I was kind of like popular, a little star in the
you
community
got your
and stuff. Yeah, so, you know,
You're walking around with all these medals.
mhm.
The other kids, how are they responding to you?
Seemed like if they felt that I was doing it,
They
that
could
they
too.
could too. So, you know, they used to follow me to the gym. But see, we have to be the example of what we want.
Yeah. So fast forward 20, maybe 15, 20 years, and Umar's boxing program becomes a reality.
Umar is an Arabic word that means life. And it was the ideal name to give the organization because we want to put life back into these youth and young adults.
How did it even come to be? I know that you owned a barbershop at some point.
Well, from 1982, I was at my Diamond Mall cutting hair. And it started right at the barbershop. You know, I was talking about what I was inspired to do, and someone knew how to do articles of incorporation, someone knew how to do the 501c3, and you know, some people knew how to do the proposal, so everything started right there.
People who knew these things only knew that you had this dream because you talked about it.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really important message for young people, is to remember that your dreams aren't that unrealistic. If you really just share them, there are a lot of people that will help you. What services does Umar Boxing Program provide?
We have a great tutoring program, no hooks before books. It's mandatory for the kids that's from 6 to 13. They have to be an educational component and put the guns down, put the gloves up. So I was trying to, you know, create an alternative for the youth with the gun violence. You know, if you feel frustrated or you feel that you want to hurt somebody, you know, come to my gym, you know.
Punch it out.
Yeah, you know, get all that aggression out, you know, to a positive.
And that's a beautiful note to end on. I am super excited to learn how to hold my hands up the right way. This is the fun part.
Chin down, hands up. Step, step, step. And when you duck, right, you just step, duck, duck. 1, 2. No, keep that foot back here. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Jab, jab.
I feel this
1,
in my
2.
thighs.
1, 2. 1, 2. Hard, hard. Step, 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 step. Step, 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 step. Step, step, step.
I am so surprised at myself. Hold on 1 second. Oh my gosh. I can't even talk.
Ain't no joke, is it?
I can't even talk.
1, 2. There you go. I can make a champion out of her.
Well, Coach, this was such an amazing lesson. Thank you so much for all that you do. For these tips, I am panting because I can't catch my breath.
Yeah. I'm saying, don't hurt nobody though, all right?
I won't. They better not come for me though. Well, that's it for this episode of 5 Minutes with Gabby. I'll see you guys in the very next one. Until then, see ya.
Human trafficking can happen anywhere, in your state, your city, and even in your neighborhood. Anyone, male or female, citizen or migrant, black or white, can be a victim of human trafficking. Whether it's forced labor or sexual exploitation, Baltimore and Maryland have some of the highest rates of human trafficking in the nation.
After destructive experiences in the foster care and juvenile system, I became a victim of human trafficking at the age of 14. I was forced into the life of sex work. Thankfully, someone recognized the signs I was being trafficked. I am a survivor and helping others by raising awareness and sharing the warning signs that someone may be a victim. Knowing these signs could really change the life of someone like me. To report a suspected case of human trafficking or to learn how you can help, please call, text, or visit us online.
What's up, Baltimore? I'm Gabby, and you're watching 5 Minutes with Gabby. Do you ever wonder what the comptroller does? Well, I do too. So I thought, why not sit down with the Baltimore City Comptroller, Mr. Bill Henry, so that he can teach us all about comptrolling. This is going to be very informative.
Thank you very much for having me on.
Of course. So what does the comptroller do?
So it's what the comptroller used to do. I'm going to actually start there. The comptroller used to be in charge of all the financial activities for the city. And at the state level, the state comptroller still handles a lot of the state finances. When you pay your taxes, you sign them over to the comptroller, you sign the check to the comptroller of the state. What the comptroller does now is largely be a watchdog. The comptroller is the position that keeps an eye on the city agencies, making sure that they're being effective and efficient, that they're doing the best they can be doing with their operations.
There's a lot to do with transparency, and I know that that's one of the tenets for the mayor.
Right. When I was running for this office, the quick thing that I could say at the doors was asking people, do you know what the comptroller does? And letting them know that I believe if more people knew how the city was spending its money, we would spend it better.
Yeah.
And openness, transparency are really the path to accountability. And that's what Baltimore needs more of.
What are we most excited about progress-wise? What has happened? What are we looking forward to?
We have started to get the Board of Estimates process moved along into the modern era.
Yes.
We have switched over to electronic submissions. Now looking forward to the next step, which is getting all of that information into a database so that we can make it outward facing.
So what's the most misunderstood thing about the Office of the Comptroller?
I would say a lot of people assume that I am effectively the director of finance. They know I'm watching the money. They think I'm watching the money because I control it coming in and going out.
Oh.
So sometimes that's a disappointment when I have to explain to people that I don't really do that part.
Yeah.
But I'm in a position to call the public's attention to that fact if it's not being done well.
An important distinction.
Yeah.
Were numbers always your thing?
Numbers have actually, always been my thing. As a kid in elementary and middle school, high school, literally right up until calculus. Math was my game. I loved it. Then I hit calculus and it's like running into a brick wall.
I'm all about the arts. Finding X was never my forte. I know you have 2 daughters. How are they now with you being the comptroller? Are they like, yes sir, comptroller dad?
They like me being comptroller better than they liked me being a council person, if only because the hours are a little bit more defined. I've actually been spending a lot more time with my family. This was a gift from my daughter. A couple Christmases back, she told me, hey, I got you a car. Your present is out in the driveway. And I went outside, and this was lying in the middle of the driveway. And she said, it's a new toy Yoda.
In your scope of responsibility as a city comptroller, what's the hope for Baltimore right now?
We've had a lot of change in terms of city leadership, not just in the most recent election, but over the last 5 years or so. And I chalk it up to the uprising. I think that after 2015, the whole mindset of the city was, yeah, this is messed up.
Yeah.
We need to do things differently. And doing things differently is going to mean having different people do them.
Is there a sense that everyone's kind of taking responsibility and stepping up?
There is definitely a lot of talk about openness and transparency and accountability right now. We'll see over the next year or two.
That's a challenge. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Comptroller, for talking to me. And I'm sure if you quiz me about what the Comptroller does now, I may have a correct answer for you. That's it for this episode. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
Hola! Welcome to your first Spanish lesson on Culturality.
The Baltimore City Department of Transportation is launching a traffic safety campaign called Don't Block the Box. Have you ever been stopped at a green light because vehicles entered the intersection without making it all the way through? Blocking an intersection causes gridlock and also keeps pedestrians from walking safely in crosswalks. Blocking the box is illegal and violators could receive a $125 fine. So please do your part to prevent gridlock by not entering the intersection if you can't drive all the way through. And remember, don't block the box. For more information, go to transportation.baltimorecity.gov.
What's up, Baltimore? I'm Gabby, and you are watching 5 Minutes with Gabby. Guess who I get to talk to today? The Mayor-elect, Brandon Scott. Thank you so much for joining me. I am super happy to be having this conversation with you, sir. How are you?
I'm great, Gabby. Thanks for having me. I'm excited about it as well.
Congrats on being elected. Talk to me about election night. What were you feeling?
I was feeling very excited, very relieved, but also very impatient. This is a life's dream for me to become the mayor of Baltimore. And I have a lot of work to do, but really thinking about all the work that we have to do and excited to get started on that work so that we can make Baltimore a better place.
Of course, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. But before we get into it, how does a Park Heights boy become mayor of Baltimore City?
Well, it's just that, right? If you know anything about Baltimore, you know anything about Park Heights, is that we have grit and determination and never give up. We never allow what people say about us to dictate where we're going to end up. You can't separate my upbringing in Park Heights from me becoming mayor of Baltimore, because when you see your first shooting before your 10th birthday, go to schools with no heat and air, lose friends, see people struggle, it makes you make a decision on whether you're going to accept that or want to change it. And I decided that I wanted to change it, and that's what led for me to be in service for the entirety of my life.
And speaking of service, in Baltimore City, you just, finished rounding up your term as City Council President, and you're going to become the mayor of Baltimore City. What are you most excited about?
I am most excited about actually being able to change the way the city thinks and operates, especially when you think about Baltimore and the way our government structure has existed and operated the same way every year that I've taken life. The way that we think about public safety has not changed. It's been just treated as a law enforcement's issue. We're going to totally reimagine that and attack that through a comprehensive way, and making sure that we're doing that through a lens of racial equity is what excites me the most. Oh, my little cousin. My grandmother actually watched her every day before she went to school. So all she would do all day long is watch TV 25. And in her mind, there was no difference between Barack Obama and me. So she told her mother the other day, you don't know what you're talking about.
Brandon's the best president.
Yeah, she is. So she's like on cloud, her and her brother are like on cloud 9.
You are one of, if not the youngest mayor that Baltimore has had. As someone who's young and vibrant, or maybe other people don't see that as, you know, enough experience or whatever, but how are you coming into the role knowing that?
Well, it's nothing new for me. When I started on the council, I was one of the youngest, the youngest council president. So it's just something that's just second nature at this point. But also, when you think about me having 13 years experience in city government, it's about the person's ability. It's about their dedication. It's about their willingness to surround themselves with the best people so that we can work in the best way. And that's what we're going to do.
So your friends, now that you've been elected, you know, you're the newest mayor for Baltimore, do they look at you differently? Like, what's the dynamic among your people?
No, absolutely not. When I'm with my friends or with my family, I'm not the mayor, I'm Brandon. And that's what keeps me humble, and that's what allows me to stay level-headed and allows me to stay that person that I've been since I was born and raised here in the city of Baltimore. That's what you need from your friends and family. You need folks who are not going to be yes people, but people who are going to treat you the same. And I still have to take out the trash. I still got to cut my parents' grass and pick up their leaves. That is no different for me.
What would you tell a young Park Heights 10-year-old boy now who is looking to his future and maybe doesn't know what's coming or what to expect?
They told me that I couldn't do what I'm doing today. You have an example. You are the only thing that can stop you from achieving your wildest dreams. It's my job to make sure that I am building a city so that when they're at this point, that they're not fighting the same challenges that I fought, that they don't have to struggle the way that I struggle. But my hope is that one day they will be a better council person than I ever was, a better council president than I ever was, and a better mayor than I ever will be, so that Baltimore can be the best version of itself. My job is to build a foundation for how they can make the city the greatest representation of itself.
Wow, you are the only person that can get in the way of you achieving what you want to achieve. That is powerful, and that rounds up our episode. Thank you so much for your time. This has been enlightening, and success to you and all the best as you embark on this new journey.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Well, that's it for this episode of 5 Minutes with Gabby. I hope you join us next time for our very next episode. Until then, see ya.
The pandemic kept me away from my audience. The vaccine is slowly bringing it back.
My wife and I got vaxxed to protect our growing family.
I got vaxxed so the flock can gather again, here in God's house.
These young men in our communities have families that rely on them. I tell them to go get vaccinated so they don't bring COVID home.
En Jiu-Jitsu, nunca bajas la guardia. La vacuna es tu mejor guardia.
I got vaxxed to get back in the game.
It was scary knowing the Rona was out here, but that didn't stop us. We got vaccinated to continue keeping our city clean and healthy.
La vacuna significa que nuestra ciudad y nuestro restaurante pueda florecer otra vez. Viva Baltimore!
After the shutdown, I got vaccinated to travel and see what I've been missing.
I care for the sick every day. I got vaccinated because my grandkids need me to.
The vaccines are proven to be safe for expecting and new mothers. Get the vaccine to protect yourself, your new family, and our city.
My mom passed of COVID-19 before a vaccine was available. Encourage your family and community to get vaxxed while you still can.
Thanks to everyone who's gotten vaccinated, the vaccine is saving lives in Baltimore. It's Baltimore versus COVID. Let's win this together.
Hard hat? Check. Safety vest? Check. Shovel? Check. Hi there, I'm Gabby, and on today's episode of 5 Minutes with Gabby, I'm getting a lesson on Pothole 101 from the Department of Transportation. This trusty team works hard to fix and fill potholes that create obstacles for commuters. For the month of May, the mayor has issued a citywide contest to encourage people to report potholes via 311. And to up the ante, his team came up with a Capture the Pothole contest. Here's what you do. Take a photo of a pothole in your area, Photoshop something creative in that pothole, and submit it to your social media with the hashtag #CheckOutMyPothole. you may just win a day of filling up potholes with the mayor. Wouldn't that be cool? I'm excited to roll up my sleeves and get to work and get some pointers on potholes from the maintenance supervisor, Kendall Abu Hakim, and his crew. This is gonna be exciting. So Kendall, what causes potholes?
Believe it or not, water and weather causes major damage to our city's roadways. Temperature changes will cause expansion and contraction of these aggregate materials.
Yeah.
Combine that with the damage caused by consistent roadway traffic, and fissures and cracks will occur. And once those cracks expand over time, eventually they become potholes.
If someone wants to report a pothole problem, what should they do?
Well, there's three options. You can call in to 311 to report a pothole. You can use the 311 app on your mobile device.
How quickly do they respond?
Surprisingly, within 48 hours. So for most potholes on our streets and alleyways, we can have those repaired within 48 hours.
That's really fast. And what's the best part about doing this?
The best part, I would say, is that getting a thank you or just a vote of confidence from the citizens of Baltimore. Quite often there's that narrative that city workers don't work hard, they don't do anything, and I beg to differ. So whenever we get a thank you and we appreciate your hard work, that goes a long way. It really makes the employees feel good.
On an average day, how many potholes would you say a crew is repairing?
Okay, for a particular crew, they can repair anywhere between 15 and 20 assigned potholes.
Okay.
And that does not include what we call pickup potholes.
Okay.
Where the crews, once they travel to and from their assigned locations, if they notice a pothole, they have the ability to get out and fix it.
Oh.
So that's an additional 10, so we're talking close to 25 to 30 potholes.
So when you're coming to repair a pothole, what do we need to bring?
You just need some asphalt, you need a shovel, you need a broom, and a tamper.
Okay, a tamper is a thing that you do.
Exactly.
I'm ready. Give me a little pothole 101.
So Gabby, what we need to do first is take care of all this loose debris and old asphalt.
Oh, it's dusty.
Now what we'll need to do is have some asphalt put in the area that you just cleaned out.
Okay.
Good, thank you. So now we'll try to get it level, Gabby. We'll just try to break it out. Make sure that we got it in all the areas right up to the edge. Next, we'll have it tamped. Give it to her. Let her do some.
All right. Thank you. Ooh, this is heavy, actually.
Gabby, you sure you haven't done this before?
Kendall, thank you so much for letting me be part of the team today. I give you guys a lot of credit. This is hard work.
Gabby, we were glad to have you, but the day's not over. We have a few more to do. Are you up for it?
I'm up for it. Let's go.
Sounds good.
I think I'm starting to get the hang of this.
Gabby, you have real potential.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You should hire me to do this.
We'll get you an interview.
Well, that's it for this episode of 5 Minutes with Gabby. Thank you so much for watching. For more pointers on potholes, visit the DOT website. I'll see you next time. Bye.
For everyone's safety, the Department of Transportation asks that you slow down to get around town. Pay extra attention when you're in a school zone. Always stop for a crossing guard holding up a stop sign.
Thank you. Thank you.
This message is brought to you by the Baltimore City Department of Transportation.
Hey there, I'm Angel, and today we're headed to one of the best places to explore in Baltimore's backyard, the Maryland Zoo. Nestled in Drew Hill Park, the zoo offers an inspirational yet educational opportunity for people to explore many wild wonders of the world.
We have two great white pelicans that are off to my right.
Here they come. Here they come. I think I'm getting the hang of it. So get ready for this amazing outdoor adventure today on Discover Baltimore. The Maryland Zoo is the third oldest zoo in the country. It offers over 135 acres of fun. How y'all doing? With a collection of over 130 species for people to enjoy and learn about. Margaret Ennis is the Assistant General Curator here. So Margaret, I haven't been here since I was a kid. You got to tell me, what's the mission of the zoo?
Our core purpose here at the zoo is conservation and education, which sounds like a very serious business, and of course it is. But we also want our guests to remember to have fun while they're here and to remember that just by visiting the zoo, they are helping us achieve our conservation goals.
I love it. So how can people plan their visit to the Maryland Zoo?
When they arrive here in Zoo Central, they have a choice of where they want to go next. So they can stay and look at our wonderful penguin colony. They can head over to see the bears in Polar Bear Watch. There are native animals in the Maryland wilderness. And they can go to the farmyard. And then there's my favorite area of the zoo, the African Journey.
So what are some seasonal things that happen here at the zoo?
It's different at the zoo in every season, so there's always something to see. Our zoo experiences change up with the months. And we also have wonderful events like Zoo Lights, which happens around Christmas time.
I imagine that's probably beautiful.
It is.
The zoo recently added a series of zoo encounters, including the penguin fish toss. Feeding the penguins. This is my first time now. Do I need any special training, or can I just grab and toss?
I'm gonna hand you a fish.
Okay.
And then what we're gonna do is you're gonna aim for anywhere in the water.
Do I call them?
No, so you're not gonna call them. They should, I'll bring the bucket here. Hopefully they'll start making their way over.
Here they come. Here they come. Here they come. I'm gonna toss it. They are so cute. They are adorable.
Yeah.
So how long does snack time go?
So this is about 15 minutes.
Okay.
We'll do it around 1 o'clock.
Okay.
And so what we're doing here is we're actually tracking what penguins are eating what fish.
Okay.
So these guys can actually eat as many fish as they want. They're self-regulating. We just like to keep track in case anyone hasn't eaten for a couple days.
I think I'm getting the hang of it. In addition to the penguin toss, another cool experience involves tortoises. So Ransom, tell me, what's it like being a zookeeper?
Well, being a zookeeper, basically every day we get to come in and get to interact with a lot of different species of animals. There's a lot of different teams that we have here at the zoo, and at least for my team, we work with, tortoises, reptiles, we have birds, we also have Sitatunga, our hoofstock. Okay. So every day is a different day.
So we're here in the tortoise experience. Tell me a little bit about it.
So for the tortoise experience, it's a pretty informal experience that we have for our guests here. They get to come in, interact with our tortoises that we have on exhibit. They get to kind of basically free roam around the exhibit. We give them brushes, we give them food. And you get to know the tortoises on a one-on-one basis, basically. Get to know a little bit about their personalities.
Okay, so I get to feed them today.
Definitely.
And this right here is?
So this is Clover.
Clover.
And she is 23 years old.
23 years old. She don't look a day over 20. So I heard they like to be brushed.
They do. So they really like to be brushed. They have a lot of nerve endings in their shell. Here's a brush for you. Straight off with you.
After my adventure with the tortoises, I was able to explore a little more on my own. I want to take one home with me. Maryland Zoo, not just for kids, but for kids at heart. I'm Angel. Thank you for joining me, and as always, I encourage you to discover Baltimore. For more information about membership, renting the zoo for special occasions, and planning your visit, please go to their website.
The City of Baltimore supports safe and sustainable transportation options like these protected bike lanes. These lanes provide protection for cyclists by separating them from moving cars. As a driver, here's what you need to know. The green markings show motorists where they may see cyclists and should be crossed carefully. Special parking lanes have been installed away from the curb for added safety. Remember to look for cyclists when exiting vehicles and pay to park. For more information, go to transportation.baltimorecity.gov.
Hey there, I'm Angel, and chances are, whether you live in Baltimore or not, you know the name Johns Hopkins. He worked his way up from a grocer's helper to a millionaire banker. Later, he became Baltimore's greatest philanthropist. The Clifton Mansion was his personal home, and today on Discover Baltimore, we're invited in for a visit. The Clifton Mansion was originally built in 1802 by Baltimore merchant Henry Thompson, who served in the War of 1812. The building was later purchased by Johns Hopkins as his summer estate. So this place is absolutely beautiful. Tell me about this hallway.
So this hallway has a lot of photos of philanthropists in Baltimore, those who loved Baltimore, changed Baltimore like Hopkins did, and we're trying to find out even more who did that and make it more inclusive and find out even more about those that support Baltimore.
Okay, and what about this room right here?
So this is the Henry Thompson room.
Okay.
The Thompson family were the first ones to do fundraising to help us with our restoration, and they did all the fundraising to do this room. Obviously, the wallpaper is not original from the 1800s, but it's what it might have looked like.
Mm-hmm.
These are all artifacts that were found on the grounds when they were doing some of the excavating.
Mm-hmm.
But the cool thing about this is this was the back of the original house. It was one room deep, 3 up. So right here were the stairs.
Okay.
So that's why the mantle isn't in the middle of the room.
Okay.
Because it was in the middle of the room when this was stairs. And then this was the back porch until Johns Hopkins added all that he added onto it.
Cool. It's a lot of history.
There's a lot of history in this place, a lot of stories. So this is the ballroom, which would have been called the saloon actually in the day, which means a place to gather and talk. And you can see various things on the walls, but one of the really cool things is up here where this white has been chipped off, it's gold. And so the speculation is that perhaps when they strip all of this white, it's going to be gold dipped. So Angel, this kind of shows you a representation of what they do when they're finding out what was it like underneath this. So this is scraped off several coats. They do this, and then they'll send a little piece of this to someone who will say, here's what the color it was. So eventually that will happen in this room.
So Jana, how is the mansion used today?
Well, the mansion today it's a working mansion. We do tours every 3rd Saturday, and that again will start up again in the summer where people can come for a public tour and see and hear the history. But day to day, it's the headquarters for Civic Works.
So Jana, are people able to rent the mansion for special events, occasions?
So we are very excited about having people in because it offers a moment in history.
Yeah,
It offers a piece of time in the history of Baltimore. And so yes, absolutely, we have weddings and receptions and showers and birthday parties, photo shoots, and then wonderful thing is a wraparound porch where you can do cocktails there, or you could have a dinner, and then of course there's the grand stairwell where everybody likes to go there and see that, and then go up in the 80-foot tower, which has the best view of Baltimore in the city.
So Jana, what are some goals for the property? What do you guys have planned for the future?
That's an interesting question, because right now we are right in the midst of figuring out how we want to tell the full story of Clifton, because up until now only part of the story of Clifton has been told. It's kind of like this is one of the best kept secrets in Baltimore.
It is.
Right? You said you lived in this neighborhood and never been here.
Yes.
So we want to have events here and, you know, tours, and bring people in and share the stories, and really experience the magic that is Clifton Mansion.
This place is absolutely gorgeous. I'm Angel. Thank you for joining me, and as always, I encourage you to discover Baltimore. For more information about renting the Clifton Mansion, volunteering, or making a donation, please visit their website.
The City of Baltimore supports safe and sustainable transportation options like these protected bike lanes. These new lanes are used exclusively by cyclists for added safety. They are separated from traffic and include new signs and markings. Turn boxes at intersections allow cyclists to safely position themselves for turns across busy streets. Whether you're biking, walking, or driving, it's important to obey all traffic laws for everyone's safety. For more information, go to transportation.baltimorecity.gov.
I'm Gabby, and you're watching 5 Minutes with Gabby. Today, I'm talking to Septimius the Great, a little bit of Rome right here in Baltimore.
I always had this love for like Greek and Roman culture. My house is like that too, just to let you know.
Oh my God.
I have busts and statues and columns and stuff everywhere, but I just had a love for it.
I'm imagining you walking down the street in like, I don't know, some Caesaresque outfit and people are looking at you strange. Like, what would your explanation be to somebody who was like, what are you doing?
It happens quite often. It happened this morning. But I don't have a problem at all dressing up as Septimius, the Roman emperor, crowns, cloaks, and have Roman soldiers and women, and it doesn't make a difference to me, because I want you to say, what in the are you doing?
Yeah, what are you about?
Yeah.
When I was preparing for this conversation with you, in my mind, I had this whole scenario of like being knighted as something.
People say
I don't
that,
know
right?
what. But maybe we'll figure that out later. So before the persona, there was, you know, Marlo Sims. Talk to me about that little boy growing up.
Well, you know, Marlo Sims grew up in Park Heights, right here in Baltimore, you know, from a broken home. Mother was an alcoholic. I kind of raised myself. Long time ago, I met my godfather, who kind of showed me past my block of turmoil. Because of him, I went to Poly, which was completely out of my scope because my friends didn't go to Poly. They went to, you know, local schools. From there, I went to college in California, which was a Christian college. I didn't know that.
Why did you say it like that? I didn't know that. Like, if I had known, it maybe it would have been different.
Well, no, it was fine, but I just didn't read the fine print.
Yeah, okay.
But I went there. I was a private college. My mom paid for everything because she took care of me financially, of course. Yeah. So it was a whole college of like white, Asian, Latino. My dad works for, you know, is the president of Coca-Cola, blah, blah. And I'm sitting there like, okay, I'm just a little black guy from Park Heights in this private college with all these people who come from money. And I don't know what I'm doing, but I want to do it all. I owe it all to my godfather opening up the blinds to see that, you know, outside of Baltimore, there's a whole life. And you don't have to be a product of your environment, which I could have easily become. Yeah.
That's a very powerful statement. You don't have to be a product of your environment. And for you to be doing all the things and be going as far as you're going, I'm sure that you've had some people ask you, like, how do you do it?
How do you do it? I don't know, just try it. But I just think life is like a clean palette. It's like you can paint it and create it to whatever you want. It may look messy, it may come out great, but unless you start making those strokes in your life, you won't really know where you end up at.
So on the days when you really don't feel like turning it on, right? On the days when you're like, I really don't want to be Septimius today, but I have to. How do you manage that?
Sometimes checking in with real people who really know you. and not just pacifying you or
Yeah.
yes, 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 or the jealous ones who are like, oh, you never, don't do this, whatever. It's just checking in with reality. That keeps me grounded. You know, I've tried to escape Baltimore several times.
The fact that you said escape.
Because I've been here all my life.
Yeah.
Not escape in a bad way. Like,
Yeah,
just to get out. I do like the fact that I have my private life and then I have my celebrity life.
Yeah.
And being in Baltimore, I have the best of both worlds, and my
Yeah.
friends keep me very grounded. They probably won't let me leave. If I do leave, they're gonna drag me back. But
That's what you need good friends for, right? You need good friends to tell you when you're doing a little bit too much. And maybe staying here or at least having some influence here will keep that in check.
Exactly.
Okay, so we're gonna switch gears a little bit.
All right.
You look all stylish with your bling bling. You
Okay,
know?
okay.
And I'm sure a lot of Baltimoreans, you know, watching this are gonna be asking questions like, what kind of things do you think about when you're putting together an outfit?
I don't want to go somewhere and first of all see the same thing. But y'all got the same thing on. I just don't want that.
All the side eyes,
Right.
the people who don't actually say anything, they're just like,
Right, exactly. I have to always do something different. I just want you to remember me. Yeah, that's all. That's it. And have a conversation.
so the translation for the guys watching is be yourself, walk in with confidence, and make people remember you.
There you go. First thing you have to do is you have to, get your posture together. So you have to bring your shoulders up.
Square.
And I want you to imagine it's a person there, person there, person there, and we're gonna acknowledge these people, but at the same time having our posture up, head up, and you just and then you can give a little smile, just like, yeah, I got this.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Well, that's it for this episode of 5 Minutes with Gabby. Thank you so much for watching. Until next time, see ya.
I got my Pradas on and my Gucci too. I got that Louis Vuitton and I look so
Many of my family, the elders, lost their homes either in foreclosure or they had to sell it to white folks in that area. I really want to reclaim my aunt's home. I have to go through this process of reopening the estate because they did not have a will, to my knowledge. So trying to figure out how do I do this in the most equitable and legal way possible. It makes my soul glow just because I want legacy here. We have more control over our land, our property, and what we want to see happen with it. I think for so long, people in my family, like black folks, they've always had people doing things to them. And I think it's really great that now we shift to that mindset of like, no, I'm taking ownership of this. I have agency. There's a lot of power and healing when it comes to ownership, and that's what I'm hoping to get.
Reach out to Maryland Volunteer Lawyer Service to protect your home, your deed, and your legacy.
What's up, Baltimore? I'm Gabby, and you are watching 5 Minutes with Gabby. Today, I'm a skater girl. You don't believe me? Well, I'm hanging out here at the Charm City Skate Park with Joey Jett, Baltimore's very own Tony Hawk, and he's going to be telling me all his favorite skater stories and teaching me how not to fall on my face. Hi, Joey. How are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
Excited for this. How did you start skating?
When I was 6 years old, my mom got me a skateboard at a yard sale. Pretty much fell in love with it. Then by 7, was skating along Ryan Sheckler, Shaun White. Life was pretty crazy. It was like moving super fast, especially at like a young age. And by 11, I ended up quitting skateboarding. And
Why? Why would you be on such a high and then take a break?
I mean, what I was doing a lot of contests. So I got into skateboarding for the freedom and creativity of it. And the contests, at a young age, it just kind of limited me. It made me feel like judged, which made me naturally dislike skateboarding.
Wow, so at 11, you seem like someone who's pretty self-aware at 11.
I actually wish I was that knowledgeable about myself, because if I knew that that's why I didn't like skateboarding, I probably would have just quit the contest. But I was so young, I just thought like, this is skateboarding, and I just don't like it anymore. 5 years later, started skateboarding again, just with some friends, filming, and it became an art, it became creative again, and I fell back in love with it.
Thank God, because we're here, and I'm excited about this.
Yeah, thank God for that.
skateboarding is something that, you know, Tony Hawk is out of California, and like it's a big sport. Why stay in this, you know, Baltimore City?
I get asked that. That's probably the #1 question I get asked.
Yeah.
Go to California, go to California. But honestly, California is the last place I want to go to because that's where every skateboarder is going to and it's getting saturated.
Yeah. No shade, California.
Yeah, no shade to California. It's nice. But I like to be unique. Like my skateboarding, I would say, is unique, and my favorite artists are unique. In Baltimore, it's so like unique and it's so like raw, from like the buildings to the skate spots. It's like rugged, and like Baltimore does have a lot of heart, and there's just something like, I grew up here. It has like a special meaning to me.
If you could estimate how many times you've fallen in your life as a skater, how many would you say?
I mean, just if you watch like the reality, just one clip, like one clip of me, I probably fell 200 times just filming that one trick. So I mean, the amount of times I've fallen in my life is probably
3,000 billion.
Yeah, not even countable.
That is crazy. So why do you keep getting up?
That's a good question. I mean, it's because I love it, because skateboarding means something to me. So just in life, that's why I like skateboarding so much, because in order to get good at skateboarding, you have to get back up.
That's actually very true. But enough talking. Now let's get onto the skating, because this is really why I did this interview.
Let's do it.
And you're gonna teach me some things. So I'm super excited about this. Don't go anywhere.
Just ride with it like you're riding a swing.
Oh, wait. You gotta be gentle. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Wait. Hey, wait.
Oh.
How come I can't like stay like centered?
Yes, let's try an ollie.
Oh God.
Try to put your back foot on the edge.
All the way?
Yep. And then try to go like that. Boom.
Hey, I didn't fall that time.
There you go. So in fast motion, it's this.
Yeah, I'm fine. I still have a lot to learn in skating, but thank you for watching this episode of 5 Minutes with Gabby. Bye!
Do you have questions about using credit, saving money for school or retirement, or selecting a bank? Are you ready to buy a house? Do you want answers to these questions? 4 out of 5 adults say they did not have the opportunity to learn about personal finance. 70% of adults between the ages of 23 and 38 do not know basic financial information. Financial education helps people avoid debt and save money to invest in their future well-being and stability. The Mayor's Office of Immigrant Services, in partnership with Baltimore City Community Action Partnership and Baltimore City Community College, are helping English language learners make wise money decisions. Community Action Partnership offers free financial education workshops at Baltimore City Community College, so students can learn more about money. The workshops and public service announcements focus on banking, how to save money and invest money, use credit, and buy a home. Students can also go to a Community Action Partnership Center for individual financial counseling and other support services. Attend a Community Action Partnership financial education workshop to build your financial knowledge and confidence. For more information and other financial resources, please call, email, or visit us on the web.
Paul Thomas has always been one to figure life out as it unfolds. That's until he discovered his love for nightlife and the need for a Black-owned upscale space where Baltimoreans can enjoy a night of food and fun. Right here at the Civil, he's creating just that, with Friday night live music and specialty drinks like the Whoa. Every day is a chance to be the best. So join me and Paul on this episode as he shares his story of learning on the go. Ooh, we got our drinks.
if you want to trade, like you can take this one.
So which one's this one?
This one is the COVID-19.
Okay.
And you have the whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah.
The whoa looks whoa. This is really good.
Oh, I'm glad you liked it.
It's actually really good. The COVID, what was the inspiration behind that?
I was trying to not like make fun of the pandemic, but I was trying to like make light of it. You get what I'm saying? Because everybody's so hung up on it, and I was just like, you know what? At first, I was going to name it like the antidote or something like that, but then I was just like, no, let's just name it like. And then I was like, it has to be either blue or green. So like, I invented this. Like, I'm not going to tell you what's in it. These two are actually our two strongest drinks on the menu.
Oh, I probably need like a glass of water right here just to like dilute everything. Okay, so what's the vision for Civil?
To be honest, I love it here. Baltimore has like a stigma, but I don't really get into that because I feel like my experiences are not what's like on the news. Like, I'm not giving up on this community. This is just a hard community. And
you just need to work a little bit extra hard.
Yeah. So this is actually, to me, a stepping stone to what I really want to do because I want to open a nightclub.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like we don't have it here. There isn't really like it's not like a black-owned nightclub. And I hate to put the black-owned on there, but it is what it is.
So what's it like being surrounded here on Charles Street by other black-owned businesses?
I'll put it to you like this. Like, my dad has been a customer at Gianmarco. I have a lot of friends that have been over here at the Dollhouse. In some way, shape, or form, I've been through them or supported. Yeah. They always say support who supports you. Right. So that's what I do. I picked Mount Vernon because it was a trendy area. It was a little bit upscale. It made me feel like it was more welcoming of a place. Like it was comfortable, a place where people would feel comfortable coming.
Right. So I know that you guys opened in May of 2018. How have the last 2 years been?
It has been a roller coaster. Like, it's been up and down. It's been like, you know, it's been a lot of trial and error. But like, I feel like right now, it's like with the knowledge that I've gained and how we're doing things, it's like I know I'm on the brink of getting it right. Like, I know I'm there.
Baltimore is a hard city to have a business in and be successful in. So like, do you think that's part of the message to like young people in Baltimore City to like look out for what your future is gonna look like and, you know?
I mean, it is, and I get to some point that like, I get it that people may look at it that way, but that's not really how I am putting it out. Like, I don't want to mislead anybody or make them feel like I'm a blueprint, or this is how you should do it, or this is how it looks. I hear it all the time. People always say things, and I'm like, I'm super flattered, and I appreciate the love. When people do ask me for advice and all that kind of stuff, I'm always open, and I tell them like, this is how I did it, or this is how I do it. It may work, it may or may not work for you, but this is what happened for me.
I mean, and that's the truth though, right? Because for all of us, we each have our stories.
I have a partner, his name is Dwayne, and like, he's an amazing partner. He's not as hands-on as me, but like I couldn't have done this without him.
So the name, let's talk about the name, Civil.
Yes.
What's up?
Okay, so a lot of people think there's like this big story behind it, but no, it's not. It doesn't even mean like we're civil in here or living civil or anything like that.
Oh.
It's not, it has nothing to do with that. It is just 5 letters that I feel like look nice on paper. That is it, yes.
Well, you know what? That's actually okay too.
Yeah, I felt like aesthetically, it looked nice.
In this font.
Yes.
I like
That's all it was. Yeah.
Well, thanks for watching this episode of 5 Minutes with Gabby. I hope you enjoyed learning about Paul Thomas's story here at the Civil. Please come back for our next episode, and don't be shy. If you know someone that we should be talking to, send us an email. It'll be somewhere on the screen. I'll see you guys in our next episode. Bye.
It's everybody's responsibility to follow traffic laws. Responsible scooter and bike use helps everyone stay safe and share the road.
If the ramp is blocked, it is really hard for me to get on and off the sidewalk. It's important to leave room for me to pass in my wheelchair.
Park a scooter or bike next to bike racks, trees, or other sidewalk elements, like a bench or a fire hydrant. That way I can still use the side of the building to navigate. Another safe option is to use one of the parking corrals they're putting throughout the city.
So keep an eye out and think about other people.
No matter if you're walking, scooting, or driving, we all have to look out for each other.
This message is brought to you by the Baltimore City Department of Transportation and the Office of Civil Rights. Please share the road.
Ahoy there, I'm Angel, and today on Discover Baltimore, we're going to focus on a little family fun right here at the Port Discovery Children's Museum. Located near the Inner Harbor, this museum is recognized for its interactive exhibits and experiences. So whether you're a kid or a kid at heart, this museum offers non-stop fun where they believe in the power of play. Abby, I really love your office.
Thank you. I have the best office in Baltimore.
You do, and a lot's changed since the last time I was here.
Yeah, we have brought a lot of changes to Port Discovery, especially in the last year. We brought some new exhibits to the museum, including our port exhibit, featuring the SS Friendship. It's modeled all after the Port of Baltimore, and port is in our name, so we thought it was the right thing.
Now, what about the mission of the museum?
Port Discovery is all about play and learning for children and for families. We think play is the very best way children learn.
Yeah.
So we open our doors as wide as we can, go out into the community and bring play to kids and to families.
I love it. So what about your special displays and discounts? Like, can you give us more information about that?
Absolutely. There is something special happening every day the museum is opening, but weekends are a really fine time to visit. Another fun event is our $2 Family Fun Night.
Wow.
4 to 8 p.m. on the third Friday of each month. It's a great way to explore Port Discovery for a little bit less.
I love this. So what about memberships?
That is the next best deal.
Okay.
Memberships allow you to come into the museum any day that we're open for a full year. If you're going to come more than 2 times to the museum, it is the best thing that you can buy.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming.
I can't wait to explore a little bit more here at Port Discovery.
Hope you have fun.
Port Discovery is more than amazing. Not only does it give hands-on activities for the children, so it kind of makes them independent outside of what they're learning at home and during their child care hours.
I had Port Discovery, like I had a lot, and I was like a chef, and I was cooking in the kitchen, and I can play with my friends, and my friends, they're like my best friends.
So we come from about 45 minutes out just to explore and enjoy Port Discovery.
Thank you so much. Thank you. The museum offers free lockers and cafe area with table and chairs. People are welcome to pack their own snacks, lunches, and drinks. So if you live locally or plan to visit Charm City, this museum should definitely be on your to-do list. Make a day of it and make great memories. For more information about Port Discovery, upcoming special exhibits, and how to plan your visit, check out their website. I'm Angel. Thanks for joining me, and as always, I encourage you to discover Baltimore.
For everyone's safety, the Department of Transportation asks that you slow down to get around town. Crosswalk safety is in everyone's interest. Always stop and yield to pedestrians. You can be that person who is aware and cares. This message is brought to you by the Baltimore City Department of Transportation.
While you are still asleep, DPW workers are collecting trash and recyclables, sweeping our city streets, and making sure our wastewater doesn't threaten the health of fish and wildlife. While you're breaking for lunch, DPW workers are answering your customer service calls, picking up litter from our sidewalks, and cleaning up illegal dumping on vacant lots. At DPW, our job is important to us because it's important to you.
We're DPW, and we're DPW proud.
Hey there, Baltimore. I'm Angel, and today we're going to explore one of Charm City's most charming places, the Rawlings Conservatory. The Rawlings Conservatory is an architectural gem located near the zoo in Drew Hill. It's like a little present you can't wait to open, yet once you do, you'll enjoy it over and over. So come along with me as we visit this pretty little place today on Discover Baltimore. The historical Rawlings Conservatory is without a doubt one of Baltimore's most beautiful structures. It features 5 distinct greenhouse rooms, 1 half-acre garden with many flower beds and a kaleidoscope of colors all year round. Ann Green is the director here and was kind enough to show me around. So Ann, tell me about this beautiful building. I've driven by, but I've never been inside.
The history of it is really remarkable. It was completed in 1888. We're the oldest conservatory with a steel frame in the United States. And we're the second oldest public conservatory operating in the United States.
Amazing.
Yeah, the only one older than us is in San Francisco. It's always been a conservatory. It's always been city owned and operated.
So Ann, tell me a little bit about the different rooms. What are some highlights here at the conservatory?
Okay, so we have 5 different greenhouses here. So we're in the Palm House right now. This room, a lot of it's our grandest specimens.
Yes.
We have the space for the tallest plants. It's also similar to what you might have seen here in the early days of the conservatory, a similar collection. The orchid room is our fan favorite.
Yes.
The flowers in there are absolutely amazing, and it's always a wonderful display. And then there's the Mediterranean room, which has a really nice collection of citrus. And that's sort of in peak bloom, usually February through like mid-April. The tropical house has like a lot of vining plants, it's really lush. It's just lush in there. You can get lost in there. And the desert house is a really, really beautiful collection. The light in there is amazing. Like even on a dreary day, it's so bright in there. And our desert collection is really remarkable, especially considering the modest size of our conservatory. The desert collection is really almost world class.
Now, you got to tell me about the special events.
So we do a few a year. The 2 big ones are the spring flower display. That's a bulb show. Tulips, hyacinths, daffodils, grape hyacinths, all different colors. It smells incredible. That happens around like school spring break, typically. And then we do the winter flower display, which is poinsettias, and that's typically most of the month of December. It's surprising how much variation in color there is in poinsettias. It's not just red, white, and pink. There's orange, there's yellow, there's like ruffly ones and speckled ones. So a really nice range of things to see.
I'm telling you, this place has inspired my green thumb. I'm going to go home and practice more. What's the reaction that you get from people when they come to visit? Like, how do they feel? What do they say?
My favorite is when it's in the spring show. Because like that first room is usually kind of empty, but during the spring show, it's full of color and the scent is absolutely incredible. So people walk in and wow. Right. And it's wonderful. It's wonderful to see, the looks on their faces.
In addition to seasonal events, you can rent out the conservatory for special occasions like weddings and cocktail parties. What about cost? Like, can people come and visit? How much does it cost to visit the conservatory?
So we are free. We are free to the public. We suggest a $5 donation per person, and it does help us keep our doors open.
Okay.
But it is up to the individual how much they give.
And thank you so much for having me today, for allowing me to visit this place. I cannot wait to look around. Mother Nature is amazing. This is such a special spot and a great way to spend the day. I'm Angel. Thanks for coming to the conservatory with me. And as always, I encourage you to discover Baltimore. The conservatory is always looking for volunteers. No green thumb required. For more information about the conservatory, please visit their website.
This is Baltimore City Mayor Brandon Scott. I want to take a moment to thank Baltimoreans and Marylanders across the state for doing your part in fighting the spread of COVID-19. It hasn't been easy, but hope is on the way with vaccines now arriving. I know that many of you have questions about the vaccine, and I want to share some information with you about what the doctors and public health experts have assured me. These vaccines have been tested and independently reviewed for safety and effectiveness. Clinical trials have included diverse groups of people from all walks of life. For more information about the vaccines, visit coronavirus.maryland.gov. The health and safety of Baltimoreans and residents across Maryland is of the utmost importance. I will continue to work closely with the state to ensure that as COVID-19 vaccines become available, we will have a safe and equitable system for distribution. So for now, let's remain vigilant and keep each other and our neighborhoods as safe as possible. We are all in this together.
Hi, I'm Angel, and today on Discover Baltimore, we're visiting a local business owner right here in the heart of Hamden, whose colorful little shop, Baltimore in a Box, is hard to miss. Hamden's 36th Street, known as the Avenue, is lined with locally owned shops and businesses. It's a community that fosters creative concepts and entrepreneurs. So when Ross Nokomowitz was ready to move his homegrown business from his basement to a brick and mortar, he decided to bring it here. Hey, Ross.
Hey, welcome to Baltimore in a Box.
Thank you so much for having me. Amazing store, amazing stuff inside.
Thank you so much.
So you got to tell me how you got started.
Yeah, so we got started in the basement of my house back in October of 2014. I grew up in Baltimore. I've always had interests in all things Baltimore.
Okay.
And I really wanted to try to come up with something that would put it all together and be able to give other people a little taste of Baltimore, whether they've had experience with the city or not. We started out with no product, just some brown boxes and a website. And as the orders would come in, I would drive around town and pick up different Baltimore items, things like burger cookies and Old Bay, all the local and iconic things that you see in and around town in Baltimore that I thought would be good inside the box. Most of our customer base is really that homesick person, that person that has spent enough time in here to really fall in love with the city. So we try our best to, give them that experience through our care packages.
It's home.
It's home. It represents where they're from, and it represents all that's positive about the city.
So I have a niece going away to college, first time ever leaving home. I think she needs a box.
Let's go get started.
All right. So, how does it work?
Well, you get to select 5, 7, or 10 items off this metal rack right here.
Okay.
We tried to pick and choose items that have literally been in Baltimore since even before 1900. We have really great local companies like Getz's Caramels, some smaller companies like Pop Station's Popcorn, and Zeke's Coffee is great too. So you really have a plethora of options to choose from.
Okay, so I'm thinking college kid, she wants the treats. I think I'm gonna do the chips and the cookies.
Yeah.
If you don't live here and would like to send a little bit of Baltimore someone's way, you can place an order online.
The ordering process is very simple on our website. It's just a couple clicks. You pick and choose which box you want. You tell us how many items you'd like to put in your box. Again, either 5, 7, or 10. And once you tell us that, we show you our menu, and that menu shows all of our items that you saw back on the metal rack there.
Love it.
And you get to pick 5, 7, or 10.
This is the perfect gift. Ross continues to add to the Charm City items people can choose from, like the limited edition Old Bay hot sauce. And if you're ordering in bulk for a wedding or special event, you'll get a discount.
We loved having you in the store today, and we're so excited to send a box to your niece.
Yes, my niece Shania is gonna love this box. For more information about Baltimore in a box and to send a Charm City care package of your own, check out the website. I love the concept of Baltimore in a box. It's a great way to send a Charm City care package or pick up a few mementos from your visit to our city. I'm Angel, and as always, I encourage you to discover Baltimore.
Right now in Baltimore, 3,560 homeowners are at risk of losing their houses to tax sale foreclosure. The number is rising daily. Reach out to Maryland Volunteer Lawyer Service to protect your home, your deed, and your legacy.
Recycling reduces trash and prevents pollution. It also helps keep our landfill manageable. Our recycling crews are great for the environment. I'm Dennis Peaton, solid waste supervisor at the Quarantine Road landfill.
We protect our sewers from fats, oils, and greases so things run as smoothly as they're supposed to. I'm Pat Boyle, Pollution Control Program Administrator here at DPW.
We are DPW,
and we're DPW proud.
What's up, Baltimore? I'm Gabby, and you're watching 5 Minutes with Gabby. This woman is all about looking good, feeling good, but most importantly, knowing what you put on your body. So she started her own lipstick line that's, get this, vegan. Yup, I'm talking about Jojo Arias, the CEO of Solstice Beauty, who I'm chatting with today. She's gonna be doing some lipstick swatches with me. We're gonna be talking about her brand and her background. This is gonna be really exciting. So tell me a little bit about Solstice Beauty and how it all came to be.
Solstice Beauty is my beauty brand. I started it in 2019. It's vegan and cruelty-free cosmetics.
Speaking of vegan products, how do you source, like how does that even happen?
So it's all about like the base, you know, and not using something where it's like beeswax, which is cheaper. And you know, I always like tell people like, what you put on your bodies, like on your face, just like read the ingredients and like know. So it's just about sourcing like different products that again are not derived through animals.
I'm hearing soul, I'm hearing cis in the name. Was there like a strategy behind that?
Yes. When I thought about makeup and women, I just thought like it's a sisterhood, you know? Something that can't be explained is like the soul. And so I just literally was like, no, soul, cis is that's kind of where I got the name. And I want everyone that comes in contact with the brand or that buys anything from the brand to feel connected to a greater community.
I'm sitting right below your master's degree, which does not happen to be in lipstick making. So talk to me about how your background ties into what you do now.
I basically I live for the world of marketing, and I feel like that has just helped me, elevate and bring my brand to life. I think, beauty starts from the inside first.
Say that again.
Beauty starts from, the inside, and then it translates to the outside. And so my goal is to make people, especially women, feel beautiful wearing my products. I want to be in stores. I always say hey, I want to be in Sephora. I want to be next to...
Speak it into existence.
Yes, I want to be next to Fenty Beauty and, just be more accessible. It's ready to go.
I know that your brand is very heavy on the color and the boldness.
Yes.
Talk to me about how that plays into your heritage.
When I was testing out and making the red lipstick and I showed my mom, she was like, your grandfather would be so proud, because he would always say you always remember a woman that walks in with red lipstick.
Yeah.
And so to me in my culture, it just made sense.
That's amazing. We're gonna go into the swatches right now. I'm super excited to see how the lip liners work with the lipsticks and all of the things, and you're gonna do a little demo for us. Are you ready for
Yes.
this? It's gonna be really exciting. We're gonna start with some swatches, right?
Yes, let's start with the red. Let's start with the red Mamacita liquid lipstick. Ooh, here, we can swatch it.